You know, Dr. Jaishankar, I'll tell you, when I was about, I think I was 14 years old, and I was after I go to school, I used to go into my mom or dad's office, whichever was willing to have me, and I'd sit in my school uniform behind them. And I was in a meeting once where one of the sales guys came in and said, like, the client, there's a particular advertiser client, he's very unhappy because he had booked an inside page ad, and we put the ad on the international page of the newspaper. So he said that any ad for the inside page, any page is okay, but not the international page, because nobody reads the international page. You've changed that. I've
improved your revenues.
You might have made our jobs a tiny bit easier. You've definitely made journalism in foreign policy a lot more accessible and easier, for sure. People actually read and consume it. No, but I read the book. Absolutely loved it. I read the previous book as well. Highly recommend it because I think it really shows sort of the thought process behind all the nimbleness and the competitiveness that Dr. Jaishankar talks about, and we've all read him and heard him sing on Insta Reels and Facebook Lives and posts and all of that. But it talks about making foreign policy accessible, and that's a big thing that you've done, is you've like, why does foreign policy matter to you? Is a big part of what you've kind of said. So just walk us through exactly that how have you become this kind of rock star of foreign policy? And like, I mean, I got a 17-year-old, messaging me saying, I want to come and get a selfie with Dr. Jaishankar. I've got messages like this only for like Vicky Kaushal and Shah Rukh Khan Adda, but I've not, So
okay. Now, let me in a way, two questions. One, why, how foreign policy has become popular, or why is it relevant? The other, in a way, why the book? I mean, one flows from the other. Because I wrote the book primarily to convince people that today foreign policy does matter to you, that it is not something which is on the inside page of Indian Express. Occasionally there are first page stories as well. Yeah. But if you actually look at our lives, last 5 years, 10 years, with each passing year, something abroad has happened which has fundamentally changed our life. And the biggest thing in the last 5 years has been COVID. When first news of COVID came out, this would have been early January. Which one of you would have thought that next 2.5 years, this is going to take over your lives? Now, it's not just COVID. I mean, there have been conflicts in the world before. But if you look today at the conflict in Ukraine, or you look at what's happening in Gaza and the Red Sea, it's actually affecting bread and butter issues in this country. Your petrol price goes up. Sometimes, fortunately, we are not a food importing country anymore, but we saw in Sri Lanka, for example, that, food prices went up, petrol prices went up, generally inflation goes up. Because of, again, we had, there are people here who are involved in international education. Now, we have today about 1.2 million students studying abroad at any given time. So the moment there is conflict, the first question we ask ourselves is, okay, how many of our people are out there? Yeah. Now, we've done, again, you look at the last few years, we had Operation Ganga in Ukraine, we had Operation Kaveri in Sudan, and people go to work today. COVID was for us an amazing experience to discover how many Indians are working abroad. And, there, in many of them are people whose jobs are abroad, but they live in India. Shipping, people in maritime shipping, airline staff, hotel staff, students. So the globalization of India today, it's important for us all to understand it, recognize it, worry about it sometimes, but also look at the opportunities in it. Now, why did I write the book? Partly I kind of write stuff. I mostly do my own, foreign ministers have to speak. So I had a long history of writing for other people. I thought I may as well write for myself now. So I do that. And then if you write, you have a natural desire to communicate. And when I looked at 10 years of Modi, and I asked myself, where were we in 2014? Where are we in 2024? And then I looked around saying, somebody needs to tell this story. And finally, after, looking around, I decided, okay, I'm probably the best guy to do it. And that's how we ended up here.
I think talking about the last decade, you've been foreign minister for 5 years, foreign secretary for 3, and before that, as ambassador to US, and then 4 years in China. In some sense, you've been the transition figure from the previous decade to this decade. In your book, there is a chapter on the decade of transformation. So how would you sum up that transformation? And I think in many ways, what Anant was saying, the way the people see and think about India has changed. So what is it that you've done that's made a difference? Of course, it's an advertisement for yourself as
Sure.
well, but I think there is a real one as well.
No, look, it's not just an advertisement for me, I think in many ways, because I would say you are a kind of, obviously part of the ideas and conceptualization team, but if you are to have big change, you need that vision. You need that sense of, I am here, I'm going to go there, I'm capable of it, I can convince my people I can do this. And it's not just a, sort of a simple vision of I need to be big and need to be great. It needs to be a vision which would, say, okay, my defense capabilities need to be here, my manufacturing needs to be there, my foreign trade needs to be here, I should prepare for the global workplace, I should build deep strengths, this should be my response to terrorism, that should be, if I'm challenged on the border, what I will do. So there's a whole sort of, I would say, almost a kind of a mindset out there. So one part of it is that, The second is the part we've already discussed, which is if we are, at the end of the day, we are 1.4 billion people, biggest resource is people. And we are preparing for a globalized world. Why am I not leveraging people? Why is it that, there are restrictions on mobility? People say we must have access to capital, we must have access to technology, to markets. They should have mobility should be part of the conversation as well. And then finally, there is this issue, which is, if you have aspirations, what we will be will depend on what we are and what we were. So there must be a sense of history. There must be, where am I coming from? What am I about? So it's in a sense revisiting the past, redoing the present, and preparing for the future.
And the way you do it, Dr. Shah, I think maybe that's one of the reasons why you're such a rock star and this popularity. I'm not just saying it to sort of praise you. I mean, there is a genuine kind of a rock star kind of a image that you have. Is when you talk about Indian foreign policy, you do it in a way that people feel good about India.
But I think people should feel good about India.
Of course. No, of course they should.
Look, things are happening.
Of course.
Just think today, today you had testing of Agni 5,
Yeah.
It's a big step. Every day, I think 2 days ago you had the Sela tunnel. Every day something is happening in India. We used to think, we'll have a project, maybe 5 years, 10 years. Many projects didn't even get off ground. Today, actually, what was promised is happening in the tenure, sometimes in the same tenure of the government. So we have changed, and we should be proud of it.
Yeah. Is it because you had, if you look at the previous 30 years, since Rajiv Gandhi passed away, there is not a single government with a majority. So having a full majority, a leader who's got control over his own party, how much difference has made to both the way the world sees us and the way we deal with the rest of the world?
Look, Raj, I definitely, no question, majority in a democracy, that too in a big country, a very pluralistic society with all the diversity we have. It is important at the end of the day of, that whole churning which ends up in an election produces a decisive outcome. No question about it, because we have seen the majority period and we have seen the coalition period, and I think nobody wishes a coalition on this country ever again. I think that's pretty obvious.
Even though the big reforms happened during a coalition government, a very weak coalition government.
No, I would say the big reforms actually have happened in the majority government.
Now,
what happened, if you are referring to 91, 92,
yes.
91, 92 was a reform which was done with our backs to the wall.
Yeah.
So we did the reforms we must. We didn't do the reforms we should. I mean, there were other things we should have done. But,
Very interesting.
by which time the consensus started fraying, the appetite to go further was not there. So I would say, yes, definitely majority government makes a difference. But I don't think it's as simple as that. I really think it, in a way, you need a kind of a vision, a leadership which will motivate the country, which will get people to do more than normally, they would get out of their comfort zone. People would be willing to take risks, experiment with things. It requires, one of the good things about this government, the big changes I've seen over the last 10 years is actually the follow-up. That let me tell you, there's nothing more awkward in your career. This I'm talking not of my ministerial tenure, my secretary tenure. To be put in front of a whole lot of your peers and being hauled up by the Prime Minister saying, why didn't that get done? And what is your explanation for it? So what it does is the moment the top demands accountability and gets after you saying, look, this was to be done, this is your cost overrun, this is your time overrun, you said at the last meeting this would happen. The moment you start getting that kind of follow through, I mean, it's like a business principle. That any organization, if the leader is hands-on, the leader is demanding, the leader pushes himself or herself, let me tell you, it will be a very different organization, and that's actually what's happened to this country.
From a foreign policy perspective, what is it for the third term, assuming you guys get a third term, and it looks like it's going to happen?
Well, thank you very much. I didn't doubt it.
What is it that you what is that big, bold kind of, we keep hearing big, bold news, new things. From a foreign policy perspective, what is that we should be looking forward to or expecting?
No, look, honest answer, at this time, I can't say it. I mean, not because I'm being discreet, because people are working on it. The idea really would be that, 10 years we have come as far as we have. So what is it we should be doing bigger, better, differently, innovatively? And it's not just in foreign policy. I think every minister, every ministry today has that task. I would say we are well set up for it today. We are well set up for it today because if you look at the big challenges and opportunities of the last, let's say, 5 years, I would even say 10 years, we have made the most of it. Many other people had a chance to do G20. We just did it better than everybody else. So we made an impression on the world. There are, countries who have today, there's a big, I would say, a kind of a tech competition going on in the world. We are actually today harnessing it and saying, okay, this is a country with an IT industry, but this country should have a semiconductor industry. We have an old, antiquated semiconductor, facility in Chandigarh, which is decades old, very small. But, it doesn't behove a country like India to have that kind of antiquated, small technology base. I mean, so you need to build a fab in this country. You must have your assembly testing plants. So if you take what will be to me the new direction of technology and of power, the balance of power today will be set in many ways by the balances of technology. We are moving into a world of artificial intelligence. In our lives, drones are going to be important, space will be important. So, how do you do all this? But you also have to do the basics. You have to build your roads better, you have to build your railways, you have to create a good business environment, revive manufacturing in this country, which actually, when we talk about reforms, I really think after the 1990s, somewhere we let go of that. So there's a lot to be done at different levels.
If I might bring you to the politics of foreign policy, which has been lots of it
Yeah.
in the country. I mean, take you back to the 2019 Ramnath Goenka lecture that you gave, in which you talked about the dogmas of Delhi. Right. See, normally we tend to believe everything we did in the past was fantastic. Indian foreign policy was always great. Everything was great that happened in the past. To one where you actually said, no, we got to take a critical look at the past, re-examine some of the things, the way we did things. And in your book, you talk about the three big foreign policy accounts, how we dealt with Pakistan and Kashmir, how we dealt with China, how we dealt with the US and the West. You're making propositions there which really challenge the entire conventional wisdom on Indian foreign policy and how we dealt with that. Could you just walk us through those three accounts? What has changed?
I mean, in a way, between book 1 and book 2, I sort of developed this argument. In the first book, what I found working in the foreign ministry, at that time I would say I was kind of like an upper middle level guy, was there was a kind of a mantra, there was a conventional belief in the foreign policy system. But when we actually looked at public behavior, it was very different. You had, and at that time I used to deal with US, and actually I think it was, if my memory serves me right, Jairam Ramesh's book, which was Yankee Go Home and Take Me With You. So people would abuse the US and then want you to come and do something for them with the US. So what we found even during the nuclear deal, that whole period, was you had a very strong ideological kind of a prism. Coming from the, I kind of dealt with it in my second book. So if one actually looked at the real indices, okay, where is your trade growing? Where is your technology coming from? Where is the mobility migration happening? Where are people going for education? Where are people going for tourism? What kind of movies do you watch? The whole direction went one way. The foreign policy was going a very different way. And so my point in that first book was sometimes listen to the street. Get out of your own narrow circle and ask real people of the real economy, saying, so what do you think about the world? Where do you think our chances are? Where is the opportunity there? And that I developed into something a little bit more wide-ranging in this book, because what I discovered as I kept at my job was on very key issues. There were choices we made in the 1950s, 60s, 70s. We grew up believing, and all of us, I would include myself in it, that we grew up believing these were the only choices, these were the best choices. And if anything happened in the world, it was other people's fault, it was never ours. And when you actually started examining the record with an open mind, you came up with something very different. And the three examples I picked in the chapter called Roads Not Taken in my book, one was with regard, and also in the China chapter, one was with regard to China. If you look at China, there was somehow this belief, everything was great till virtually the war came, and then it turned nasty, and the word was betrayed by the Chinese. Now, the reality was almost from day one, you had people, and see, one of the dangers is you look back on history, and now you are smart because you have a retrospect, you know how history played out. But my interest was, at that time, what did people say? So if you are saying, okay, China, in 1950, you have the Deputy Prime Minister of India cautioning the Prime Minister, saying, look, for the first time, we have a two-front situation. We have dangers coming out of China. And he's brushed off, saying, in fact, I think the word is, we cannot imagine the Chinese undertaking a wild adventure across the Himalayas. Excuse me, that's exactly what they did in 1962. So now I take a second example, Pakistan. Today, by the way, CAA rules were notified. Now, I'm reminding you for a reason. Because this debate goes back to the 1950s, that you have Shyama Prasad Mukherjee warning you publicly. I mean, this is the reason why he finds it difficult to continue in the government, saying, you are dealing with a neighbor. You're reaching an understanding saying, I'll look after my minorities, you look after yours. Your neighbor has no intention of doing it. And anybody who sort of has remote sense of objectivity about it can see it. That's the guy's DNA. That's what he's actually saying in public. You look at the flow of people coming out of Pakistan, and yet you go and conclude a pact, the Liaquat, Nehru Liaquat Pact. So it's not like, our relationship, the Pakistan account going bad, again, was not a surprise. People told you in many cases saying, beware, be careful, recognize what you are dealing with. Or the US. That, our relations with the US have been very rocky, okay, no question about it. We, frankly, all grew up with the belief that US had some kind of, from the very beginning, had something against us. In fact, when you look at the record, there are enormous, ideological prejudices on our side. And within, again, the Indian political system, you have various ministers. I mean, in this case, Dr. Ambedkar. But, Dr. Ambedkar is a very interesting person because of all the first generation leaders. There may be somebody else, I may have missed out, but I think he was one of the few who's actually educated in America. And with that experience, Dr. Ambedkar actually, if you look at his speech in Parliament at a time when he's resigning, he's talking about a time when, he said, we started off, there's no reason for us not to, have good relations with America, but we have ended up alienating them. And the reason why we alienated them? Because, by the way, we are taking up China's cause. So just imagine, the reality was, in many cases, you put China's interests ahead of India's interest. Today we are talking India first. Apparently, there was a period when it was China first, which I can understand in China, not in India. So if you actually, have I don't have a problem battling with others. I do it even now sometimes. But to do it, you must do it for your cause. You don't do it for other people, that too an adversary.
So would you welcome a debate today? So just as Nehru made many mistakes, that some of the things you do today, we also need a debate on what are the likely consequences. You need someone asking deeper questions. Right? When you get
That's what you guys are doing.
Not all.
No, but look, of course, I don't think, not just in foreign policy, I think it's in a democracy, government should be questioned, there should be debates, there are debates. In this country would not be this country if it didn't have debates. So I don't have an issue with that. What I have an issue with is everything is okay. If you question it, there's a political agenda, I don't have to join the BJP today to question what happened in the 50s and 60s and 70s. Ambedkar, Patel, Rajaji, Minu Masani, J.B. Kriplani all questioned it at that time. And with the passage of history, many of their questions and answers proved to be right. Not all of them, Again, I want to be clear. I'm not saying everything done in the past was wrong. I think many good things were done in the past. But we shouldn't have this very unquestioning acceptance of where we came from, because then it will not enable us to correct the mistakes today.
Looking at where we are going, you have one nice sentence in your book in terms of the major power relations. You talk about engaging America, managing China, reassuring Russia, cultivating Europe, and bring Japan into play. Can you expand on this? Each word you chose for the country kind of lays out the kind of special priority or how we deal with each one of them.
Yes, because I think in many ways with the US, now to use the Prime Minister's words, we have put the hesitations of history, the ideological reservations behind us. I think there's a world out there for us to explore, and you can see that, you saw that when Prime Minister went last year on the state visit to the US. And it is for us, I think, a very important trade partner, investment partner, but most of all, I would say technology partner. I mean, that's why I use the word out there. I mean, I'll skip China, Russia for a moment. I'll come back to them. Where Europe is concerned, again, in many ways, I think we were behind the curve. We were behind the curve in the sense that we focused on a few countries in Europe. The interface was relatively thin, and we didn't fully utilize or comprehend the integration of Europe and the importance of Brussels. I mean, one of the big changes in our European policy in the last 10 years is really how much more time today we are spending in Brussels with Brussels. And again, Europe is going through its own process of change. And definitely, there's no question, as it becomes strategically more aware and awake, that it will be a big factor in its own right. If one looks at resources, and again, one looks at technology, one looks at the partnership possibilities in Europe. And this is, as I say, this is the real world. This is where your technology is going, this is where your trade is going, this is where your mobility is going. These are the complementary partners of India. This is for us a very, very good fit. Where Japan is concerned, a lot of it is within Japan itself and between Japan and the world, which is Japan, for historical reasons, had constrained itself. So, as and when Japan gets more deeply into world politics, Japan is a great technology power. Japan has abilities and, impact, and we have seen it in our own country. I mean, we saw it in the automobile sector, we saw it in the mass transportation metro sector. When the bullet train happens, we are going to see a big technology leap out there. So the problem with Japan is, it is hesitant because of the past. There are a lot of reactions to what Japan wants to do. We are very unique because we have a very good history with Japan. So if anybody, if there's any big country which can actively encourage and welcome Japan to play a bigger role, I think we have a very natural choice there. Coming to Russia and China.
I'll just respond to interruption. So the three places you've said, it's our relationship with these three parts of the world are quite politics proof. No matter what happens in America, what happens in European politics, whatever happens in Japanese politics, it's not really going to make too much of a difference. You can't envision them making too much of a difference between India and those countries.
Yes, but there is still, I would not say there's an automaticity about it. You've got to work at it. It's not necessarily true that everybody would have that same commitment, same interest. Okay. So, in foreign policy, you can't take it as a given. Even good things need to be, every garden needs to be tended, even a nice garden. Okay. The Russia bit, see, for us, at the end of the day, most of all, Russia is geopolitical. You look at the map of the world, it stares you in the face. It's your neighbor's neighbor. There's a continental balance which is built in the geography of the situation. And the fact is, all said and done, if you look at the ups and downs, and that's why in the second book I've spent some time explaining this about Russia, that if you look at Russia's relationship with almost every other major center, Russia, Europe, Russia, US, Russia, China, Russia, Japan, it's had tremendous ups and downs. There have been great periods, there have been very difficult periods. Ours has been from 1955, has actually been exceptionally stable, and which actually proves that geopolitical logic is a very firm logic shared at both ends. Now, once you have a logic, the issue for us is how do you explore the practical parts of it. Not historically, but I would say last 50, 60 years, for us it's been largely what we call a military technical collaboration. But if we look today at the changing demands of the Indian economy, and you look at the changed direction of Russia, a Russia which is turning away from the West, which is looking much more at Europe, then I think you are finding now a new basis really to deepen that relationship. And that is actually what is happening. And it's important why I use the word reassure, that the Russians have to be reassured that what is happening for us with the other accounts is not at their expense. So there is that part as well.
But how do you see, because Russia is at war with Europe.
Yes.
It's at war with the West, collective West, what it says. So how do you do both improve relations with the West while also reassuring Russia? Because, and then Russia has also become a friend of China, which is our problem.
No, but Raj, we're doing it, aren't we? The proof of the pudding is actually in it being present on the table.
But if the next 2 years, if the conflict gets deeper in Ukraine,
No,
how are we?
that is really what diplomacy and, foreign policy is about. If you're asking me, is that a challenge, is there difficulties? Answer is yes. But because there are difficulties, I don't throw up my hands and say, oh, there's a big problem there, I can't do anything about it. I think, I would say today it is perfectly feasible for a power like India to work on multiple vectors, with different nations, finding common connects and creating an agenda. And doing it in a way, there'd be things here I wouldn't do because it would be going too far. Or there are things there I wouldn't do because it would have consequences. So there is I would say, a moderation, a balance, a nuance out there with each relationship, which makes it palatable for others. So if you go whole hog, full speed on every one of them with no guardrails or then managing multiple vectors becomes difficult. But if you do it with a certain amount of deliberation and judgment, then I think it is doable. And as I said, we are actually demonstrating it in real life. And that really leaves the last one, which is China. And
one exception to the general good relations that you have.
Yeah, for China, the real problem is they are changing, we are changing. How do you find an equilibrium?
So actually, it's interesting. You say they're changing, we're changing. The fact that Russia politics doesn't really exist. It's quite a stable political regime, and even the elections now is, we all know how that kind of end up at. So does that helps the stability with the Russia-India relationship?
No, look, I wouldn't go as far as you do. You've had changes of regime in Russia. After all, you had 91, 92. You had a Yeltsin period. So before that, you had, even within the Soviet system, a Gorbachev period. So it's not, every country has its politics.
Yeah. But it'll never be a Maldives, right? You're never going to have warring sort of two sides, trying to put, you know what I mean? It's quite clear where Russia is.
No, unless climate change becomes very extreme, I don't see Russia becoming. Look, I think in the Russian statecraft heritage, there is a kind of a sense of what India is about and what are the benefits of a relationship with India, just as it is in ours. And we have therefore made that effort. It's not like we don't agree on everything. There are issues on which we have differences, but we have figured out how to deal with it.
Can you just share anything you can tell us about Modi and Putin's relationship? Because we keep hearing about it. There's something that looks very special about their equation and the chemistry.
And the reports that you contributed to keeping things calm when things were going bad in 22.
What's a little bit different here was after the first, in 2014, President Putin came here. Okay, I was in the US as ambassador. 2015, Modi ji and Putin met in Ufa in summer of 2015. After that, I think they decided that the relationship, the best way is actually to deal with each other directly, rather than what you normally see, long table. I mean, we also do that long table stuff. But they actually started spending a lot of time directly talking one-on-one. So what has happened over a period of time, if two leaders have developed that ability to continuously converse. Interestingly, we've also kept it up. It's one relationship where from time to time there are teleconversations as well. So I would say the personal connect there has definitely helped the relationship, because sometimes in very tricky situations, you are able to get through, you are able to talk, you are able to make a point. And sometimes if you say something, the other person, because, if you and I get along, we've known each other for some time, you're more likely to listen. On what you said, Vas, Raj, look, since the Ukraine conflict began, at various points of time, different countries or different actors or different organizations have asked us to pitch in with something, Some of it we have made public, some of it we have not. I've spoken, for example, about the Black Sea grain corridor, or about when the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant was under attack. So there have been issues. At this time, our effort, because, we really, for us, this conflict is not representative of this era. Let's look at India today. If you look today at, say, the parliament, okay, I give that, or look at the corporate sector, look at any workplace, nobody would doubt we are more representative than we have ever been before, at least in living history, okay? Many more people from humbler backgrounds, smaller towns, self-made people have come up in our country. Now, they have brought with them what is authentic India. They have brought their heritage, their beliefs, their traditions. They do not believe that something which one generation of people picked up in Cambridge should become their ideology and their guiding beliefs. They also believe that what they picked up in Nashik or in Coimbatore or in Dibrugarh or in Jalandhar is equally valid. So there is today, in a sense, an old order, new order, which is, I would argue, is because democracy has deepened in this country.
Yeah.
And a lot of people abroad don't like it, because they want you to be, as I said, a poor cousin of themselves. They want you to be something like them, so that they are continually in a position to dominate you. They don't like the pushback.
And you said this in the book, and I can just kind of, you said that there are a lot of people abroad who don't want India to be strong.
That's also true.
So who doesn't want India to be strong? Who like, is it China? Is it?
Come on.
Is it?
I think that much you should be able to figure out.
But it's both our friends and enemies. You're hinting at both of them.
No, look, life is competitive, okay? To some degree, all of us compete with each other. But what happens in foreign policies, even with people you compete, you find common interest. I think there are many friends in the world who would wish us well, who want us to become stronger. So don't get me wrong, I'm not saying the world is out, I'm not paranoid. In fact, I'm very optimist. I would say a very large part of the world wishes us well, because for, much of the global south, for example, they see in us a kind of a motivation, they see in us a vindication of a kind. So when something good happens in India, I can genuinely see, in other parts of the world, people welcome it. Whereas there would also be other powers with whom there would be an interest, and for them, a stronger India is part of a global balance, or a global order, or a global partnership. So it's not like everybody is out to get us or to slow us down. There would be some, there would not be some. There would be some who would be partly there, who would help us in some areas, but not in some areas. It's very granular.
One question, I think Anant has a lot of very quick questions, but I wanted one big change in the last decade is the role of the private sector, both within the country, where you brought, today private sector is into the defense, into space, there's some privatization that has taken place. Historically, we've tended to suppress the role of the private sector in the conduct of foreign policy, within not only in our own economy. Today, you see, if you want to do projects outside, the need to have your private sector empowered to be able to do projects outside. How serious are you going to see more of that in the second term, third term?
Look, I spoke about, when I was talking about the key relationships, the US relationship, and spoke about the ideological prism. I think it was that very same prism which actually led to license Raj, which led to the constraints on business in this country, and which stifled innovation. I mean, we were just talking to a major entrepreneur in this country who, when he was questioned about research, why doesn't business invest in research? He said, well, first you guys put us in a box where we are not allowed to produce beyond a point, and we sell everything we produce. Now, if you sold everything you produce, why would you do research? Because you have no reason to. So today, I think we've freed ourselves up from a lot kind of baggage. Now, if you want, innovation, you are looking today at a kind of a leapfrog, really, because this country cannot grow, others grew before us. We have today to latch on to those big opportunities, so a semiconductor, renewable, green tech, clean tech, drones, space. These are all great opportunities out there where, because it's a relatively, the supply chains are not fully set, there is today for new players. And we encourage that. We encourage it at home through startup and, by skills, first of all, by startup, by innovation, by supporting a lot of this, making it easier to do business, but also making it easier to innovate. But abroad, part of what, in fact, in MEA we do is we actually give lines of credit for projects abroad, which are executed by Indian companies with a very high. And in many cases, we have seen a company which goes in, does one good project, has now established itself, it has got market access, it's got branding in that country. Now they're ready to go out there. So we are today in different ways, directly, indirectly, promoting this, because at the end of the day, this means more employment for us at home.
It used to be said what's good for General Motors is good for the US. Is there the Indian capital? Are you really, not one is MSME, small LOCs, but in terms of the big projects, empowering Indian capital really to go out and do things?
Well, yes, but I think, we have a much more diversified sort of economic landscape. Our companies are not that level. But definitely, I mean, we would, we had a very interesting example just recently when Prime Minister went to UAE. My colleague Piyush Goyal actually negotiated something called Bharat Mart with DP World, where DP World today provides a platform in Dubai for small Indian businesses to display their wares, so that people from across Africa or the Arab world can come and make their decisions. So we do a lot, there's a lot of innovative stuff which is happening. It could be big companies, it could be smaller people, it's trade, it's technology collaborations. But I would also say Indian businesses are responding. I mean, there are places, I went last year, our trade with Latin America today is $45 billion. There are places where Indian businesses are there and no Indian foreign minister has ever gone there before. It tells you a lot.
There is America has been incredible agent for their businesses. I mean, do you see that kind of intimacy happening with India also? Like, you'll actually, Boeing or Google and these companies, it becomes part of the American sort of,
look, I think, Anant, India will be India. I mean, we have a certain culture, we have a certain, our sense of propriety, etc. But I would say we will be, to me, I'm not actually supportive of business per se. I'm supportive of my employment. Our business is only the way by which I get that employment.
Okay.
I get that GDP increase.
Yeah. We spoke a lot about the big countries and the big power centers of the world, but just a quick one on the neighborhood. It's not been as rosy as as the rest of the world has been for you. Would you accept that, or?
For no country is the neighborhood ever rosy.
Okay.
It's the nature of the neighborhood.
Nobody loves the neighbors.
Ask anybody.
Okay.
But you have to accept the ups and downs, the politics of the neighborhood, sometimes the psychology of the neighborhood.
Okay.
And in our case, what had happened was, post-partition, you actually have this big country, India, at the center, and a number of smaller countries. So what we have tried to do in the last decade is to recognize that as a fact, not fight it, not tell neighbors, I will only do this much because you haven't done that much. So we consciously said, look, irrespective of their capability, their willingness, their decisions, let's make up our mind what is good for the relationship. So if you look at the last decade, I would actually point to a very fundamental transformation on the ground. Very obvious examples today would be, say, fuel pipelines which go to Bangladesh and Nepal, where countries which used to get their fuel by trucks or by shipping today have assured fuel from India at a time when energy security is a very big concern for people. Or the fact today we are seeing much more transnational power grids, that we supply power to Nepal, we import from Nepal, we supply to Bangladesh, we supply to Myanmar. We are talking today of a grid across the sea with Sri Lanka. Okay, we do with Bhutan as well.
Yeah.
You can see it in rail. You can see railway lines today to many of our neighbors. Nepal, certainly, Bangladesh. We are actively looking at a rail line today to Bhutan. You can see it in roads. You can see it in the actual business and traffic between us. And when crunch time comes, because that's really in many ways the test. During COVID, we were the source of vaccine to many of them. A lot of them had issues like fertilizer shortages during when the Ukraine conflict started. And most of all, the neighborhood has registered that while, the rest of the world was, watching cautiously and the IMF was moving at its own pace, as Sri Lanka was plummeting, it was actually India which came to help. So I think that message is registered loud and clear in the neighborhood.
The border issues. We hear that there were offers made in the past from China's side to resolve. In the past, I think Manmohan Singh's time, then Vajpayee's time. Is there any scenario where you think, third term, fourth term, whatever, but is there any scenario you think that this can actually be resolved?
No, any country involved in a boundary dispute, negotiating it, has to believe eventually that there will be a solution. But that solution has to be a fair solution.
And will you feel more empowered to take a big step like that with more seats and less, like compared to 300 versus 400 seats, does that make a difference at all?
No, sorry. To me, the territory of India and the fairness of a boundary solution has nothing to do with how many seats there are.
But the decisiveness...
Either it's a good deal or it's not a good deal. Either it is something which is India's right. This is not... The issue today is not whether, you have the political majority or not. It is whether there is actually a fair deal on the table.
Yeah.
That's the issue.
Quickly on Pakistan, can we start a conversation? If they reach out, would we open to a conversation? Who do you talk to in Pakistan if you have to have a conversation?
No, you see, again, look, we have never closed our doors to talking with Pakistan. Question is, what is it you talk about? To me, it's a no-brainer. if some guy has that many terrorist camps dedicated to, training people who come over with the sole intention of making your life difficult, I mean, surely that should be the central point of the conversation.
Okay. But if you were, would you be open to a conversation with the military?
No, see, again, it doesn't quite work that way. It's not like you choose between this and that. I mean, governments talk to governments. The military is also part of the Pakistani government. So it's not like you're talking to the Pakistani military and not talking to the Pakistani civilian. It's for them to settle their issues.
At this point, they have preconditions. At this point, they put preconditions for a dialogue, right?
Well, they were the people who withdrew the High Commissioner.
Yeah.
So we were not, we were not the people. And as I said, we have never closed our doors to talking to Pakistan, but we do not want to put the terrorism issue must be fair, square at the center of that conversation, because it is the major issue in the relationship.
Yeah.
I'm not saying there are not other issues, but I'm not going to duck that issue for the sake of talking to them.
Of course. Okay. So, rapid fire. Have some fun with it. I couldn't control myself. I've got like 25 questions, so I'll kind of just see how we go and see how fast how rapidly we're able to answer these, and how much. I can't ask you to have a lot of fun with all of those questions, but the ones that you think you can have fun with, please have fun with. And then we get to some audience questions. India or Bharat, which name would you prefer your host country uses to introduce you on your next official visit?
Bharat.
Okay. Popular answer. Kabul, Ukraine, Vande Bharat, Sudan. Which was the more stressful evacuation for you?
Tough one, because each one had its own moments of anxiety. I would say it's honestly a tough one. In each case, we actually had firings. People were that close to something bad happening.
Shubhajit was one of them. In Kabul, Shubhajit, our reporter, was one of the people who was ducking bullets.
In Kabul, getting people to the airport was the big challenge. In Sudan, collecting them because they were spread out everywhere was the big challenge. In Ukraine, actually moving them from east of Ukraine to the west of Ukraine, because there were two cities, Kharkiv and Sumy, where there was actually fighting going on. So I would say all of them are equally stressful.
Okay. The one lesson American diplomats can learn from Indian diplomats?
Speak better English.
You can't give an answer. You can't give the same answer for the next question. The one lesson Chinese diplomats can learn from Indian diplomats.
Be nice to Indians.
The one lesson Indian foreign policy can learn from American foreign policy.
I won't give you a flippant answer, because actually I think still in many ways how to be a global power is something which is enormously complicated.
Does that entail does that entail allowing every professor to come in for every seminar in India?
Well, I think you know the answer.
Okay. So your first book made lots of references to the Mahabharata. This one, I enjoyed all the references to Ramayana, and some you made reference to both. So now I want you to imagine you're living in a utopian time where all characters of Mahabharata and Ramayana are walking on the earth. Now, you have the magical ability to request both Hanuman and Sri Krishna, one who, I'm quoting from the book, performs his duties undaunted by any obstacles, and the other a master strategist and source of wisdom at difficult moments. Who would you send to which country to fix our relationship with?
I would give them like a global contract. I would say, look, you are capable of fixing everything. Do it, because each one has a different strength.
Okay, I'm going to list some countries down, and I think you can. I'll try to push for an answer. Okay, let's first say between Pakistan and China, who would you send to which country?
I would probably send Hanuman to Pakistan and Sri Krishna to China.
Who would you send to Maldives? Who would you send to Sri Lanka? Who would you send to Nepal?
No, I wouldn't, I would give them a global contract, but I wouldn't overtax them here.
Which abbreviation do you think has the most potential and which is the most challenging to get off ground? I2U2, that's India, Israel, UAE, USA. The second abbreviation is IMEC, Indo-Middle East Europe Economic Corridor. Third abbreviation is SAGAR, Security and Growth for All in Region. Fourth abbreviation is IPOI, Indian Pacific Oceans Initiative. And the fifth is not an abbreviation, but just go with it, Quad.
First of all, I like this whole concept of abbreviations because it sticks in people's minds.
Okay.
You tell people today, Sagar, everybody knows what you mean. I like Sagar because it actually ended up as a word, So now, Sagar was actually the Prime Minister's idea. In the case of I2U2, I must tell you, it started as a joke. We were four of us. Two of us were on ground and two of us were on screen. And when we met for the first time and then the issue came up, so what should we call ourselves? So I joked saying, I2U2, and it was a partly U2 music kind of joke. And I was very surprised the next time we met that the officials sort of took it up seriously, and it acquired sort of real life. I like Quad for this reason. It makes it very clear that it stays at 4.
Okay, fair. But which was the most challenging to get off the ground?
IMEC, we are still IMEC, I2U2 very early. But in the case of Quad, remember, a decade ago, 2017 was the second time. We first attempted it in 2006, 2007. In 2007, and it didn't work. It didn't work because I think the 4 countries, they didn't talk enough among themselves. Maybe they didn't, frankly, have enough faith in each other. So when you have not succeeded on something, that's a bit of a, it's like facing a bowler after you got out the last time. You're a bit super cautious there.
Fair.
So I think there was initially concern in 2017 whether Quad would really smoothly take off. And we have surprised even ourselves by how well we have done in the last 7 years.
Super. Okay. RRR, Uri, 370, Kerala Files, Kashmir Files. Which film do you think helped bring Bharat's perspective out more?
That's an unfair question to ask me only because I haven't seen some of them.
Fine.
But I did like RRR a lot.
Yeah, you mentioned RRR in the book, so I thought
not just for the dancing.
Yeah, okay. The one thing that excites you about a possible second Trump presidency, the one thing that concerns you about a second Trump presidency?
Let us see what happens in November.
Climate change doesn't concern you about it? I think that's one thing that everybody's talking about, that if Trump comes back, all the climate sort of commitments
I don't think climate change would change between now and November. Let's wait till November.
Okay. Space, semiconductors, artificial intelligence, textiles, manufacturing, agriculture, human resources. Which will be the biggest leverage for India?
I would say in a 10-year time frame, space and semiconductors.
Okay. What's the one thing that...
How many questions you have there?
I've got a few. By the way, all the X's are the ones that Raja told me not to ask. So I'm going to try a few. What's the one thing that needs to happen for Israel-Hamas war to end?
It's a tough one. I would honestly pass up on this.
Okay. And what's the one thing that needs to happen for Ukraine-Russia war to end?
I would pass up
on that.
No, I think in a way, eventually, in the case of Ukraine-Russia, somewhere the parties have to come to the conclusion that they would like to, that they want to end the conflict.
And India has offered to help, but it's not sort of...
Look, a lot of countries at different points of time, even the UN, even Guterres has offered, but, it's a constant, there's a constant discussion on this.
Who is going to be the one who invites? Both parties have to invite, or will America have to invite?
No. At this time, we don't know. Remember, they were talking for some time after the conflict began.
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
Belarus and then in Turkey.
Okay. Okay. The one thing that's changed in Indian government's dealing with Pakistan over the past 10 years and one thing that stayed the same.
I would say what has changed is the clarity about responding to terrorism. One thing which has changed, remained the same, is the reality of the fact that they are a neighbor.
Okay. The one lesson you would advise the Indian Prime Minister to learn from China's faltering economy.
No, if I gave advice to the Prime Minister, I'm not going to give you that insight.
Okay. Last few. Which will make you happier, rising on the ease of doing business index or VDEM's democracy index?
I mean, one is a serious one in the real world. The other one, the less said, the better.
Okay, all right. In the third term, if there's a third term, the first summit the Prime Minister should do would be with whom? Okay, who would you invite if the third term? Who would you invite for the swearing in? No?
Can't answer that.
Okay. Okay, I think this has been a fun rapid fire. I mean, I think you've tried to play as best as you can given your position, so I appreciate all of that. I have skipped a few. Should I try one more?
That's okay. I think we can move on.
Fine. Okay, I'll ask you one last question. Is there one thing you regret in your professional career? One thing that stands out as something that you kind of regret?
No, I honestly wouldn't say that, because I know that every career, there'll always be some place
Benefit of
you say,
hindsight, etc.
I would have liked to do a posting there. But you also know that any choice you made would have been at the expense of any other choice. So I think I had a representative sample. It was a good career. It did offer different jobs, worked with a lot of interesting people in interesting places. So no, really no regrets.
Super. So before we go to the audience, what's the next book about?
Thinking about it, but I would say, and I'm not sure I am personally capable of that effort, so I might make it a larger effort. I'm very troubled by the fact that that one part of the world, or maybe more than one part of the world, actually is so unaware about our strategic traditions and thinking, etc. So, to me, I would like actually to kind of create a primer plus on Indian strategic traditions. What has been our history? How do we think about it? What have been the historical situations? So I've used the epics as a sort of lens in a way. But I would like to make a much more serious effort and present it to the world, because I see with other cultures and civilizations that, the Westerners would put forward something which they would say over the last 2,000 years, this is how, from the Greeks onwards, this is how we've evolved, or, the Chinese may do that. I feel, and I know it is there, it's there in bits and pieces in people's minds, etc. But I would definitely like, as I said, it's not something I may be able to do on my own, but I would definitely like to lead an effort today to put together what this country's history of statecraft and strategic thinking is about, because as we become bigger, I think it's important we'll have to offer more explanations and narratives and ideas to the world. And it's important for the world really to know who we are, because I think today that's one of the big issues, these kind of indexes that you're talking about. These are made by people, who have no understanding what India is about.
Yeah.
So when people pass judgment about a society without knowing the basics of that society, I think it's incumbent on us in a way to educate, to narrate, to put something out there. And that's really what I'm doing.
You think, when we opened a temple in Middle East, it was a beautiful temple I saw, a very close friend of mine took photos inside, etc. Is that also something that, is that in a way foreign policy happening?
Well, yes. It was something which came out of Prime Minister's visit in 2015. And it is in many ways, to me, reflective of that relationship and a statement, here is the UAE also saying something about India.
Yeah.
So when we talk about globalization, there should also be globalization of cultures, of faiths, of beliefs, of traditions, of heritage. So I felt very good about it.
No,
That,
it was a big deal. We all felt good.
But I felt good about it even frankly, from a foreign policy perspective. That to me, it said something about the depth of that relationship, that a project like this could happen. And I take my hats off to the UAE leadership.
Would you hesitate to put more such things in foreign policy agenda, or do you think it's perfectly?
No, I won't hesitate because, it may be something new and, contemporary. But I would even say, there are, I don't know if you've been to Angkor Wat or to Mison. There are places in India, places in the world where the Indian footprint, the Indian civilizational imprint has been there for years. And we ourselves, many of us have forgotten it. I don't think younger generation necessarily knows that. And at a time when a country is making its sort of presence felt in the world, one part of it is how do we look, as I said, it's the present and the future. One part of it is also the past. I would like to remind the world about who we were and what did we do in the past and how did we affect their lives, so that this time around they know in a way that there is a past on which I'm building.
Super. I just can't stop talking to you, but I have to go to the audience because at some point, I would love to keep going for hours more. So we've got a few people who are ready. Can we get the Australian High Commissioner, Philip Green, please, to start with the question? Yes.
Good evening, Dr. Jaishankar, and thank you very much. Can I first of all, you were asked about the countries which weren't perhaps enjoying so much India's rise as a global power. Can I just inscribe Australia on the list of those who are quite satisfied with India's rise?
I never doubted that.
But can I ask you a question about that? The world is accommodating itself to an India that's more influential, but how is that affecting India? And will a more influential and powerful India be a different India? Will power change India?
I would say part of how is that affecting India is precisely the reason I wrote the book, which is as I travel around, I go to a lot of universities, to meetings of professional organizations, and I see today in tier 2, what we call tier 2, tier 3 cities, even places, smaller than that, how much interest there is today about foreign policy. Some of it is because we have a larger presence. Some of it is also the nature of technology, that the world is there in your palm, thanks to the smartphone. So it's important, and it's actually with that calculation we approach G20, that we wanted to use G20. One half of it was let the world see places in India which they normally don't see. But the other part is let the people of India see it in a way as a larger shared enterprise. And it exposes them to the debates of the world and what G20 is actually about. So your question, will India change by its rise? Absolutely, every society changes as it rises. But I would very much hope that change would be in a greater understanding, greater sense of responsibility, more contributions, that, if you have, already we tried, for example, to do more first responder operations at times, become a bigger source of ideas, that, if there is today a sustainability debate or a climate change debate or a digital debate or an AI debate, give your ideas in that, try and shape the outcome. So I do think we are going in that direction.
Can we, we've got about 8 questions, so we'll try to, I'll take maybe two together, yeah. Can we get from Mr. K.K. Garbal and Anil Sumani, both please, right here? Yeah, please keep the question a little bit short of time.
Sir, I'm K.K. Agarwal, President of South Asian University. India has made a lot of progress in the last 10 years, and our knowledge economy was just in the infancy when we established 2 international universities in India. In our last G20 presidency, further focus on Vasundhara Kutumbakam has been done. I just wanted to find out, with our knowledge economy concept taken so early, and with this renewed focus, how do we take it forward in the context of India's rising in the subcontinent and global south? Thank you very much.
Yeah, Anil, please go ahead.
Sir, Anant has been referring to you as a rock star. So with the elections coming in, my first is a personal question. Are you thinking of fighting the Lok Sabha elections, 2.5 million followers on social media and a rock star minister? Are you thinking of fighting the Lok Sabha elections and making it 401? The more important question is that so we've seen America getting weakened as an influencer in the Israel war. We've seen Russia getting weakened with this Ukraine war, and China flexing its muscles, and India coming up as the 4th pillar. What do you see as the global order going forward, the geopolitical global order going forward?
We take Akshay also, we get 3 together.
Good evening, sir. Thank you so much for the evening. My name is Akshay Chaturvedi. I run a company called Leverage EDU. We help students build global careers. Very small question. I think Anand summed it up really well. You're helping Indians feel very proud about a foreign policy. What would be your message for the hundreds of millions of students and Indians living abroad? How can they really contribute towards nation building in the next half of the decade?
My first, the response about knowledge economy and universities. We are today, there's a very strong connect between education, economy, and foreign policy. Because we are moving today to an era where, if you see, demographics will be a big factor, skills and talent will be a very big factor, and the ability to move ahead in different domains, particularly these new tech domains, would be very much dependent on that. So overall, I would say it is to our advantage that we have more universities, we have more colleges, we have more skilled and technical people, but we also have international agreements which will facilitate their mobility, and I've seen particularly last 2 years, much more interest in the rest of the world in concluding such mobility agreements. I mean, we've done with Australia, we've done with Germany, we've done with Austria, with Italy, and this innovation, AI, new tech era that I'm talking about, I think it's going to create a big churn really in the global workplace. Now, your question, what does it mean for a university? It clearly means that the international universities, the 2 of them, need to function much more effectively. You have just taken charge of so I know that's a challenge that you have on your hands. But it also means for us the new education policy, and I think you will see that unfolding. The idea that we have today collaborative campuses, we have double degrees, we have students going out, we have universities coming in. So I think you're going to see some changes in the educational scene, which will prepare itself in a way for this new era. On the global order question, because I don't think standing for Lok Sabha is relevant to the global order, so I will put that question aside. On the global order, what do I see? I actually see, in a way, the natural diversity of the world reassert itself. You have roughly today 200 odd countries in the world. Many of them are, you can say there'll be, let's take even G20 as an example. It will not be an exhaustive example. But if you take even G20 as an example, every one of the G20 countries in some form today has an independent position, has an influence. Now, some of them have a history, they're part of an alliance, many of them are not. Even those who are part of an alliance, the nature of alliances itself is changing. So I see a much more diverse world where there are many more powers. Many issues will be more regionally settled. Not necessarily every issue will not go up to the global league. You will have these relationships on on specific issues. Some countries will work more closer than other countries. So that's, and to me that's good, and not just good, to me that's natural. That's the way the world was meant to be. What we have seen for the last 200, 300 years is a distortion, where a few countries were able to dominate others and marginalize them. So nature is now returning, history is returning today to the global order. And I think we are very much part of that process. Message to students, I actually literally have one message, which is wherever I go, because that's the experience of what happened in Ukraine. It's very important for students to actually think of what happens if something goes wrong. It's not in their nature. When, I don't know what you were like, I'm sure when any of us were 20 or 20 minors, we didn't worry about, but the world has many possibilities, and it's good when students go out and explore that. But that world also has, a downside. And we really struggled when the Ukraine conflict happened to actually even map out, who was there, what was happening. Today it's possible to do that very easily digitally. But we want students in many ways to, to get the best out of that society where they stay. Because I find in many cases, I go back to my own postings where I've seen very smart students who have done very well in those particular places.
Can we get from Rashmi a quick comment? And then we've got a couple of diplomats.
So as per the perception, India gives preferential treatment to the US vis-a-vis Russia.
Can you speak
And, yeah, so as per the perception, India is giving the preferential treatment to US vis-a-vis Russia, and that is what is getting Russia to cozy up with China, and India is losing a space where...
It's not what I heard in Moscow.
All right, but this is as per the perception, so that's all what I was wanting to know, that's creating a new world order, China and Russia, which actually doesn't really... all right.
I get your question.
Okay. Mr. Rajiv Bhatia here.
Yeah,
Please.
Thank you very much. No preface, Minister, only a question. What is happening in Myanmar? Does it cause some concern, or do you feel it requires some policy adaptation?
We'll take these two and then we'll go to the diplomats.
No, let's be...
Three? Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. The Chinese political counselors here? Yeah, sir, please.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I have many chances to listen to your insights. And I think tonight China figured prominently in this discussion. So I want to take this chance to have a very brief observation about China's position on China-Indian relations, because we consider China and India are the largest, most populous country in this world and important neighbors. And our leaders have reached important consensus that both countries should be development opportunities instead threats to each other. And we are partners instead of rivals to each other. So our common interest far outside our differences. So you have, in many occasions, talked about that China and India, who are rising at the same time, should find a way to handle each other. May I know that the basic tenure of your envisaged way of how India-China relations should develop, And by the way, may I have a very short answer to Mr. Anand's question that China wants India to succeed. And China and India, we are both members of Global South. And if China and India both succeed, it means that 1/3 of the world population will enjoy a better life. And it means a more multipolar and democratic international relationship. And Chinese people are very friendly to Indian people. So we welcome more Indian people to visit China to experience our friendship. Thank you.
Thank you. No, I was trying to provoke an answer. I wasn't really suggesting one.
Is there any more?
Yeah, we have 3 more after this.
Okay, that's the last, right?
3 after this.
Oh, okay. So, look, if Russia and China have become closer, that's not an issue, that's not a doing of India. That may or may not be a consequence of the situation in which Russia finds itself vis-a-vis the West. So, the part I would dispute from your question is that somewhere India's policies towards the US has had some impact on Russia's policies towards China. I don't think that's not a correlation I would agree with. I think our policies towards Russia have been very objective, they've been very fair, and I think they've been regarded like that in Russia, and I can certainly say that's the sense I had from President Putin. On Myanmar, frankly, developments in Myanmar are worrying because what we are seeing is really more and more parts of Myanmar today not, being under some, not under an official authority, and different ethnic armed organizations are taking over. But more than that, the fighting itself is creating issues for us. It has actually come to our borders, that we have an inflow of people as a result of that. And when authority collapses, it's not so much that we are taking sides. If there is no central authority and you have a very fractured system, then all sorts of other problems happen. It creates a fertile ground for a host of illegal activities, which then also impinge on our interests. So if you ask me, am I concerned about Myanmar? I would say honestly, very much. And do I feel something different needs to be done than what it is done, not just by us, but by everybody else? I would say yes. I think, reiterating what was an agreed position is not an answer to the direction of events which are today taking place in Myanmar. Regarding, what you said about, a colleague from China, I think it's in our common interest that we should not have that many forces on the line of actual control. I think it's in our common interest that we should observe agreements that we have signed. And I believe today, it's not just in common interest. I believe it's in China's interest as well, that this tension that we have seen for the last 4 years has not served either of us well. So the sooner we resolve it, I genuinely believe it's good for both of us. And I'm still, very much committed to finding a fair, reasonable outcome, but one which is respectful of agreements, which recognizes the line of actual control, which doesn't seek to change the status quo. That, I think, would be good for both of us.
Juan Angli, the Chilean ambassador, and then we'll ask Alba from Scanray, please. Chilean ambassador, sir? Yes.
Yes, thank you very much, Minister. Thank you all the time. It's a great pleasure to hear to you. My question is a little bit on the different line on the Global South and Voices of the Global South. I wanted to know if there is any views on the continuation of India being itself as a voice of Global South, of Global South countries. You did the 2 Voices of the Global South summits in the past, using the platform of G20. This year is Brazil, next year will be South Africa, I think, but countries also that have aspirations to be permanent members of the Security Council. So I would like to know if that was a one-year experience, what you are planning for the future, in coordination with other presidencies of the G20 maybe, or not. What is your thoughts about that, please? Thank you.
Can we get Mr. Jetmalani also a mic here? we get 3 questions. Yes.
I was a little reluctant to ask you a question, being a die-hard camp follower of yours, but I have to, particularly in the light of what Anand asked. It's about China, and so notwithstanding the fact that we have the sentiments of the gentleman from China there, my question is, China has proved that it is no respecter of international law. Our own experience is that although we have a boundary dispute resolution mechanism, 1993 and 1996, they have not honored it. Now, sir, 2 questions that follow from this. First, if you care to share it, in your engagements with your counterpart, Wang Yi, what is his response whenever you place these boundary agreements to him and their flouting of it? And secondly, sir, what is, to use your delightful phrase, the Krishna course to dealing with China?
I'll ask Mr. Alva, please. Keep it short if you can. We're already beyond injury time.
Honorable Minister, the China plus one sitting next to him is a coincidence, but moving a lot of semi-skilled labor into India, and high-tech, either there is an immigration to other countries, or there is a possibility that in the next 10 years, we will have a lot of semi-skilled jobs coming to India and skilled jobs going out of, migrating out of the country. And like many countries that have done, can we have a special visa possibility for highly skilled scientists from Eastern Europe and countries where there's a huge synergy that can happen? And
Mr. Alva, if you don't mind, he's very short of time.
Okay.
I can add a question of dual citizenship to that question if you want to bring it up. No, the idea of dual citizenship, I mean, we've been kind of struggling.
Okay. One voice of the Global South. You know, in my travels in the last year and a half, we did the first summit in January last year, and the second one in November. I've actually seen this idea has got a lot of traction. I mean, it's interesting in different countries. I've had my counterparts or others ask me, so, what will happen now? Will you be doing the next one? Because I think, given the state of the world, it was important to provide a platform where a very large number of countries who otherwise felt they were not getting a fair hearing actually come together. And there is a certain strength, a collective strength in their coming together. This year, for example, we're going to have the Summit of the Future in the United Nations. It's going to be a very important summit. So I would say, the concerns of the South continue. It doesn't matter who holds the G20 presidency. The South still gets a raw deal on many issues and needs to keep flagging it and keep trying to better its lot. We haven't exactly taken a call on this, but I have certainly reported to the Prime Minister that there is such a strength of sentiment across different countries and different regions. On the, Maheshji, on your issues, look, I've known my counterpart for many years from the time I was ambassador there. So the present phase of ties, which we have been, constantly in touch. In fact, even on the morning after the Galwan incident, he was the person I spoke to. And it has been my endeavor by engaging him to see, because there are, at the ground level, there are, military commanders talks going on where we also have diplomatic representatives. That's happening on the ground, and that focus of that is very much the disengagement because of the very close-up deployment. Both of us are ahead of our normal operating bases and normal positions. And this is obviously a very tense and dangerous situation. So the military commanders are focusing on disengagement. With my counterpart, I had at various points of time, also naturally that's been the focus. We had an agreement which was in public domain in Moscow in September 2020. We continue to meet from time to time where we happen to, intersect. And the future, frankly, the current state of the relationship, which is obviously not good to put it mildly, and the future of the relationship remains the issue. And the reason why, when he gave me that trick question, I do think, what kind of relationship we will have with China, what should be the strategy, what could be their strategy. And as I said, I accept that the world is a competitive place, So I think it requires a kind of a deep strategizing, which is why I gave Anant the answer that I did. Regarding your question, look, I honestly don't like this word China plus one. I mean, to me, India attracts business if India is attractive enough. Whether business leaves country A or B or is a new business, I should not reduce myself to saying I will get business from some other place. That should not be my aspiration. I would like new businesses to grow in this country, to come from outside. For me today, how to, by making it easier to do business, by creating through Gati Shakti a much more efficient infrastructure, we have to, we should approach business in a positive manner. We're not doing business against somebody. We are good enough today to attract technology, talent. We are able to innovate. Our manufacturing capabilities are good enough. So it's a test of ourselves. That's what I would like to prove to myself. On the visa issue, I think if anybody wants to come to India, we actually have a mechanism in place, which is employment visa. I find the employment visa numbers have actually gone up in recent years. Many more people from abroad are coming and working in Indian facilities. But certainly if you feel that for your particular need, because we had a brief chat before I came in, if you feel the system needs to be improved, we are always willing to do anything that will improve our business environment. Finally, to conclude, on the dual citizenship, I look at this moment, and this was during Atalji's time, that we arrived at a sort of modus vivendi, which was the overseas citizenship. I know there's been an ongoing conversation on it, but I would say I have not heard anything which would suggest that we are actually contemplating a dual citizenship at this point.
Okay, so I'll let, because we're out of time, I've got lot many more questions, but because we're running out of time, I'll let Raja have the last. I'll ask one quick one, which is not at all, very easy. It's a very easy question. It's a very selfish question, because I want my sales team. I was reading your book, and you're talking about how personal equations are so important in finance, in your field. You must have the most diverse, difficult, thick Rolodex in the world. I'm not even like making a tall statement when I say that. Like you know everybody in every part of the world to kind of get through. You've got all kinds of contacts. So just how do you maintain so many relationships? I mean, do you send like WhatsApp jokes forwards? Like what do you do? How do you actually do it? And I want all the sales people at Indian Express to please hear the answer, because
it might surprise you. I actually do that sometimes. I do send WhatsApp jokes, but it's a mix. First of all, it's much easier to do it now. Okay, I mean you can. One of the problems my colleagues have is often I talk to my counterparts and my colleagues figure out because they're seeing it on Twitter, on X. Huh?
Yeah.
So today, the nature of diplomacy itself is changing. More people directly reach out to each other. You don't go through cumbersome, protocol process systems. What happens when you've been around for some time is it's like any profession, any sort of gathering. You make friends. You hang out together. You eat together. You spend time together. You commiserate together. So over a period of time, there's like a kind of a fraternity, which builds up. If fraternity can also include women. Then you keep it up. Partly, of course, I mean, you'd see whenever you go, I make that effort to meet people, because I have realized one thing. However, you can send messages, you can be in touch with people, but at least for that first getting to know, it has to be in person, So during COVID, many of us dealt with other people. We saw them for a long time only on the screen. When you actually met them, they're not always what they look like on the screen. So if you take the trouble, you get to people. But there are people, there are colleagues or counterparts with whom I have a particular shared interest, or, we send things like, I have, for example, to give an example, those who are interested in cricket. So sometimes we exchange, or it could be other stuff, it could be music, it could be a movie. And I often call up people, honestly, when I have nothing particular, no business to transact, I sometimes just call up people like, how are you doing, kind of thing. And it's exactly, the kind of
normal relationship,
the relationship building. But it's important. This is really what makes a difference.
I believe.
Minister, just wanted to say that all good things must come to an end. And we're really grateful on behalf of the Indian Express to have you with us. I hope we don't have to wait for the next book for you to come back to us or the next Ramnath Goenka lecture. But everyone assumes your government is coming back. Everyone also assumes you'll be back in the cabinet. So as you said this evening, the next 5 years are going to be even more decisive for India. And the way India relates to the world, the way the world relates to India, we're going to see a lot of accelerations. So we hope to see you back in the middle of Express and to one of your early engagements in the next government, at least to lay out what the new agenda of this government is going to be, because the Prime Minister has talked about doing bolder things. There's going to be a 100-day action plan. So we really want you to come back and use our platform to really lay out what the next 5 years are going to look like for India. But if you want to do it before the elections, you're welcome again. Please join me in thanking the Minister.
Thank you so much. Is it Modi, Mandir and money versus minorities and Mandal?
No, it's
Am I trying too hard to put this?
See,
the M's
on
line
the
up?
first side, you're just making 3 M's. It's only 1 M. It's Modi. Rest everything, whether it's money or Mandir, it's all subservient to brand Modi. The vote is going to be for or against Mr. Modi, the person, his ideology, his work style, what he has delivered, has not delivered, what people think of him, good, bad, whatever. But the vote is, it's very clear, it's in and around Mr. Modi. No, Mandir also is subservient to it. If just go to the field today and just after this hype of Ram Mandir and remove Modi from the equation, I think most BJP contestants would struggle despite all other M's.
Okay.
And still Modi is the delta.
So the opposition is therefore always going to struggle because everything else is tough to match just that one main factor of Modi.
No,
right?
that's not true. Opposition is not going to always struggle. Last time also I told you, never underestimate opposition in India per se. Opposition parties or formations could be weak, but opposition is not weak in India. Just to give you a little longish answer, but your audience should understand this. A lot of us, we think that in last 9-10 years, opposition has been weak and Modi-led BJP had one-way run to the power and control, complete control. That's not true. If you look at data and events closely, I, with my limited understanding, can pick at least 3 significant opportunities which opposition had when they could have really pushed BJP on the back foot. The first one started right early in 2015. A lot of us, we have forgotten. The government was still new. They were still to find their feet. There was nothing much to write home except for early success of Jan Dhan and little bit of ground chatter about Swachh Bharat and yoga. And BJP faced election, and in 2015, they had a massive setback in Delhi, January 2015, when Aam Aadmi Party won 67 out of 70 seats. That followed up, the moment came in November 2015, when the first experiment of all opposition parties coming together against BJP happened successfully in much talked about Bihar election. So the first moment opposition had against this dispensation was November 2015 and the following months, when on the back of the Delhi defeat, BJP was defeated in Bihar, government was yet to find its feet, and this is the first time when senior leadership in last 10 years has gone public again, criticizing or questioning at least the leadership of the present BJP dispensation. But what happened post Bihar, 4 months BJP went on to lose Bengal, Tamil Nadu and all other elections, but they saved by Assam. So Assam was one thing which allowed them to come back, and then they went on to win Bihar. So the first phase for opposition was November 2015. They could have easily got back into action. But at that time, most of the opposition leaders would say they were chilling that Modi has just come, sooner he will become unpopular and we will have our days back. So that was the first big missed opportunity. The second one came immediately after demonetization. Demonetization led to massive unrest, economic unrest, stagnation on rural wages and farm distress. And that was reflected in the political developments in 17-18, where on the back of this demonetization-led economic distress, massive social uprising in Gujarat, particularly the Patel Andolan, so much so that a weakened Congress almost went on to defeat BJP, if you remember, in this November-December 2017. BJP lost Karnataka, then they went on to lose 3 states, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh. So the whole year, like 2015, they didn't have single victory. Between January 2014 to May 2015, almost 15 months, first episode, BJP did not get any victory. Somehow they just managed Assam, and which was purely a mistake of Congress that time. They did not handle their internal affairs correctly. They went with old guard, Mr. Gogoi, who was facing 3-term incumbency, and that allowed BJP to come back. Similarly, in this phase, which started post-demonetization, and data will tell you, economy was in trouble, there was rural unrest, farmers' distress, rural wages stagnated, and on top of that, political setback in Gujarat, then Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan. Everything BJP lost. But Congress made major mistakes again, because in what happened in following 4 months, they missed out on taking on 2 key allies of NDA of that time. One was ever-changing Nitish Kumar and Shiv Sena. If you go dig deeper, your political journalists, reporters will tell you that both Shiv Sena and Nitish Kumar were almost willing to shift to the UPA side. The second mistake Congress did in election going into 2019, they did not join the alliance of BSP-SP, which was a formidable thing in UP. Only if Congress would have joined that alliance, it would have made a difference, at least to another 15-20 seats. And so they allowed this second thing to go. And they thought that Chaukidar Chor they looked Rafale as the next before. So this was the second missed opportunity. Mark you, every episode I'm mentioning, it's a 15 months period. So opposition had those first 15 months in starting January 15 to May 2016. Then they had their opportunity starting mid 2018 till mid 2017 to end 2018. And then the third opportunity they got was post Bengal in 2021. Imagine the COVID, everyone was distressed, anxious. They lost the high decibel Bengal election. And as the results were coming, the second wave was hitting India. And the first time data will tell you the Modi's personal popularity took a significant dip, almost 20 percentage point. Then what did opposition do? Nothing. So it's not that opposition never had these opportunities, but as we say in cricket, you have to take your chances. You have to convert even half chances. Here you have 3 full 12 to 15 months time period when BJP was on back foot. They had no way to go. You were on top and you just simply allowed them to make a comeback. And if you allow these things to do, as in cricket we say, if you drop 3 catches of a good batsman, he's going to make you pay. And that is what is happening.
Yeah.
So please don't say that BJP has not been under pressure. Don't say that people are all in awe with BJP, everyone is for them. People right from the day one, opposition, those who are opposed to BJP, right, for right or wrong reason, they have tried. They have given opportunity. It's simply opposition parties
hasn't taken it.
And the formations, they have not been able to capitalize on it. And that's why they are facing a situation where to many of us is looking that there is no way out, at least in near term, in next 5 to 6 months' time.
And one of the things that the reason opposition doesn't get its act together is a lot of internal issues in the parties, right? I mean, maybe there aren't internal issues in TMC or in the regional parties, but the Congress.
Tell me, Anand, when Bihar was won in 2015, BJP lost Delhi in January. They lost in November 2015 Bihar. So whole year they did not win a single election. BJP senior leadership of that time, they went public, please check the records. They questioned the leadership style and how BJP is now run. Fast forward 4 months, they lost Bengal, they lost Tamil Nadu, all 4 states, but for Assam. Just imagine if Congress would have been able to held ground in Assam. What did it require? It required Congress at that time to manage their internal affairs, Gogoi versus Hemant Biswa Sharma, little better. Again, I will give in tennis, in a 5-hour match, there is 1 point which you miss and you lose.
So what if I was...
So it's not only a function of, too many parties, too many contracts. It was, at that time, I remember distinctly, meeting Congress leadership. I came with Mr. Nitish Kumar at that time, and we were literally begging them that please, for God's sake, put your effort in Assam. BJP must not win Assam. If that happens, then it will be a major setback. They did not put their act together. And it was only for Congress to win Assam or to hold Assam.
No, but so I think the internal issues is one of the reasons that the opposition is not getting its act together. What you're also saying is that
it's a leadership
failure.
When you get a chance, you have to make it count. But as simple as this.
But aren't there also internal issues in the BJP?
Of course, I'm telling you these internal issues have surfaced.
Yes.
But internal issues will come up on the surface only when they are on the back foot. When you are dominating, then again.
In Delhi, for instance, right, there was a whole talk when they imported a chief ministerial candidate who wasn't from the ranks. There was a lot of rebellion, there was a lot of unhappiness amongst the old RSS workers, the BJP people, for supporting a new face.
See, these things in politics, dissent, rebellion, is always there. When going is good, you are able to manage it better. If going is tough, then it's not going to be easy to manage because people are not seeing their future there.
But is there a threat in the BJP internally now? Not threat as in terms of sabotage, any of that. I'm not going to those words.
No.
But the way that Shivrajji, Vasundharaji...
No, nothing. Until and unless they are pushed electorally on the back foot, no internal dissent will come to the surface, no matter how much you talk and how much merit is there. Maybe the truth is there, what you're saying. But for it to come on the surface, they need to take an electoral setback.
So
when the electoral setback happens, then opposition has to be on their toes. They have to make them count. Then only this dissent you can benefit from.
Now, what if we frame this differently, the opposition's predicament? So, what if we say that the opposition has not yet found the language to take on the Hinduism or Hindutva of the BJP? No, let me just finish. So, they've tried, let's say, 4 different tacks. One is they've said caste, mandal. Second, they've said secular concerns, whether it's COVID or it's unemployment or it's price rise. Third, they've said this alliance math, that we'll just get together, we'll make these Mahagathbandhans, and that will take care of it. Fourth is the Me Too Hindutva, that I will also be Hindu and I will wear the Janeu and I will go to the temple. So these are the 4 tacks that they've tried to take on the BJP's Hindutva. Do you think the answer is a 5th one, or do you think it's a combination of these 4?
I think we are missing the jungle for the wood. I know a lot of people sitting in Delhi, they are too obsessed with this idea of Hindutva, Hinduism, which are, let's take fact as it is. Let's say those who believe in BJP's Hindutva, they are with them. But even if they are with them, let's take that there is a lot of people who are fans of Mr. Modi or their voter and admirers of him. They have the organization, they have the message, machinery, everything. But put together, they are only 38. The 100 people who went to vote, only 38 voted for BJP. The remaining 62, despite the message, despite Hindutva, despite organization, despite the muscle, electoral and financial muscle, they were still opposed to BJP. Now the challenge is to how to get the majority of this 62. One way to look at is simply those who are, I would say, being lazy, they are just saying that all who got 62, they come together in the room and then hence we'll get 62. The approach being followed in this India thing. It's not going to work because you don't only have to bring people and the parties together, you also have to build synergy between them. Synergy in terms of narrative, synergy in terms of their grassroots efforts, synergy in terms of their campaign on the ground. Merely putting people together are not going to give you 62. So if I am advising someone who is fighting or trying to fight BJP, I would say that let's keep this 32, even add 2% more to BJP and say that 40% are not going to vote for us. But there is still a denominator to play. And that denominator is 60%. How do I get 60% of that 60%? That gives me 36, 37% vote, and that will bring me in contention. Once you are seen in reckoning, then you will see the cracks emerging out of that 38 also, whether it's supporter, cadre, or the leaders, what you mentioned. But unless you cross 30, nobody will find courage to come and join forces with you. So I wouldn't spend time how to counter Hindutva. I would say how do I first galvanize who are not convinced with this Hindutva? Then I will get into the nitty-gritty. Can I educate more people, enlighten, and take 5% of those who believe in BJP's version of Hindutva and those who are not convinced about their version of Hindutva? But there is 60% who are not convinced with them. Why are we not working with them?
The Mandir didn't take 38. You don't think Mandir has taken 38% to 50%?
No, certainly there was no Mandir in 2019. There was no Mandir in 2014.
Now post Mandir, that 38 isn't getting more consolidated?
My sense is Mandir is a very big issue, has been made now a big issue. It is a big issue, big chatter point. It will certainly, it will enthuse BJP cadres, supporters, voters, and to that extent maybe the polling percentage will be higher. To that extent probably the dissent would be crossed within BJP ecosystem. Yeah. To that extent, probably people will be more enthused to go and vote. But is it breaking into that 62? Probably not. I do not meet many people who, after 10 years observing, seeing what BJP is doing, right or wrong, and saying that just because Mandir is there, now I'm shifting. I have seen that, to my surprise, in the case of 370. There are far more incremental vote linked to 370 than the Mandir. If you go and test the data, look at the data, hard data on the ground.
That's interesting.
There is much more voters, incremental voter that has come BJP's ways, courtesy 370, than the Mandir per se. Mandir is more like a steroid. It's not the drug which is going to give you good health.
Yeah.
It's a steroid. Definitely it's an steroid, but not, it's not going to give you an incremental vote.
Fair. So to get the 60 of the 60, that how you phrased it, and just to take Vandita's point forward, a lot of people use the word secular. That's the way we're going to get the...
Is anyone using the word secular? Sometimes I struggle, I don't find it...
No, so the word secular actually become a bad word now, because if the opposition uses it, it's used against them. If the government uses it against them...
Opposition is not losing because of use or not using secular. Opposition is losing because simply they are not up to the task. They have been, sorry to say, they have been lazy. 5 years, you make India Alliance. Just take this example. You made India Alliance for whatever it is worth. You made 9 months before general election. Tell me what prevented all these wise men and women who are running the opposition party and part of India Alliance to do the same thing 2 years back or immediately after Bengal, when chips were down for BJP. That was the time for you to make India Alliance if you believed in this. Assume that you forgot 2 years. You were roaming around in the world. You were not concerned about that. You thought general election is very far off. Imagine Mr. Modi would have started the Mandir whole making schedule would have done 2 years back to match it with this January thing.
Yes.
Now you are crying foul, oh, he has planned it so close to the general election, this, that. But he has planned 2 years back. What did you do? 2 years back you were thinking, okay, we will do it when the general election comes. So I think they have, and even when you made, just take this example, when they made first meeting of India Alliance, if I recall correctly, it was in June 2023.
Yeah.
June 2023, and we are sitting now in end, today is February 2024.
Yeah.
India Alliance has not done one single public meeting. The total number of work hours for India Alliance is 6 days, including tea, coffee served. 6 days. You tell me, if Rahul Gandhi can go for a Europe trip for 6 days, what prevented these India Alliance people to lock themselves in a place and do this 6 days job and finish it in June itself? Why are you meeting once in 3 months? And that too, before they go to the meeting place, they book their return ticket. So every meeting you hear that so-and-so leader went before meeting ended. Why? Because they had a flight to catch. Just imagine what seriousness
But 2
you are
years
showing.
ago,
And then you and I, we are analyzing whether to call Hindutwadi. Yeah, where is the effort? You put an effort, then we get into this nitty-gritty.
What's the cause that brought them in that room? It's just anti-Modi, anti-BJP. That's the only...
No, cause is that everyone wants to survive. It's not anti-Modi. They want to survive. They want to hold on to the
So
ground.
that's not a consumer-facing cause, no? Like, I want to survive. That's why we're meeting. I mean, what is the bid to the voter? Why should the voter... what is that one thing, that one agenda point, like you were saying, that puts all these...
No, they have not been able to put that agenda point. That's why they are struggling.
So what should it be?
What
should it be? If it's not secular, if it's
I
not...
don't know. Luckily, I'm not in a space there where I have to advise what it should be. But certainly, what is appearing on, what is very clear to us, that they have not been able to put that narrative, agenda point, whatever, that would have galvanized the country.
What could it be? Is it unemployment? Is it secular? Is it...
well-being,
is it, I don't know, what is it?
Well-being of vast majority of Indians. That has not necessarily improved, not by the, as much as what government claims. And there is quite a bit of unrest on that count. Well-being in totality, now well-being of people in Delhi and well-being of people in Bihar are two different yardsticks.
Yeah.
Their aspirations are different. But in general, the well-being of vast majority of Indians is not necessarily as good as what government is claiming, and that should have been the opening for the opposition.
But economy is doing very well, by any standard.
No, I don't think so.
So
you look at the data that has come yesterday, 60% people who make less than 5,000 rupees are saying that economy has worsened. Their economic situation has worsened. So which data you're talking about?
So the trickle down is a problem.
No, it's not trickle down. Those who are rich, 25% of them, even 25% of them also have said that economic situation has worsened. But those who are making less than 5,000, 61% of those who are making 5,000 or less per month are saying that in last 10 years economic situation has worsened for them. So where is the, but see, if there is a field and there is paddy, that is not going to fill your stomach. You need to harvest that paddy for you and convert it into rice and cook it for yourself to eat. So there is a lot of distrust, a lot of unrest, a lot of dissent, but somebody need to, and that's the role of a political formation or a party in a democracy. People on their own, they cannot do it. They will do it, but if they do it, then it will become like a street-based revolution.
You said the opposition should have started 2 years ago. 2 years
I
ago,
just give one example. They would have done so many other things.
But you have been now doing your Bihar Yatra for the last, 17 months. So 2 years ago, were you not advising some of these same leaders of the opposition?
No, I see, I'm talking to you. Am I advising you? If we are chatting, we will, I will sit with Anant and what Indian Express should be doing. We can have a free-floating chat. But that's
which
not,
has happened.
which happens. So, no, post-Bengal, I have spoken to a lot of people, including Congress, great length, much of is known in the public domain. But after that, I have realized that they are not necessarily, they want to do it, but they want to do it their way. Unfortunately, in my limited understanding, there is no way I could do this, something different, following the same way what they are following.
In your yatra, you speak a new kind of language. You berate the voter. You tell the voter that you are not voting, keeping your child's future in mind. And that's why you're getting the kind of politics and policy that you're getting. You're getting the politics of caste and religion because you are not voting for your child's future. So can the voter not actually turn back and say to you that I have a limited menu of options? I have to give nobody is giving me a better school for my child, so I might as well vote for somebody who's giving me the temple or somebody who's my own caste person.
Yeah.
And also since you've been on the other side of the fence as well, when you were advising these people, did you not tell them to talk about people's children and their future?
Well, first of all, you're comparing two different things. When I was advising these people or the parties, they are established parties. So advising an established party or making something from scratch are two different approaches, I would say. What you're saying that I'm telling people that just think about your son more than your religion, more than your caste, more than what India, where India should be. You think about where your son should be, where your daughters should be. And that's the approach. After 1 year of study in Bihar, I found that this is something that could help us push people to think more rationally than emotionally. And that is why I am taking this approach. Whether it will work or not, I don't know, because I have not formed a political party. But what I have designed in Bihar and what I'm doing 16 months, almost 4,500 villages I have lived. I've literally walked with Mahatma Gandhi as an inspiration. It's not only I'm putting his picture. You look at Gandhi in the first 20 years of him returning to India, he did not talk about, uprising against Britishers. He talked about self-reliance, self-awakening. And unless and until you build those virtues or at least reinforce those virtues among the masses, you would not be able to make people behave fundamentally different than what they have been doing. So my approach in Bihar is long-term. I'm starting from scratch. I've given myself 2 years at least to first have enough number of people who pay attention to this and like that, no, this is right. India will grow, but it's not necessarily giving job to my son. So I'm saying be selfish. If you hear my speeches, I say on the voting day, you must be selfish, the most selfish person on the earth, which is antithesis of what leaders say. Leaders say vote for nation. Leaders say vote for society, vote for caste, vote for anything, vote for mandir, vote for betterment of, make India strong or punish Pakistan or China. I'm saying vote for your child. That's the whole message. That unless you take care of your child, nothing is going to matter, because India could grow and still your child could go hungry. So you need to be selfish. You need to be thinking about your child, because what I think, this is the only way that would probably help them break this cycle of exploitation in the name of caste and religion. Whether it works or not, all of you, with all humble, you have to give me one more year and see, maybe it will boomerang. But I certainly am following a different approach. Whether it will give result or not, that time will tell. But what I have seen in last 16 months, it is working. It's working in the sense that I go to a village which is, say, 90% Yadav. And I say this, that Laluji is not interested in caste. And people are a bit shocked. Are you saying Laluji is not doing caste-based politics? I say, no, he's not doing caste-based politics. Because where he has said that a Yadav community guy will be the chief minister of Bihar. He is saying that my son will be the chief minister of Bihar, all Yadavs should vote for me. So it is not a caste-based politics, it's a politics based on politics for his son. So if Laluji is entitled to take care of his son or be bothered about his son more than the community, you as Yadav are also entitled to first think about your son, then thinking about the other community, and people love it. And I see it on, visually people love it. They don't, otherwise I would have been thrown out. If I say this thing, that Laluji is doing politics for his son, you say this in Bihar, before me, people would have said that, you'd be chased from the village. And I move without security. I don't take any assistance. I do this free-floating discussion on the roadside, and nobody has uttered a single word, derogatory word. Whether they will vote for me when we'll form the party, that's a different story. But there is so much appreciation which I hear and see and feel. And again, I say it's an hypothesis which we are trying to test. I'm willing to give my 3 years of my life to test it, but if it works, it can give you dramatically different result than what people have been seeing till now.
We can spend some time on how much the voters' thought process has changed in the last 10, 12 years, since you've been advising and till now you're actually becoming an activist yourself. Has anything changed? Because, we all believe that the voter is very with us or against us. You're either pro-Hindu, you're anti-Hindu, you're pro-minority, you're pro-caste, you're pro-your caste, you're not your caste. So, has the voters, what the voter wants from the politician, has that changed, or is it still the same that's always been? Wohi roti, kapda, makan, mera kya?
See, the voters are not separate class. They are merely reflection of society. They are a subset of society.
Yes.
So as society change, the voters will also change. If earlier society was consuming information through inlands and postcards, today in society we are consuming more information through Facebook, Insta and Google. So voters are also consuming. The voters are not different entities. If there is caste in society, then there will be caste in politics. If there is decline in moral values in society, you will see that happening in politics as well. So I do not see it as a standalone phenomena that voters are, it's not that
I understand.
Me, Prashant Kishor, as an individual would have a different rules to live my life, and as a voter I would have a different rules to live by. If I'm in society, people are getting more radical, it will also reflect in the voters' behavior.
So, but
broad trend, if I look at real macro data, I don't see a major shift, behavioral shift or ideological shift in India. Even for this Hindutva thing and some of the news that comes that disturbs a lot of people, it's not new thing. There's Hindu-Muslim divide. It's not something that has started happening in last 4 years or 10 years. This was always there, almost like more than a century ago. It's just that some of those elements who otherwise were not saying these things or doing these things on the street are finding or getting emboldened in a supportive environment to come and say those things more loudly on social media or on the streets. But it was always there in society. Some of the ideological, I would say, fault lines between Hindu-Muslim always existed. Leaders of that time, sometimes they managed it well, sometimes they inflate it. But I wouldn't say that just because BJP is in power, now Hindus have started hating Muslims or Muslims are less trusting Hindus. That's not the case. It was always there. Some elements of them are feeling emboldened in a support, quote unquote, in a what would be seen as a somewhat supportive environment for such utterances and acts on the street.
To what degree has society changed by the leader, and to what degree has the leader reacted to what society has changed? So to some degree, every political leader says, now this is hawa yahan pe chal rahi hai, so we have to talk about this issue, or we have to capture that.
See, this is
to some degree, does Modi, is he able to actually move the needle on how society thinks only?
Not really. Data is not supportive of that. Look at how much vote share. Forget about when you, from morning to evening, you are watching these Hindi news channels, which are just propagating only one, all the news channels are just propagating one line. Just look at the hard data. BJP has got 38% vote in last election in 2019. That was their peak, at least till now. In India, we have 80% Hindus. Simple mathematics will tell you that 38 out of 80 is telling you that less than half Hindus are voting for BJP.
Yeah.
So I don't see a tectonic shift in Hindu as a society, as a community, we are getting more radical.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, we have started hating Muslims. We want Hindu Rashtra. No, no, no. Maybe over last 30, 40 years of effort of Sangh at societal level has moved the needle from 40% Hindus to 45% Hindus. It takes a lot more effort and time than what we think. The moment it crosses 55%, make no mistake, then I would start paying attention to the call of Sanatan Dharma, Hindu Rashtra and all. You need minimum 55 to 60% Hindus to be following and buying that idea. Because the moment you have 60% Hindus voting for BJP, you're talking about 48% plus vote. But even though it looks from 45 to 55, only 10 percentage point, it could take 20, 30 years. And if there is a counter, then it could go down again. So it has taken almost 50 years plus effort on the part of Sangh to have this level of, I would say, not polarization, but Hindus coming together under the idea as professed by Sangh, Hindu ideology, but still they have not crossed 50%. So and just compare this data from 2014 to 2019. BJP got 31% vote. So roughly about 40% of that 80. It has just, in 5 years, needle has moved less than 1% percentage point.
So is the other stuff sticking?
So it doesn't move as much as what the TV news channels.
No, fair.
It's a very difficult thing to do.
Is the other stuff sticking for the voters? The voters say that India, we want to vote for India to be the third largest economy in the world. Does the voter really want that? Does the voter want this idea of global pride? Are these things, does the voter care about these things as much as we believe?
They do. They don't necessarily vote because of this, but they use this as a reason to justify what they're doing. So there is a lot of hardship. Somebody goes and tells that, how your life has changed. Your life has not changed. Why are you voting for Modi? They say, okay, my life has not changed, but at least he has made India a third largest economy.
Yes.
So these reasons, people use more to justify their voting behavior rather than being guided that, oh, India is going to be third largest economy. Till date I was voting for communists, now I'll vote for BJP. It doesn't work that way. But those who are voting for BJP, they find reason to justify why they are voting for BJP, which itself is a big thing, because if they hold on to 38% vote, it's very difficult to defeat.
Since we're talking of what voters vote for, so this...
don't make me the Gyan, all-knowing, but I'm just...
No, since you're also now on the street, you're among the voters now.
Whatever little I understand, I'm sharing. I don't know what voters vote for.
So do you think that this whole argument that the opposition puts forward of democracy in danger, constitution under siege, so the ED, CBI, the chief ministers being arrested, opposition leaders being targeted, institutions being controlled, does that resonate among the voters, you think?
It does, and it doesn't. It does, and that's why you see very different results in Lok Sabha versus Vidhan Sabha. You go to the village and you talk to the person that you voted for Modi in Lok Sabha. Why are you voting for a regional party or somebody else in Vidhan Sabha? Among one of the most cited reasons is we don't want all power in the hands of one person. So democracy, centralization of power, the fear of one person becoming so strong, you and I may not appreciate, but the common person understands this better than you and me. It doesn't because, coming to the second, it does, I said, it doesn't because India has seen this kind of centralization of power in the past as well. So some of the BJP supporters or voters, if you go and talk about misuse of institution, they will immediately give you an answer, but it has happened during Indiraji's time as well. Congress has also done this, and that's why I said that what Modi is today, in voting terms, in political terms, is almost like has become what Indira Gandhi was in 80s for Congress. So people were voting for Indira Gandhi, and that has led to centralization, and depends on that individual. When you have got that much power, when millions of voters are voting purely basis who you are, then whatever comes to your mind becomes the law. India is Indira, Indira is India. So it's not that if India would have not seen this phenomena before, the reaction would have been that much bigger. But people have seen this kind of centralization of power and use or misuse. So it's much muted, but it's not absent. People are aware of it, and it is also backed by data. You look at the Modi's ability to transfer vote, to get vote for BJP in Lok Sabha versus Vidhan Sabha. This is another data point I always highlight. Between 2014 to 2019, BJP's underperformance in assembly elections was close to 3 percentage point, meaning BJP, despite Mr. Modi's campaigning aggressively, talking about double engine and that vote is coming to me, BJP underperformed by 3 percentage point. Between 2019 to 2000, now the BJP underperformance in assembly is almost reaching now 9 percentage point. So what does it tell you? Between 2014 and 19, people were blindly voting not only for Modi, also to his call, whoever he wanted people to vote for. It's going down. It's going down for two reasons. First, some of who he asked people to vote for, they did not deliver in the eyes of people. Second, his own charisma is probably has taken a little bit of hit. And third, of what we said, people don't want oversend. They are seeing the sign of somebody becoming too strong, so sometimes in their head they are balancing it. It doesn't appear that in a, obvious, but at a macro level, it is the balancing on the part of the people. That's how I see it.
But then shouldn't BJP and Modi therefore bank more on the local leaders like a Vasundhara ji, like a Shivraj ji, like a Yogi ji, rather than
You can't be Sehwag and Dravid at the same time. You decided what you want to be. And
can you not
and you can't be a Sonia Gandhi and Indira Gandhi at the same time. Indira Gandhi had her own style and that worked. Sonia Gandhi had her own style that worked, but they were for the same party, same ideology, same set of people, they had a very distinct approach. Similarly, what Modi has opted is very different than what Vajpayee ji has opted for. Vajpayee Advani era and Modi Shah era is very different. Though they are dealing with the same ideological space, same voter set and everything, but it's a different approach. Now they cannot turn and become a consensus maker like Vajpayee. So they have to continue doing what they are doing. And unfortunate or the risky thing about this is, I see the trend only getting more thriller. So somebody asked me who will be who will replace Modi or who will be the next who will succeed Modi. And I always say nobody knows and no one should make a prediction, but one thing is very clear, whoever comes after him will be more hardliner than what Mr. Modi is. Would make Mr. Modi look on relative basis, would make Mr. Modi look liberal than what he or she is going to be.
No, given
that's very clear. Directionally, it's very clear.
Given the Modi model, where he gives no space or quarters.
I wouldn't call it Modi model.
Yeah, no, so given his leadership style or approach that you're talking of, what explains the cult of Yogi?
It's nowhere close to Mr. Modi.
No, but
don't make this mistake.
No, it's still an exception.
No,
it's
not an exception. But for Mr. Modi, Mr. Yogi would not be able to pull off UP on his own. Make no mistake. Mr. Modi is still the vote catcher. All others are there. But there's a huge difference, huge difference. You take out Mr. Modi and have the election tomorrow with Mr. Yogi alone, he would find it difficult. Not yet. He has not reached that stage yet. It's like during Vajpayee and Advani's era, Modi was a very powerful leader, very popular leader in Gujarat. But he needed Vajpayee. He needed Vajpayee to keep winning. Now he has reached a stage when he doesn't need necessarily in that way Mr. Vajpayee or Advani. He can win it on his own. So Mr. Yogi has not reached the stage where he can do it without Mr. Modi. At least that's how I think.
No, he may not be competing.
That cult is in making.
Yeah, but
that cult is in making.
If he ever becomes big enough.
But it is not about Mr. Yogi. It is about what I said earlier. It is about having a more hardliner as the face and the leader of the dispensation called BJP Sangh.
No, among the...
It's not person-centric.
Among the BJP chief ministers, Yogi stands out because there is nobody else.
No, if you are chief minister of a state as big as UP, you would stand out any which way. Also, who he is, he would stand out. The size and who he is, his background, his pedigree is making a stand out. But you see, all BJP chief ministers are literally competing to appear more hardliner than their predecessors. So today, Madhya Pradesh chief minister or Rajasthan chief minister would make conscious effort and would make it obvious to the world that they are more Hindutvadi or more closer to the hardliner thought process of BJP than what their predecessors were. So what I'm saying, it is a more of a directional call. Don't be bothered about who the individual is. Whoever individual comes and takes that position has no option but to behave that way.
We're using the word hardliner, and that's correct, obviously. But is there also, would you also concede that there is also some element of governance that's actually changed? I would even ask the word, would you concede that there's an improvement in governance with these BJP,
I
BJP
told
names?
you that what works for BJP is not only Hindutva. It's a four-layered thing.
Yeah.
One is this ideological base, which is Hindutva. Second is this hyper-nationalism, neo-nationalism, whatever you want to call it. India has arrived. India is stronger. India is more respected in the world. We are just about to become Viksit Bharat, Vishwaguru. That's the second layer. The third layer is Labharthi, what you are saying, governance, direct delivery of benefits. Whether it's Kisan Swanidhi or Shauchalaya or piped water or cylinder or 5 kg ration. These 5 things have made a difference. Again, has made a difference in maintaining the cult.
Right.
And then fourth layer is the electoral and the political infrastructure, the muscle they have. Put these 4 together, they are getting 38-40% vote. It's not one or other, but between 4, if you have to still, and Modi is omnipresent, linked to all 4.
Yeah.
Those who believe in Hindutva, they see in Modi that under him, we are better.
Yeah.
Nationalism, he is the one who is bringing India to the world stage. Labharthi, he is the one who is making us deliver, he is delivering this direct benefit which has never happened before. And the electoral muscle, the organization, the time, effort, resource they are putting, that has also not seen. You have not seen, say, Mr. Bajpayee going and campaigning as aggressively as Mr. Modi does.
Yeah.
So all these things goes into making of this Modi-centric thing.
And does the voter...
But it's not, if you remove Modi, these 4 still will hold. Modi might be replaced with some other face, but these 4 are the founding pillars I see on which the BJP support base is. BJP has based its support right now.
Okay, so if you take a state leader, there is a view that, if they become too big, eventually they kind of, this idea of functioning doesn't work. It has to be Modi prominent everywhere, and that's the only way this setup
Was it
works.
the case when Indira Ji was the Prime Minister? It's the same thing. We have seen this. This country has seen this. Let's not let's not get too anxious about it. Again, I'm not one of those who believe that he's just about to become a dictator and there will be no elections and he can take the constitution. No, it has happened in the past. India is too big and too diverse, and people, you have to believe in the people's wisdom. They're not fools. Nobody, no individual, no matter how strong he or she is able to steamroll 1.3 billion Indians, no matter, no matter what comes. Yes, there could be some period of turbulence. It could be for individuals or collectively for a group of people. But to say that India will become one of those countries like in Africa where somebody has become dictator and there's no challenge to it, I don't see it. At least I could be wrong.
No, I believe that. But my question is different. My question is, how does the BJP stay together when you have somebody who's delivered, who's done well from the ground, who's you sideline?
So long they are delivering politically, they will stay together. Like it happened in case of Congress. It's a common sense. Again, look at societies. When families divide,
when fortunes start falling.
Yes. So long you are making a lot of money in business also, families are all together. Brothers are like Ram and Lakshman.
Yeah.
The moment you take a hit, you have a debt, your business is falling, the both of you start fighting. So same thing happens in politics. Again, same thing. Whatever happens in society happens in politics as well.
So in your previous avatar, as a strategist who worked primarily in the back rooms, you were described often as somebody who's ideology agnostic. Now that you have come out onto the street, are you still ideology
See, first of all,
agnostic?
these are the fancy words people use, ideologically agnostic. I don't know what it means, but I tell you something. Any leader, political, religious, social, they talk so much about ideology because they would like all their support base to get so blinded with ideology that you lose objectivity. So if you are a BJP supporter, I'm a BJP leader, I would like you to get so intoxicated with ideology that you lose the sense of fairness. So I'm a believer of ideology of BJP. That means if a poor guy is being lynched on the road, I should not open my mouth because I'm a believer of ideology. The same thing for communists, same thing for Congress. My approach has been, again, whatever little I understand of Gandhi, that do not make yourself and your judgment subservient to ideology. And to that extent, yes, I'm ideologically agnostic. I do not want to become prisoner of ideology and support whatever right or wrong. If I think it's wrong, I must have the courage to go and say it's wrong. Whether it is coming from my ideological base or opposing ideological base. I don't care about it.
And what about the Indian voter again? I come back to
and I always say, and I quote this, give example of Mr. Gandhi. See, Mahatma talked about being vegetarian. Somebody can just extrapolate and say he was very close to what RSS is saying, that everyone should become vegetarian. He talked about Gram Swaraj. To that extent, he was socialist. He was closer to socialist ideology. He talked about estate ownership of the assets. That way he became communist and he was in Congress. So how would you describe Gandhi's ideology and which political party you will put him to? You tell me, I will follow that party. I will join that party. See, in a country as diverse as India, you cannot have this one thing casted in a stone and say, everyone just follows this in the name of ideology. And just to close this argument, in the human history, worldwide, the most heinous crimes have happened all in the name of ideology. So please, in your quest to push ideology, do not make everyone blinded. We need Ram Bhakts, educated Ram Bhakts. We don't need uneducated Andha Bhakts in the name of ideologies.
So, moving beyond ideology, and I'm coming back to what the voter wants, does the voter care about loyalty? You know, like, I feel like, you know, it's happened in so many state parties coming out of national, they keep switching sides. And obviously,
they should. Oh, God, never even say that voters should become loyal forever. Then you will bring the, you'll kill the democracy.
No, what I mean is that
if anything, I would like to see in India more voters shifting from one side to another. Just to give you another example. In southern states, which are seen to be doing better than the northern states on all economic and socio-development indicators, no individual post-independence has been able to go on to become chief minister for more than 10 years consecutive. Compare Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Telangana, Andhra, no chief minister. MGR was, but even his tenure had a break in between. So nobody has got 3 times elected continuously. Compare that to Bihar, compare that to Odisha, Rajasthan. Some of these states are having people 30 years, 25 years, and they are the ones who are not progressing that well. So, in our interest, in everyone's interest, democracy should be alive and kicking. Who wins, who loses is a temporary thing. We must not bother. The botheration should be if democracy is not being followed.
Actually, when I was talking about loyalty of the politician. Like Nitish keeps changing sides. Now, is it ideology or not, doesn't matter. You know, the Thakres have changed sides.
No, voters are smart enough to make this distinction. Again, I will say.
Does the voter want the politician be wedded to something? Or is the voter indifferent with the guy is constantly moving? Because ideology is not so important
voter wants, and it is reflected in the performance. It's just that in the headline of the news, you're not reading the subtext. Look at Nitish Kumar, who has done the flip-flop, and I hear comment coming from Delhi media that, oh, he's Teflon coated, without him Bihar is not run. That's not the so-called illiterate caste-based society of Bihar has taken note of this, reduced Nitish from 117 to 42. So Nitish is no longer the political leader, and the political sway he used to have with voters in Bihar is no longer there. And one of the major reasons has been his switching sides. So it's not that voter is completely ignorant of this or is not taking cognizance of it. You go to any village in Bihar, people will say, oh, he's a Palturam. Even his own voters, even those who are voting for him, they are taking note of this.
So people who have a strong vote base of their own, would you recommend that they stay in a ship which may not be kind of going to rise now, they stay in a sinking ship, so to say, rather than lose their own electoral sort of thing by jumping to the winning ship? By changing to the...
I'm not getting the question.
Would you recommend, would you advise a candidate who has his own vote base, wherever in the country, would you advise him who's considering to jump ship to the winning party?
Anybody who does politics knows that you don't trade off your core vote. If you do, then you're doomed. Whoever you see as your core voter, like BJP, if they say, we will not be pro-Hindutva voters would not be our core voter, then BJP is doomed. There is no way they can build on it. So similarly, the left of center parties who claim to be representing the ideology of left of center, they must build and invest in the core.
Yeah.
That is the problem. They have not invested enough in their core. If the core shifts, then there is no incremental vote.
Let me just rephrase my very badly phrased question. Jyotiraditya Scindia moved from Congress to BJP. No, give me a sec. A lot of people are considering this, what we hear. A lot of people like
there's
a Milind Deora's move to...
Jyotiraditya Scindia or individual, they are not institutions. They are
not
individuals.
Institutions. But they have a vote base.
They don't have any vote base. They are just migratory birds. They are going which side the wind is going. They are not
but they have some vote base
since when he has become the grassroots leader, who is Jyotiraditya Scindia?
Okay.
Who is Jyotiraditya Scindia? But for his father, and his father drawing from the royalty he is coming from, in what is his other pehchan in Madhya Pradesh or India today? So, Congress was wrong in first rewarding such people, and if you do wrong, you will face the consequences. All these people, the so-called 4 or 5 leaders which media talks so much, tell me what they have done. Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, for some of you would know, he has spent 8 years with a steel box and building village level Congress committee in 1920s. Just read this book. How many 8 years he has spent doing that? How many of these leaders have gone to a village and built an organization or cadre or sangathan? They straight were brought in as a cabinet ministers because they were son and daughters of so and so. Now you thought that they are the big names, but they are, at best, they are the potted plants.
Has it hurt Shiv Sena?
They are the potted plants. That's it. So long the environment is conducive, it looked good in your drawing room. They didn't have the ability to grow within the natural setting.
So Nitish is not a potted plant.
He's not.
So to get back to Nitish, what explains this discrepancy that on the one side, as you said, the people have punished him from 100 and something, he's come down to 40 something. Then what explains the fact that no matter which side he's on, he's the always CM?
He is CM because sometimes the arithmetic is such, and why Nitish gets the CM position. I tell you why. It's because why countries in Africa with lot of mineral resource get more civil wars. Bihar, so like more minerals, meaning more people are willing to compromise and to get the riches from that mineral. Similarly, Bihar, UP states, they have become the source of the maximum number of member parliament. So what Congress did with Lalu, then it's not that Congress leadership, Manmohan Singh, Sonia Gandhi would not know the governance track record of Mr. Lalu Yadav, but still they choose to go with him because they wanted 20, 25, 30 MPs coming from Bihar, even if it came at the cost of complete failure on the governance front by Lalu. Same thing is BJP doing. BJP has not got Nitish Kumar because Nitish Kumar will get him more vote or seat or etc. Just I want to put this on record. BJP is going to lose seats in Bihar in Lok Sabha also because they have to now adjust Nitish Kumar, so they will be fighting less number of seats. They have got Nitish Kumar because they wanted to kill this perceptional thing that, there is an opposition alliance or a bloc called India. By taking one of the quote-unquote founders of India, they have given a big psychological blow to the opposition side, rather than them taking because they cannot win Bihar or they cannot do politics in Bihar without Nitish Kumar. Yeah. So I would say BJP knows the data and the fact, but it's a strategy where they have decided to lose the battle to win the war. If Nitish Kumar is there with BJP cannot fight more than 20-25 seats. If they would have fought alone with other partners, they would have fought 30 plus seats. Now, Nitish Kumar will win more seats because he has to be adjusted, minimum 10, 12, 15. Last time they fought 17 each. So even though BJP had a 100% strike rate, BJP got only 17 MP from Bihar. So this time BJP on its own were looking to add to that 17. By bringing back Nitish Kumar, they are going to lose. Then why they would do this mistake? They would do this mistake because even if, say, 5 less member parliament from Bihar, they will be from NDA but not in BJP. The psychological blow it has given. Now the whole media is talking, India's bloc is finished. So that is what they have done, and they have done it knowingly. Is talking, India's bloc is finished. So that is what they have done, and they have done it knowingly. After the election, they will treat it very differently.
Yeah, so now that the psychological blow has been delivered,
Yes.
do you see in the very near future the BJP swallowing Nitish Kumar and the JDU?
They are already swallowing. It's a work in progress. Are they not swallowing him for last 4 or 5 years? They have swallowed him completely. It's only a skeleton left. They don't need advice from me on these things. They are far more smarter. They will finish him off. You know, by hugging him in 2017, they killed Nitish Kumar, who could potentially emerge as a challenger to Mr. Modi after 2015 victory in Bihar. They hugged him. They made him look like one more leader. And after doing what they have done last time, they have killed him completely. After, they will carry him on their shoulders so long there is a little bit of relevance left. After this, they know how to deal with these leaders. They have done it with many leaders in Delhi, both from their own party and outside.
So would Nitish
They are
Kumar,
ruthless. They will.
would Nitish Kumar not know this?
He knows it. So, but he is also like at his age, with no support, no party, no resource, no credibility left. He also says that now I have left 18 years. I have been chief minister. 1 year more, 2 years more, whatever I can extract maximum out of this. The last drops of juices he is trying to extract. So it is serving the purpose, and that's why they have done this deal.
2 more quick questions. We go to the audience. There's so many people here. They've been waiting to have a conversation. I'm sure there are a lot of questions also. We're saying BJP is very smart in how they've handled with Nitish, and that's.
I'm not saying BJP is very smart. These are your words. Everybody who is ruling, anyone who is ruling India would be smart.
Yeah. No, but I'm saying there must be something.
I said they know how to deal with this situation.
So there's something that
They don't need
Nitish
advice
also
from
must
Prashant
have
Kishor.
thought when he decided to go back. I mean, is he also seeing the sort of the shelf life of Mandal coming to an end? Like, is he seeing this whole Mandal?
Again, in
social
politics, you
justice?
guys are much more experienced than I would ever be. Anything, whether it's Ram Mandir or Mandal or Bofors, Jan Lokpal, in politics, in your life, you can use it only once. You can milch it only once.
But they've been using Mandal as the main plank for which.
No, Mandal gave them the result of likes of Mulayam, Lalu,
Yes.
only for 5 years in early 90s. After that, it has got a diminishing return. Now it has reached a stage when they have talked about caste-based survey, they have increased the reservation to 65%, still Nitish had to run back to Modi. Why? Because that is not going to give you result. That's not going to give you results. As much it holds true for Ram Mandir, it holds true for Mandal, it holds. Imagine Aam Aadmi Party is starting a Jan Lokpal Andolan today. Anyone of here thinks that it is going to give them any vote? It did at one point of time. You can't.
You have to be fresh.
वो काट की हांडी बार-बार नहीं चढ़ती है politics में. You have to make a new काट की हांडी and then sell it again. And that is where Modi has his advantage. In 2002, he was selling Hindu Hriday Samrat. In 2007, he was selling himself as an able administrator, uncorruptible, means business. By 2011-12, he was selling himself as somebody who can replicate what he did in Gujarat to India. By 2019, he was not selling the same thing. By 2019, he was saying, I'm the one who can take India to its rightful place. I can take on Modi, this whole Pulwama thing. I will give India the rightful place in the world hierarchy. By 2024, he's not saying that. He's saying, I'm the one who has brought Ram back to India. So look at his own evolution in last 2002 to 2004. Today, people see as if he has brought back Ram after 500 years. Ram is back courtesy Modi. That is his evolution. He's not trying to sell the same thing what he sold in 2002.
Yeah.
And he knows it. And that's why you see even the government's goal, which is subservient to Mr. Modi's evolution, keeps changing from everyone will have household roof on their head by 2020. 2020 come and gone. Now you talk about 5 trillion economy, come and gone. Now you talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat, come and gone. Now we are talking about being the top 3 economy in the world. So it keeps changing. So he's selling a new idea. He's not selling the old one.
And since you've worked with Modi so closely before, and you've known him, very few people.
I don't know anyone can claim that you know him, but yes, I've worked long enough, yes, 3 years almost.
Do you, just the relationship between the RSS and the BJP, how critical is that for BJP to win? And what is that relationship now? Is it on ice? Is it wonderfully perfect? Is it always going to be a little bit of squabbles? How do you see that relationship today?
In complete harmony. The reason being that the timelines for both are different. So the political leadership, the timeline is more short run. You want to win elections, you want to be in power, you want to do in terms of policy what you want to do. For Sangh, it is more long term, 20 years, 30 years. Take for example West Bengal. The present leadership took the risk, it would be called as a political risk, and went on to fight Bengal. They lost. So there was some setback to Modi and Shah. But as far as Sangh is concerned, it has opened a new frontier. Now there are thousands of Sakha, which otherwise would not have been there in Bengal. So these guys are taking political risk, and they have been able to successfully pull it off, at least till now, which is suiting Sangh, because you are expanding their ideology. So if you are having a 20-year timeline, you say, okay, these individuals have a self-life, 15 years, 20 years, 30 years, but the ideological expansion from Sangh's point of view is, there's only one way, which is it keeps on expanding and expanding and expanding. So that's why there is an harmony compared to a situation, say Vajpayee, Advani. Their approach would have been, let Mamata Banerjee be there. We do an alliance, we will not take the risk, it will disturb the ally. That also restricted the expansion of Sangh. So when these guys are taking political risk, they are taking political risk, they are being more, I would say, aggressive. Sometimes they win, sometimes they lose. But Sangh is the winner in both cases. So that's why they are willing to take this short-term, what some people say, that Sangh is against Bhaktiwad and this and that. They see Bhakti is like, has a self-life, 20 years, 30 years, how long? But Sangh and the ideology will remain beyond. And that's why it appears to be more harmonious equation between Sangh and the present leadership of BJP versus what a lot of you would have seen, observed and written between Sangh and, say, Vajpayee, Advani era.
Very interesting. But, you know, and this is my view, whenever I hear any BJP leader, whether it's Modi or somebody else speaking about issues that are little...
Are you hearing a lot of other leaders?
Okay, I'll say specifically with the Ram Mandir, because I was there and I was paying attention. You know, I felt that, and in many opportunities, that when the Sangh speaks, when Bhagwatji speaks or somebody else from the Sangh speaks, they sound much more moderate than the BJP leaders. Is that a fair statement to make? You know, in Ram Mandir, hum hosh ne hosh ki baat karenge.
Yes, yes.
Don't find mandirs under every mosque.
So when, again, I would say, when you see your long-term goal getting fulfilled, you would sound moderate and more benevolent and accommodating, because your long-term goal is being served. I would say only that much. I don't have more crystal ball to look into what actually is going on. I see the only thing I make a distinction is BJP's leadership is their goal, their targets, their activities are more medium to, short to medium run.
As it have to be.
And Sangh is more medium to long run. And that's why they have strike this balance, because it's win-win situation for both.
In your role as strategist and activist...
I have left the job. Why do you want to take me back there?
Is there anything called the women's vote? There is so much...
Oh, huge.
What defines the women's vote? How is it different from the men's vote?
It is different because women are different. And increasingly more and more political parties, they win or lose purely basis women vote. In Bengal, I can tell you, hard data, the difference between men and women voting for TMC was 13 percentage point. 13 percentage point. So all the men who think that they control their wife, they are making a big mistake. They are making a big mistake. But some of the commentary which I read in papers, that because women turnout is more and hence XYZ has won, please read the data carefully. It's largely a denominator effect. There are less number of women registered as a voter, hence sometimes just the voting percentage appears more for the women. Actually, it's not more. And in terms of absolute number of voters who have went to cast the vote, men is still higher, because there are millions and millions of women who are not registered as a voter. Hence, the denominator sometimes gives you an impression that women voted 55%, men voted only 50%, and hence XYZ has won. Please, whenever you look at this number, pay attention to the absolute number. 55% women and 50% men would be almost men would be more, because the number of women who are registered as a voter is less. It's largely a denominator effect. Having said so, women who are going to vote, they have their own issues. They are much smarter, and they are more, I would say, they are less expressive. So surveys tend to get women preferences wrong, because they are smart enough, they are less vocal, but they vote very differently when they go. So that's why a lot of this exit survey and all this, they get it wrong, because the fear factor among women is that much higher. It's there in the general, in society, but we have observed in the last 10 years that women tend to hide their voting preference or behavior closer, much tighter, and you would see invariably closer to the elections, they will come out, and even after exit poll, they can fool you coming out, and they'll say, oh yes, I voted for you only.
Are the concerns and issues different between men and women?
Yes and no, but they are the one who are more, like if you go and talk to a female in Bihar, she's more bothered about not getting 5 kg rice than what is happening to, say, India, Pakistan. So there are issues which are different, which are more relatable to their family affairs. But I would see them as a distinct voter base, and it's a good thing to happen, good thing that is happening.
And they are less wedded to caste and all that, right? I mean,
no, I can't say that.
No? Okay.
I can't say that. I have no data to prove that.
No, because I think one of the prohibition...
Whether women are less wedded to caste.
No, like the prohibition,
on the margin, if I have to make a statement, I would say they are more religious. They tend to get swayed by the religious issue more than the caste issue. So on Mandal, you would see more men agitating than the women. When there's a Ram Mandir procession, you would find more women doing that Kalash Yatra than men. So to that extent, I would say, but beyond that, I don't have hard data to...
I want to talk about American elections also, but I think we're running out of time, a lot of questions here. So if we have time, maybe we'll get to it later. Yes, please, Tavleen first, and then the back there. Yes, please. Maybe we'll take two questions at a time. Please keep the questions short. It's everybody's get to office also.
Can I ask two? Are you saying two? Oh, no. Okay. No, I actually have two very short questions. One is, when you look at the Indian political landscape at the moment, what gives you hope and what makes you despair? And the other question is, do you think that what is really wrong with the opposition parties is that they're not political parties but family firms?
The second one is rather easy. It's not a question of only them being family firms. To some extent, it's right. It's just that they have killed the democratic flow, natural democratic flow that would have strengthened their party. So if you are a young political activist, or as somebody who is aspiring to be a politician in UP, Bihar, Odisha, would you look at Congress as a platform? Probably not, because you know that there is a ceiling. It will be only sons and daughters of somebody who has been in the past. So that the biggest disservice by promoting themselves or their sons and daughters they have done is to themselves, to their own parties. Make no mistake about it. The first one, what gives me hope, I don't see people as intimidated as the have-nots are not as intimidated as those who are well-offs in India. So that's a hope. And they still are the majority. The have-nots in India are still the majority. So I do not see them being fearful of saying, you go to any village, and I'm sure you are a veteran journalist, you go to a village, a woman would not mince word if she's not happy with Mr. Modi or Akhilesh Yadav or Rahul Gandhi. They don't mind saying what they want to say. Compared to an industrialist, he would always position his response as if, oh, the new God has arrived to save the whole entire humanity. What despairs is, again linked to this, those who are blessed with education, resource, in India, upper middle class, by and large, they continue to be very insensitive to those who are still at the bottom of the pyramid. So in India, as a society, those who are well-offs need to be a bit more aware. If not, I'm not saying they should do more, but that's a long shot, but at least they should be aware what their fellow citizens are facing or what they're suffering or what their life is all about. Just because you sit in Delhi, that doesn't mean that whole of India has become the Bisuguru and there's no problem. We still have close to 750 million people who do not make $2 a day. That's like roughly about 150 rupees. So, and we completely, the 300 million people, middle class, upper middle class, we are creating so much of noise as if everything has changed, everyone's life has become better. That's not the case. Almost 750 million people are still struggling for the basic needs. Just to give you an example of Bihar, people sitting here, you know, the old age pension is 400 rupees. 400 rupees. The person has to survive the whole month, everything in 400 rupees. Can any one of us would relate to the kind of life you'd be living if you have only 400 to live the whole month? And you're doing it for month after month, and people wait for these 400 rupees. The more important thing, they wait for these 400 rupees. And even in that 400 rupees, they have to pay commission of 10 rupees to get the 390 so that they get the basic medicine or whatever they want to use it for. So, not being cognizant of the vast majority of India who is not as well off as we are is probably the point of despair for me.
The lady in the second row. Yeah. Yes.
I feel like in this neo-colonial world of technological revolution, data today is the newest form of currency, right? Now, when it comes to controlling data politics, I think BJP has absolutely aced that act as compared to other political parties, you know. And even as the opposition says that if BJP comes to power in the upcoming election, which I don't even feel like is a contentious topic anymore, it is going to be the death of, say, the fourth pillar of democracy, that is journalism. So do you think that's the case?
No, I don't agree with you at all, and I will disappoint many in the audience here, data and data privacy and all. You know, the technology has made your life, my life, information about us, what we do, what we think, is so open. You don't need to actually spy or steal data of anybody. The moment you're using your phone, people know what you do first thing in the morning, which song you are listening. So Amazon and Meta and Google has more information about you than what any Indian government could ever procure. So yes, data privacy is essential. You should talk about it. We should have the systems and protocol to protect the interest. But let's not talk about that BJP is winning just because they have got access to data. It has got no merit. You can have, it's like you sit in the best library and still you could fail the exam. Data per se is not giving you any advantage. You need to know how to use it. And data is, look at social media. A lot of people think that BJP has the full control over it. Today, Rahul Gandhi's social media reach, engagement is higher than that of Mr. Modi. But still it's not giving him the result. Why is not giving the result? Because he's not saying the right thing. He is not trusted. So what I told them, who is using that data for what, is as important. What was important is Mahatma Gandhi, the messenger, and what he said. It doesn't matter whether he's delivered that message on a postcard or today if he would have been here, probably he would have posted the same message on Facebook. It doesn't matter. What matters is who is the messenger and what message he is delivering. We are thinking that only Elon Musk and, Meta owners would start ruling the globe. They have disproportionate influence because of the reach of their platform. But they are not who can change the public sentiment in electoral sense, not at least in India.
But does the voter care about civil liberties?
They do, depending which class you're talking about. Not not necessarily those who are struggling to meet. You know, it's a survival versus right debate. Even in the developmental world, we hear this all the time. And, you know, there has been an enraging debate over the last 2 decades. And ultimately, experts all over the globe have come to the conclusion that, yes, rights important as they are, it cannot take precedence over survival. You cannot put right over survival.
Cool. Can you get a mic to Liz over the back there? Okay, you give it first here, please. And then to Liz at the back, then the young gentleman in front of her.
My question is very short. And
Sir, if you could just introduce, I know.
Yeah, I'm Bharat Mehta. My question is that before 2014, there are a couple of schemes that were started by the UPA government and were opposed by BJP in general. And Mr. Modi, as the Chief Minister of Gujarat in particular, things like Adda and things, sorry? GST. GST, these two strongly. And in run up to 2014 elections, he used this as a strong instrument for opposing UPA government. But they have adopted the same schemes, used it effectively, and are showing us their own achievements in those things. Why has the voter not been able to understand as to why this shift has taken place and why the opposition parties have not been able to take advantage of this shift? Thank you.
Sir, first of all, I do not read the 2 examples you gave in the same way. Look at Aadhaar. Much before Aadhaar was opposed by likes of Mr. Modi or talked about in like a dissenting tone, within the UPF formation, they were fighting, and that was an issue between Mr. Nandan and the Home Minister of that time. So they themselves were not convinced whether they should have a national register or they should have Aadhaar. If you go and talk to Mr. Nandan Nilekani and the whole people who were behind Aadhaar, they were disgusted with, you know, the confusion that prevailed. Mr. Modi, he came and he saw the merit in it, which unfortunately is not his brainchild. But this shows the state of affair of opposition. They had this tool in their hand. They are the one who started, but they were so confused, they were not decisive. Mr. Modi has been decisive with Aadhaar, and therefore he is benefiting from its use and universalization. So I would not put it that for voters, Aadhaar was one of the schemes during UPA. One of the initiatives which government was trying to do, still not sure about it. Mr. Modi has come and said, okay, this is it. Your life depends on this. So it's a completely different formation. And when it comes to political opposition, not only on these 2, I can count another 10 things on which they would have opposed earlier. But there is also merit in it. Sometimes what looks an idea or a program that as a chief minister you're not supportive of, as a prime minister your role is different. I'm not trying to defend his U-turns. I'm just trying to tell you, because if you are you're a producing state like Gujarat, you are bound to be more wary of GST because the consumption states are going to benefit more in GST. But when you are a prime minister, you are prime minister of both the manufacturing state as well as the consuming state. So sometimes it is the policy need is also there, and little bit of political shift, of course, there. But Aadhaar, I think it is a mess created by Congress. It was one of the missed opportunity. Despite having the great idea, they did not push it with the decisiveness that was needed, and hence they paid the price. And if you leave it, whether it is toilet, whether it is Nal Jal, whether it is Aadhaar, there are so many schemes when the opposition get up and say, oh, this was our initiative. Yes, it was your initiative, but you didn't do it at a scale. You didn't do it in a manner. You didn't convert it into a mass movement. You didn't do it in a manner which would have given you vote.
Liz, please. Is Liz there? Yeah. Go ahead.
So voter is smarter, sir.
Go ahead, please. Is that Madhu? Yeah, please go ahead.
I'm a little out of turn, but since you've given me the mic, 2 questions. My name is Madhu Kishor. 2 questions. One, what you had to say to the growing criticism within the Hindutva fold against Modi's policies of Tushtikaran, Triptikaran, etc. I see very shrill criticism coming. Do you think it has any worth, weight, value? Second, it seems that while Modi is very militant in gobbling up chief ministers who buckle under pressure, but anyone who stands up to him, like Mamata Banerjee, he backs off.
The first one is rather simple. I have already said that directionally I see more and more say and voice and prominence of hardliners. So anyone who is incumbent would look less of a hardliner, and hence what the comment which you are making. But that's the trajectory, ideological trajectory, which is driven or guided by some core philosophy and belief. So that is not function of, we saw it in the case of Vajpayee and Advani, when Mr. Vajpayee was seen as a liberal, and there was a lot of the same thing, same sentiment against Vajpayee when people were flag bearers of Mr. Advani. We saw the same thing happening between Mr. Advani and Mr. Modi, when those who were the flag bearers of Mr. Advani started becoming the flag bearer of Mr. Modi, criticizing that he's not hard enough. Similarly, this trajectory is moving in that direction more and more. What she was talking about, Yogi's cult, that we need a bit more. It's like, it's an ideological intoxication. You need a higher degree of, I would say, hardline talk and actions to keep the same level of effect. It's a proven thing in science. You know, it happens in liquor. What gives the 30 ml liquor, what gives you effect today, if you consume it 1 year, maybe you need to consume 45 ml to get the same effect. What was the second question, sorry? His ability to take the militant.
Backing off,
I don't know if
someone.
It has got nothing to do with Mr. Modi. Anyone who will stand up has a space because and can take on BJP because there is opposition on the ground. But you have to have the ability, the courage, the resource, the strategy to harness that. If you are not able to do it, then you will pay the price.
Please, please.
Hi.
Sucking up to them, if I can say so, sucking up to them is not going to give you a result. You have to stand up. I think Mr. Nadda said this, that if just because you come and take a picture and call me 4 times or something, you're not going to be we are not going to appreciate. We know everything that's what he claimed. But that kind of sums up their thinking, that you have to stand up. If you are fighting, you have to stand up. It holds true for everyone.
Let's go ahead.
Yeah. Mr. Kishor, I just want to ask about your own plan. You've been saying that you will you think about a political party after assessing the ground situation, after getting to know what the people want. But you have registered a party in July 2022.
Here comes the journalist. Yes.
You have registered a party. Are you going to take up that party, or what is your plan with Jan Suraj party?
First of all, the question is wrong. I have never said that I'm out there in Bihar to assess whether people want a new party or not. I have said that I'm here in Bihar to assist people form a party, because the data from Bihar is very clear. 55% people in Bihar have said in these many words that they are looking for a new alternative. What I am doing is exactly what I was doing with the political parties. I was advising political parties how to come together, how to build their organization, how to make it more effective, how to communicate, how to convert your support into vote. Only the canvas has changed. Earlier I was doing it for the party and a leader. Now I am doing it for the society called Bihar. So, as far as the party registered is concerned, I am aware that there are 3 individuals who have registered the name or a party with the same name called Jan Suraj. But I'm not the one who has started this. There are 3 individuals and I'm in talks with them. It happens even in the domain, if you block a name, people take that domain and then they seek money from you, or they seek some benefit, or they want to be some way recognized, because we are doing the whole effort under the name of Jan Suraj. If somebody has the brand name Jan Suraj Party, of course he or she would have some leverage, and it's not that I have started a party.
The young gentleman there, yes.
But there will be a party, so make no mistake. It's a stated goal. I've said it on 5th May 2021 that one of the goals of this whole yatra and the whole effort is to help people of Bihar form a political party, and we remain committed to that.
Okay, if we keep the question short, please, and the answers also a little bit short, because I want to get through 5 more questions.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hello, sir. I'm Mahir. You mentioned Indraji twice or thrice while you were speaking, and you spoke about centralization of power. But I would want you, I want to know that about 40 to 50% of the voter base has not witnessed Indraji's era. So, do you think it is because they feel that this centralization of power, even though it's happening to the opposition is not per se clean? I don't want to use the word corrupt, but, and it's because of that they are, people are not voicing their opinion on this, and they feel it is right what the government is doing. Yes, targeted towards the opposition, but yeah.
No, again,
Can I take a second question with it?
No, I will just let him.
I'll take one more question
Yeah.
with it, please. Yes, please. The gentleman behind, yes, please. Short question.
Yeah. There was a question on Aadhaar.
Sorry?
There was a question on Aadhaar, which was, there was a question on Aadhaar, and I wanted to ask immediately after that, but I got the opportunity now. The predecessor of Aadhaar was a multi-purpose national identity card. The pilot project started by Mr. L.K. Advani when he was the Home Minister or Deputy Chief Minister. Now, after that, when the UPA government came, the same concept, similar concept was transformed into Aadhaar, minus the citizenship provision.
So the question, please.
Now, the question is, why did not the NDA government take up this very beloved pilot project initiated by Advani ji into fructification rather than pursuing Aadhaar itself? Because multi-purpose national identity card would have been much better in terms of its features, in terms of its usability.
Thank you.
Okay, coming to the first question of the young man, it's not backed by data that those who have not lived with the experience of the past centralization episodes of India are more oblivious to the centralization. If you look at the support base of Mr. Modi, it is actually now going in reverse order. More young people, he's losing support base among the young, he's consolidating more among the older lot. People who are consuming information more or less in a static manner, through television, through WhatsApp groups, in the parks, through the newspapers and all. So over last 10 years, Modi's charisma, approval rating, and support among the younger lot, 18 to 25, on relative basis has gone down, while he has gained more trust and support among those who are above 50 and above. So it's not supporting what you think is. You don't need to necessarily live the experience to learn from it or to take cognizance of it. Sir, your register thing, I'm not the spokesperson of government to say why they have taken this or why they have not taken it. Probably what I know a little bit, what Mr. Advani has started, or during his time started, was taken forward by Mr. Chidambaram when he was the Home Minister. UPA followed this two approach, that register is too cumbersome, so in the border facing state we will go by the register, we will do cards in other states. So they remained in dilemma. Mr. Modi came and he said, okay, let's have one solution, and he went for the card. It's a judgment which anyone would do one way or other. They have gone for the card, and by and large, it's a sensible thing to do.
Question here, please, first. Please.
But coming back to the merit of this being multi-purpose, I think there is already chatter that how Aadhaar could be linked to the, multi-purpose card could be made, and where the election ID and your PAN and Aadhaar all could be merged in one ID. So it's quite possible.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I am CA Manmohan Kejriwal. Thank you for telling us to be selfish for our son as well as for our families.
No, not for you. It was for the bottom pyramid. For you, I said be more conscious of those who don't have. Yes, go ahead, sir.
But
I said for you to be more generous, and those who don't have to be more selfish.
Thank you, thank you. You have always, wherever you have supported the parties, your success ratio is always 100%, what I understand. आप जैसे करिस्मेटिक पर्सनैलिटीज को जो इंटेलिजेंट हैं, स्ट्रेटेजिस्ट हैं, क्या रोक रहा है? आप जल्दी से क्यों नहीं आते फ्रंट पे? People like us, the whole society, whole country wants you to come forward and
चल रहा है सर,
lead us.
24 घंटे का दिन है और उसमें जितना चल सकते हैं उतना चल रहा है 15 किलोमीटर. You have to understand one thing. A lot of people come and say these things. Not that that goal is there. It took almost 30 years and the likes of none less than Mahatma Gandhi for Congress to become a pan-India phenomena, political phenomena. 30 years minimum. It took almost 30 years for Jansangh to arrive and another 30 years to Jansangh to take a rebirth in form of BJP and another 20 years for them before they first became the coalition lead forming the government under the leadership of Mr. Vajpayee. You have to understand one thing. You're talking about 1.3 billion people, which is 1/6 of the humanity. So even if this 1.3 billion people need to know that there is a person called, God-sent person called Mr. Kejriwal who can change our life, it takes time. It cannot be done overnight. So anyone who wants to do this has to have 15 to 20 years thing in the mind. And I said the same thing to Congress when I was talking to them, that you have a 100-year legacy, but they have no option but to reincarnate yourself. No re-strengthening and all. You have to reincarnate yourself and you have to have a 10-year plan and work towards that. There is no way you can do it short term. You know, I said somewhere else, the opposition and their tactics are more like a day trader in the market. You know, who wishes that every day I will trade and I will make some money. But the history tells us that you never make money in day trading. You make money when you invest and stay there for 10 years, 20 years. Maybe the return comes one year later. But temperamentally, you have to be a long-term investor. So you have to invest in the ideology, the formation, what you believe in, rather than keep changing every day. Today I'm going to go solo, tomorrow I'm going to have India Alliance, tomorrow I will go on Rafale, third day I will become Hindu. It's not going to give you result.
Super. I think now we know the secret about your fitness, Prashant, that you're looking at 20...
My fitness, I've become so unfit. I was just telling Nandita ji that my doctor is advising that no more walking, otherwise you'll have
You're looking
problem.
fit though. Okay. So I know a lot more questions. So I need to get to my rapid fire. I'll do that now.
He's taking all the time for himself. And the rapid fires are the...
Like
if you do not get the headline, get into the rapid fire. Because my hands will be tired, I'll say something that will create a headline tomorrow.
We're all headline hunters at the end of the day. So I'll try this rapid fire. Then if he has time, we'll take a few more questions. I'm sorry, I know a lot of hands there, but I'm going to try the rapid fire first. And because you give me a great segue. You said about stock market. So the first rapid fire is the toughest one, and then they'll be a little bit easier. If you were a stock picker and these politicians were stocks,
look, what are we
who would you bet on?
to?
Who would you bet on? Should I give you a list or you want to tell me the 5 you would bet on?
I would not.
Okay, so I'll give you. Akhilesh, Aditya, Akhilesh Yadav, Aditya Thackeray, Chirag Paswan, KTR, Jagan Reddy, Raghav Chadda, Omar Abdullah, Udaynidhi Stalin, Abhishek Banerjee.
Look what he's mentioning. All potted plants. See, he is wanting me to pick from 10 bad stocks, which is going to be the multi-bagger. None.
So you give us your pick.
Sorry?
You give us your pick. Who's
no,
two or three stocks that you think?
I don't know the name, but I will just borrow something which I heard from Mr. Gates. He was asked this question when I was in UN. He was visiting Africa, and somebody like us would have asked that who will replace you as the richest person on the planet? And he said, I don't know who will, but I know for sure that the person who is going to replace me is not in the business today.
Okay.
Because if he would have been in the business, I would not have surpassed him. So what I see is, all the names what you're saying, it's like you're looking the rear. It's not young or old. JP challenged Indira ji. He was not young, but he was not part of the dispensation. He was not one of the chief ministers or one of the political leaders. BP Singh, when he challenged Rajiv Gandhi, he was not none of us could have predicted this in 85 that it will be BP Singh. Anna Hazare was always there on the horizon till he emerged in one form and he literally destroyed the credibility of UPA through the Anna Andolan.
Yeah.
So we don't know if that person, I'm not saying by default it will be a new thing. You cannot sell the old thing again and again.
Okay, so is there one person who's not in politics today who you think has a great opportunity in politics?
Anyone who
from any field, in business,
anyone who is willing to put 12 hours and has a 10-year plan has an opportunity. As simple as this, including you.
Okay. What is the number one weakness that?
No, I'm already there. I'm already in politics, so I don't fit the bill. Yes.
The number one weakness that may hurt the BJP electorally.
Over-dependence on Mr. Modi may not hurt him today, but as it has happened in the case of Congress, over-dependence on Indira Gandhi, the moment she went, all flaws are now apparent to us, that there was no organization, there was no decentralization, there was no second-rung leadership, etc., etc. So long she was there, dominating, winning, nobody talked about this. So over-dependence on Mr. Modi is probably the greatest risk I see if I'm a BJP guy.
And BJP, after Modi, whenever that happens, at some point, is there somebody you think is likely to take that place today you can identify, or will it be?
I have no wisdom on that. I just said that whoever comes will be more hardliner than what Mr. Modi is.
And will Nagpur decide, or will the people decide?
Sorry?
Will Nagpur decide, or will the people
I have
decide?
no idea about these things.
Okay.
I'm sure it's a BJP rank and file, the cadre, the key stakeholders will decide, put together. How Mr. Modi was decided. There was not one room where everyone sat and came with Mr. Modi's name. It was a 2-3 years of grassroots thinking, talking, pressure building. That forced the stakeholders to sit together and recognize him as a leader.
The one thing you've learned from Nitish Kumar?
No, not U-turn. The ability to maneuver and gain from the place of weakness is something which I would like to learn. He's very weak. He doesn't have anything to back. Forget about this presently what he has done. To remain Chief Minister of a state as big as Bihar, as complex as Bihar, the person, he has never worked from the position of strength. In fact, once in his life he has tried to work from position of strength. That was 2014, and he was reduced to 2. So since then he has learned that, some of these leaders, including Mr. Vajpayee, Narasimha Rao, these were the leaders who knew how to win from the position of weakness. So sometimes it is, in reality, they are on the weak position, and they also make you believe what we say, koi isse nahi darta hai. So everyone comes around, okay, he's an harmless guy. So it's an art and a great weapon to have.
It's meant to be rapid fire, but I can't resist. Is there one story, one anecdote you can tell us that shows where he used position of weakness to his advantage? Because you stayed with him, you were like very,
Yes, I did. The very first time when he became Chief Minister, which was much before Mr. Modi, me or anybody else, BJP was twice in terms of numbers than Nitish Kumar. And that time it was BJP who fought Lalu Yadav. But Mr. Nitish Kumar successfully persuaded or managed to convince the central leadership of BJP, Mr. Vajpayee, Advani, Arun Jaitley, all put together, that, this caste bogey, he understands caste very well. So he plays it very well. So he played that idea that only if you have you have me, then I can manage the caste thing. Otherwise, the Mandal thing will not let BJP to kind of win the state.
Would you advise state parties to push for caste census?
Not at all.
Okay.
State parties, yes. National parties, no.
Okay.
I think Congress made a big mistake. Congress leadership is completely, I would say, ill-advised by making this as a central issue. I've said this before, and they've already paid price. Probably one of the reasons was, when you are a national party, Lalu Yadav saying that there should be a caste-based census is one thing, and Congress to say is a different thing. And they paid a heavy price, to my mind, in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh for overplaying this card. which again they would realize, like it happened in Rafael, Congress present leadership is overplaying this caste thing. It is only going to divide society. It will disturb their core support, whatever is left, and it will not fetch any incremental vote either.
The one secret ingredient behind Naveen Patnaik's political longevity?
Just remaining out of sight. So difficult to attack. So if you're not visible, it's very difficult to attack. You tell me if you and I have to start, we want to attack Mr. Naveen Patnaik, what do you attack him on? Except for the fact that he's invisible. You don't attack him anything because he doesn't give you anything.
Okay.
It's just like when you're bowling, you just bowled on the six stumps outside off stump. So there is no question of it. Just you can't do anything but to leave the ball. Let it go to the wicket keeper.
Yeah. If Mayawati today were to call you and ask you for advice, what would you do?
I would say that I have retired.
Okay, but if you're reading Mayawati's book today, what chapter are we on? Where do you? Because that's one interesting personality who's.
I'd say the last chapter is already written. The BSP Andolan has been killed, or rather traded, to become the chief minister. And this is what happens when you trade the long-term goal with the short-term gain. So BSP, if it would have stayed the path, I'm one of those who believe that this could have become one of the national parties in true senses. But in their pursuit to become the ruling party in UP, they made too many compromises, probably diluted the Andolan of this Dalit empowerment, and a political party where Dalits were the Anusuchit Jati, they don't like to be called Dalit, Anusuchit Jati, SCs are at the core. That got diluted, and hence when there is no soul, then body can last only that much.
If the BJP were to call you today for advice on 2024, will you accept their offer, or?
No, why would they call me, first of all? And even if they call, why would I go? I have left them long back.
Okay.
It's not about BJP or BSP. I have left that domain 2021. It's just that you guys can't stop calling me the political... I find the funniest thing is that I'm called to talk about the entire politics of India. But if I say that in Bihar, Jansuraj will do well, people say, oh, he doesn't know what the politics of Bihar. I don't know politics of Bihar, but I know politics of whole of India. What will happen to BSP, to BJP, to Lalu, to Rahul. But I don't know what is happening to Jansuraj. And I find it very funny when journalists write this. I say, there's no problem in them saying that I don't know about Bihar and politics. But the same journalists, when they say that I know anything and everything about politics in India, that is contradictory. So make up your mind, what do you think? If I know about politics of India, I know a little bit at least of that of Bihar.
100%. In fact, I must say, it was really enlightening to just watch his interviews and conversations around Bihar. It was like something it was very different way of looking at politics altogether. So I must mention that. In fact, if you guys, you must take go on YouTube and type, his conversation on Bihar is very interesting. Okay, which institution has a better finger on the population, on the pulse of the nation, RSS or BJP?
Any day, RSS.
Okay.
Not because who they are, it's just because the farther you are from the power, better you are, you're more likely to be closer to what people think. There is this line which I always say, हम लोग बच्चे में पढ़ते हैं कि राजा जब भेष बदल कर निकले तो उन्हें पता चला. This is a great line of wisdom. No matter who is the king, no matter how smart you are, no matter how big is your tantra of data and information collection, so long people know that you are a king, you're never going to get the right information. तभी तो ये कहा जाता है कि ये राजा जब भेष बदल कर निकले तो उनको पता चला कि प्रजा को ये दिक्कत है. And that's the challenge. Every person who sits on the chair, he has, and that is what this fancy word of anti-incumbency. All those who reach that position, they have gone through the grind. They have gone through bottom-up only, most of them. They just, at some point of time, they get completely disconnected because everyone who comes, they tell you only the right thing, what you want to hear. Or even if you say that, tell me the truth, you'll say, nahi sir, sab to theek hi hai, thoda sa ye lag raha, jara sa isko dekh lijiyega.
Yeah. of all the people you've worked with, who was the most challenging client?
Nobody has been a client. So I never worked, I was a political aide. I have never worked in this client relationship. Otherwise, I would not have this kind you don't live with your clients.
No, that's true. Okay. So between Stalin, Mamta, Kejriwal, Jagan, Uddhav, Nitish and Amrinder, which campaign was the toughest for you?
Toughest was Punjab in 2017 because it was with Amrinder Singh and Congress, which is up against a rising force of AAP. A lot of people do not realize that what stunning success AAP got this time, they would have got it in 2017 only, but for the campaign what we did. So I have said it before, I have said it immediately after the election. It was the toughest election. It not talked about much because it was not between Modi and Rahul and two national parties, but it was the toughest election to crack. Because when we started, Congress was somewhere around mid-20s, and Aam Aadmi Party was polling 50%. And every day we used to go and look at data and say, nothing is moving. And 6 months, the needle didn't move. But there came an opportunity, and we just, literally, electorally, we killed them. So it was tough.
And out of all these names that I said, the people who you've worked very closely with, who's the one person you've learned the most from?
I learned from everybody. My father has taught me one thing which has done great service to me, that whoever you meet, there will be always people who will look at the gaps. You look at what is his strength, why that person. So I have learned a great deal from Laluji, from Nitish, from Modi, everyone. We learn from, I'm nobody. I learn from everyone.
The one big difference between Modi of 2019 and Modi of 2024?
Oh, I told you, that in his own way, in 2019, he was somebody who is taking India to the greater glory. In 2024, he is somebody who is bringing God to India.
Identity or welfare? Which one of these is the more potent election weapon?
Welfare. Never make this mistake. A bad government, no matter how much you play, whether it's Mandal, Kamandal, will not give you the vote.
Okay.
It will give you some vote, it will not give you the victory. Unless you marry welfare with identity with something, welfare with something, it's not going to work.
The one thing that needs to change in Dravidian politics?
Dravidian politics?
Yes.
Dependence on cash. It's a sad affair for some of the most prosperous and well-performing states. The influence of money in politics is far greater and worrisome than what it is in northern India. So elections in Tamil Nadu, Andhra, Telangana, Karnataka, to some extent now in Maharashtra also, are becoming so expensive, and the money which we hear and see, it's just unimaginable. An MP, a member parliament in Tamil Nadu, the money which they spend, probably that money is good enough to fight the whole state in north. It's sad.
If you were today to predict how many seats for BJP, how many seats for NDA?
I would never do that. I never do this.
That. I know.
I would never do this. I would say that as of now, Modi-led NDA or BJP they have a significant advantage. They are well ahead. It would take something unthinkable in next 2 months for their gains to reverse.
Okay.
It's not easy.
Last question, rapid fire, then if you have time, we'll take for audience anymore. Is there anything Prashant Kishor is afraid of?
I'm afraid of...
Prashant Kishor is afraid of?
I'm afraid of getting up in the morning and realizing that my brain is not working. I'm very scared of this brain strokes. So, so if I'm not able to think, that's something which really scares me.
That's a very morose way to end the rapid fire.
Yeah.
So we'll take one last question. Is that okay with you? One last question.
Yeah, you can keep.
Please, the lady there has had her hand up for about 20 minutes. So I just want to, please introduce yourself. Keep the question short, please. We're really out of time.
Those two gentlemen here.
No, I'm sorry. That's not my eye view. Yes, one from there as well. In the meanwhile, maybe the gentleman here can get the mic.
Hello. Don't you think Jan Swaraj campaign started a bit late? Additionally, in your campaign objectives, you mentioned the importance of identifying the right people. at the grassroots level, how do you plan to identify them? Who, according to you, are the right people as such? And furthermore, if you could please provide some insights upon Bharat Jodo Yatra, do you think that it would benefit the opposition?
Well, who am I to comment about whether Bharat Jodo Yatra has benefited opposition or not? Definitely, if you do that kind of massive public outreach, it will do some good to you. Make no mistake, no matter whoever is doing. That kind of effort would have resulted into doing some good to Mr. Rahul Gandhi or Congress or opposition as a whole. But whether that incremental gain was sufficient enough for them to win election or not, data is out there. Of course, it did not help them in states like Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh. It did help them, say, in Telangana or Karnataka, where there was a machinery and operators and there was an anti-incumbency to capitalize on. So it's a combination of, public outreach per se is guaranteed to give you result. But that result is not necessarily election victory, because elections are not only goodwill for you, but public outreach, a sincere one, where you put hard effort, will definitely give you goodwill and support. There is no two way about it. To that extent, Rahul Gandhi would have benefited. Whether that is good enough for Congress to win has got many other variables as well. To your question of whether Jan Swaraj we have started late, I didn't know why. What do you mean by started late? Whenever I thought that I am now convinced and I have the ability to stay true to my commitment and spend 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, whatever it takes to make this happen, I have taken the call and now I'm doing what needs to be done.
Would the Congress have benefited more if the yatra was being walked by Priyanka and not Rahul?
No, it is just not. Congress, again, the elections are different thing. Public outreach, public engagement, yatra or through other means is a different ball game. You can have a lot of goodwill for you. Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, these are the states where you would have seen Rajiv Gandhi's rally probably bigger than what he would get in UP or Bihar. But Congress was not successful in those states.
Okay. Please. Yes, gentlemen.
Election victory is not only a function of how many people are coming in your rallies and how many people you're talking and are a fan of yours. Yes.
Namaste Prashant ji, namaste all. So this is further to the Jan Swaraj Abhiyan, which you have already started, and I come from Bhagalpur, so I've definitely learned a lot about that it is being recognized as a force coming through. Now my question is that in 2015, 2025, where you are very likely to go for the state polls or the assembly elections, would you, suppose if you do not pull the numbers required, would you side with any of the RJD or the JDU or the BJP?
The question doesn't arise. I answer this question on daily basis in Bihar. Jan Swaraj, what I'm doing there is not merely one more party formation to fight or contest election. I am guided in my, what I'm doing in Bihar is what Mahatma Gandhi did in Champaran. Champaran did not give us per se the freedom. It gave us the tool called Satyagraha that was used in subsequent years, whether it was a non-cooperation or civil disobedience, and the whole country knew that this is a new tool through which you can fight Britishers and defeat them. So what I'm trying to do in Bihar is to take that hypothesis on the ground and test it in politically, socially most complex state. And if I'm able to prove it, then scalability becomes easy. It would no longer be seen as a Bihar-based regional effort, because you'd realize that if it is possible in Bihar, then certainly it is doable in Maharashtra. So that's the whole idea. So the question of any alliance, seat, winning, losing doesn't matter. If it takes 10 years, I will stay true to this idea for 10 years. It may take 10 years, it may take 15 years, but I'm not coming back. I'm not diluting it. I'm not diluting it.
Is your endeavor is not a political movement?
I don't believe in movements. I always say I'm one of those who think that movements, as they say, Andolan and Kranti, they don't do good to the society. The human history tells you that no Andolan or Kranti, no revolution, but for an exception of French Revolution, has ever done good to the humanity. Andolan or Kranti are like a weapon through which you can remove the incumbent. अन्ना आंदोलन हुआ, आपने सरकार हिला दी. जेपी आंदोलन हुआ, इंदिरा जी को हटा दिया. But that is not, it has got no creative element to it. जो सृजन है उसका एक अपना time. It's a slow burn. It is a slow process. So what I'm doing is I'm not trying to remove somebody from the power in Bihar. I'm trying to educate, empower, and bring people together that you can do this. And that is, to my mind, is what Gandhi's preaching is. Gandhi never did an Andolan in first 30-40 years कि चलो आज Britishers को हटा देते हैं. He said कि अपने कपड़े खुद बनाओ, जातिवाद मत करो, अपना लैट्रिन खुद साफ करो. So unless you build those values, I don't think you would be able to. Andolan is just, it's more like a घी की आग. खाना जो है वो लकड़ी की आग पे बनता है. घी आग अगर एक ड्रम भी ला के जला दें उससे खाना नहीं बना सकते.
Okay, I think we're going to, Prashant, he's being generous with his time, but I think we're running out of time. Short question, take one. I'm also seeing Iqbal there at the back. He's come from Bombay, so I'm going to ask him if he wants to comment.
Hello, sir. I'm Adnan Ali from Jamia Millia Islamia, Educame CRC. And my question is that in whole conversation, you didn't talk about the Aam Aadmi Party. So, this is the first election when Aam Aadmi Party contest as a national party. So, do you believe that Aam Aadmi Party make any difference in 24 results?
No.
Some
of you guys, because you are a young person, Aam Aadmi Party is one member party, Lok Sabha. Just be objective. You need to grow 200 times. In 2 months, is it possible? In 2 years, it's possible. How smart you have to be to grow 200 times in 2 months? You are saying it's a national party. It's a technical thing.
But in 20 years, you believe that it's a, because you know the one
no,
thing about them is that they're not anti-Hindu.
Not even in 20 years, because they do not have what I call ideological and institutional rooting of any kind that make them distinct from BJP or Congress. So they don't have the legs to stay true for next 20 years, and short run, what they have been attempting to do, they failed in 2014, they were butchered in 2019, and I don't see them doing anything very different, drastically different at national level. In the process, they have become one more party in India. They are no longer have that distinct thing that we are a party with a difference. They have become one more party, like there are 300 other parties.
Okay. You want to take one last one, right? There's the last one, please.
Yeah, hi, Prashant. My name is Chanakya. So I want to ask...
Your name is?
Chanakya.
So, salute to your parents.
Yeah. So I want to ask 2 short questions. That do you think that what Rahul Gandhi currently doing right now, it will bring success in next 10 years? Because what he did south to north and now he's doing east to west. What L.K. Advani ji did a Rath Yatra, today the BJP got success of that after a long time. Do you think Rahul Gandhi can do that after 10 years? Do you think this Yatra will do fruitful to that? And my second question is that when Prashant Kishor is joining Congress, because you have said in one of your interviews that your ideology matches with Congress, and after Lok Sabha elections, the Congress has to take a call, what will be the role?
Well, you're just distorting a little bit my words. I was asked the ideology, and I said that my ideology is closer to what Congress claims to represent today. So there's a difference. But yes, if you have to bind me to that, I would certainly put myself more on the left of center than right of center. So to that extent, I'm closer to what Congress is claiming or is supposed to represent in ideological terms. The first question you said, what Rahul Gandhi's Yatra will do, I think just tactically speaking, this is the worst decision on part of him to, just purely from the timing point of view. You are the commander of the army. You don't leave your headquarters when your entire battalion is at war. You do visit sometime. You don't leave the headquarters. If you wanted to do Yatra, L.K. Advani did not do Yatra 2 months before elections. This is the time when he should be at the headquarters, rather than him being in Manipur. So it's just a commonsensical thing. I sometimes, I find this very amazing that who advises these people and how they take call. Certainly they are much more experienced and smarter than us, but I just don't understand this logic behind it. 10 years, yes, if he continues this path, he completely erases the elections in between, but you have to be alive to fight 10 years. As in economics, they say, in long run, everyone is dead.
This is a place where we're going to have a patient conversation, something that most politicians in Delhi find quite unique. So we're going to spend time, we're going to listen to nuances, and we're going to sort of allow the FM to really speak her mind and her heart. Nirmala ji, it's been an incredible journey, an absolutely incredible journey. 6 budgets in a row. Everybody in the whole world is looking at India now. Rural consumption finally picking up. You're seeing, foreign capital flows happening. You're seeing, you've 7% 3 years in a row. Everything is lining up so beautifully. Is there anything that's keeping you up at night?
Thank you. Thank you for holding this in Bengaluru. And I would want this happening in Bengaluru, not just with me, with many and very many others,
Wonderful.
more often.
Wonderful.
Your question, what keeps me from sleeping in the night? I don't want to sound too short. May not be domestic issues, may not be issues related to India's supply chain, within India inflation, within India factors which may disrupt, within India input costs, no. There may be issues domestically, but what worries me is how things would change externally. Is it the war, not 1, 2? Is it the uncertainty, Red Sea? Or is it just going to end? Or is it going to fester? Those are the things. The crude oil price today, tomorrow, natural gas price today, tomorrow, fertilizer price today, tomorrow. Those are the worries.
But you have navigated Russia and Ukraine, I would say, particularly brilliantly. Obviously, all countries will posture and all that, but if you talk off record to the people who know, they say the way we have played this is actually quite outstanding, because we managed the US relationship and we've been able to kind of, sort of benefit in a sense, not benefit is the wrong word, but we've been able to deal and trade with Russia in a way that's kind of been good for our economy.
I think the underlying point there is, without compromising on national interest and without in any way hurting the Indian economy, if sound arguments have been placed with each of them, whether it's the Western Bloc nations, those expressions of bloc no longer hold good after Cold War, but still I'm saying whether it is developing countries, the global south, or the developing or developed countries, or specifically whether it is US, whether it's Russia, whether it's Japan, I think the personal kind of relationship, one may say in diplomacy there's no personal relationships, but yet chemistry works, right? If leadership has such chemistry with their counterparts, you're able to reason out in favor of your country. And that's where I think truly our Prime Minister has strenuously built up relationship with each of the leaders, that at any point he's able to seek time, take the phone, talk to them, explain why he wants a certain thing done in our country's interest, and certainly not to hurt anybody else's interest. When that argument gets put effectively, and that argument comes from an elected leader with mass support for him, and who is building a stable economy with predictable policies, it shows results. And that, I would think, is the reason why we were able to comfortably outside, but the number of times the phones had to be worked. But it is that energy which PM has put into this whole thing, otherwise it wouldn't have been possible.
And somewhere China faltering also has helped us, right?
I wouldn't want to put it that way. See, if you've built India's strength over a certain number of years, decades, and so on,
You're ready to
despite the 10 years of, lost decade, as I would want to call it, despite the 10 years, and why am I saying that? It's not political prejudice. Every indicator showed Indian economy was in tatters. You could not talk about the balance sheet related issues. They were twin balance sheet problems. The economy was fragile. Not just fragile, it was from the bottom, the fifth. And your banks had nothing to speak about. Industry truly was shifting its balance sheet. Today somebody asked me somewhere, what are you not concerned about big families, the HNIs going out? I said, I differentiate between HNI families going out from HNI businesses going out. HNI businesses were going out in 2013-14. So when the economy was in tatters and when that was the situation, you do realize that there's so much to do, and you get into that, and that's how you built the economy in the last 10 years. So you're today reaching a stage where you can aspire for more. So the pointed question that you asked me, which made me stray this far, was
China faltering.
So when in the 10 years, you had made sure the twin balance sheet problem has become twin balance sheet advantage. Reserve Bank's words. Companies now have leveraged the benefits that were given in terms of taxation, and they have made sure that all their bad loans and everything else have been negotiated out. They are in a position to expand. They are in a position to look for joint venture partnerships. Economy is already fit and proper to run. When countries, therefore, given that circumstances in India, and say circumstances in, besides India, Indonesia or Vietnam, and when for different reasons, when countries want to get out of, let's say, China, they have just not a Vietnam and a Indonesia, they have a big market as a captive audience, big market holding India. So it is not just attracting people for, hey, come and do business here, but we've created the environment for it, so people have seen that while Vietnam and Indonesia also exist because of their efficiency, the market structure, ease of doing business and everything else, India comes with an added advantage of a large market, an efficient middle class which has money to do necessary real-time purchases. So they come in.
Ma'am, in the first 10 years, and particularly after the COVID, you navigated it pretty well. And last 3 years has been terrific, 7% plus growth. And government also did the heavy lifting in terms of capex, really pushed up the capex, and you still maintained a fiscal deficit. Given what you did with this mandate, what is next set of agenda reforms that you have in mind? If it is like, say, some people say 300 becomes 400 in the next term, so what is it that you have in mind to push it further?
Well, I think you can rest assured about the way in which Prime Minister Modi handles the economy. As a Chief Minister in Gujarat and as a Prime Minister now for 10 full years, you have consistently seen that he takes an approach of government as a whole, system thinks, system meaning government as an organization thinks together. It doesn't work in silos. So if you brought in a policy, it actually gets grounded because all concerned are working towards the same goal. There are no pulling and pushing or people moving in different directions. With that kind of a work culture, the one emphasis is on system reforms. Whether you throw out unnecessary laws, whether you remove those rules which are bothering you, which are becoming an instrument in the hand of rent seekers. Everything that is done looking at the opportunities. Remember that even during COVID lockdown, when we were announcing 5 mini budgets within 1 year, the emphasis was still on reforms. Even as we announced a package, we were undertaking 2 or 3 major system reforms. So the next generation reforms will certainly be on track.
Ma'am, just to take it forward, like, yesterday also in a FICCI event, you did talk about, the factors of product.
Sorry, I just want to take one question. You said 300, 400, so I want to come back. Nirmala ji, what is it that, Ruchir Sharma did an Adda with us about a year ago, and he said this election is going to be Modi versus Modi. What can you do, or what is it that you will do with 400 that you couldn't do with 300? I mean, is there something that's going to change?
In fact, thank you for taking me on that route. I was going to address Vaidi's question on that. Did you need I'm not for a moment indicating that I don't need my 370, I don't need 400 par, not at all. But haven't we shown that even with Lok Sabha majority but no numbers in Rajya Sabha, we've still cleared quite a few bills which we easily clear in Lok Sabha, but we resent out in the Rajya Sabha and managed to pass it. Otherwise, do you think a bill like Article 370 removal would have happened? When you put across reason, of course it's a bit of a tussle, but you can still convince people. People see your point. But of course, if you have better numbers, it's all the better. The speed with which more and more major activities can be undertaken will happen if the numbers are better. And I would strongly take this opportunity to say it is only because of the continuity, the stability in policy, the predictability in the taxation, and the inclination towards greater reform, greater transparency, and absolutely no whisper of corruption that has made India attractive. You think at this stage, having very clearly identified that India should become developed, not because anybody wants to wear that label on one's shoulder. India deserves better. Our next generations deserve better. We missed the bus several times before. We can't. And it is because of that. Good numbers, good strength in the houses, both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, will help India. And there cannot be a temptation now to experiment with, can it be a coalition government? Can it be a lesser number government? Can it be this? No! It is such a critical time for India. They cannot be playing around with the numbers. We need the strength in the house.
Ma'am, particularly when you talked about the second generation reforms and,
Next generation.
Next generation.
Many
I
second
think,
has...
Many have...
Second is gone.
Yeah. The next generation reforms. And you did talk about land and labor as well. And kind of we also realize that land and pushing through land reforms as well as labor reforms are critical. In the first 10 years, there have been issues with land and labor, particularly farm laws also got stalled, and we realized that these are critical. So in terms of just the negotiations or discussions or kind of consensus building, is there an innovation possible?
First of all, I would appeal to the media to look at India, which is now moving so fast. And many that which can earlier, in the earlier perception, many which were thought as, oh, this has to be done by Government of India, are now happening at the states. So I would want media also to look at the responsibility of both the center and states to get into this traction to move fast and move forward. So everything is not in the court of the union government. Throw it at them and say, prove farm laws that you can pass. You withdrew it now. Do it now. That approach of the media is a bit jaded. Media also should think innovatively, because what is otherwise possible through various state governments can be done at that level. There are issues which are very peculiar to some states. I don't want to pick up on an example. There are n number of them. But the moment I pick it up, reading between the line, you may want to ask me, oh, does that mean? No, I don't want to mean anything, because reading between line is not my type of talk. But it is for you all to understand. Many things are happening in the states, and many states are doing it in such speed. It's going to set the track for many others to follow. So it need not always be the center who does it.
states can push through the...
Absolutely, the
these agendas on
consensus
their
can come through the states. Yeah. I'm getting into a minefield, but I'm getting into it deliberately, knowingly. And I want to talk about this only because I want the media also to talk somewhat on these lines as well. Uttarakhand passes UCC. 1,000 questions, oh, how can this happen? How live-in relationship, this, that. UCC has been in Goa since, I think, 40 years. Will any one media house quote it and say, let's have a discussion now? No, it's only looking at it because Uttarakhand is a BJP government. Ask them these questions. Please, I want the public of India to have a greater, meaningful, informed debate on issues rather than color it right from the beginning. Virtues exist in all colors.
You said a minefield. I take you to a slightly different minefield, but it's still something because we're in Bangalore, we should sort of, it keeps coming up. Center state came up right now. Center state, specifically Karnataka. That is one of the issues that comes up, that states are upset with the center for not sharing as much tax as they used to. States are upset with the center for, especially South states, and it's a political sort of, rhetoric that somehow seems to catch, that, that the center is unfair or unfavorable to the South states. How do you have you thought this through? And
yes, I have. And I feel sad for the people in those states. It's one thing to have concerns voiced, which many of them are genuine. I come from here, meaning belong to Karnataka, representing Karnataka, born in Tamil Nadu, married in Andhra Pradesh, started my political career in one Andhra Pradesh which included Telangana, but today I may represent Karnataka. There are positives and points of achievement for all states in the south. Well done. There are issues which, because of the weightage that the Finance Commission gives for each one of these factors, have you achieved education, these, have you got forest cover, what kind of a population stabilization has happened. So each one has a certain weightage. Now when southern states sit with the Finance Commission, the elected governments during those periods, when they sit with the Finance Commission, they'll have to highlight and speak about it, surely, for the Finance Commission to see what kind of a weightage will then help. Or if the weightages are going to be such that it may not help in certain particular indicator. Across the board, I'm not saying performing, non-performing states. There are states which perform in one indicator better than the others. In some other states perform. So if each of the southern states, for their own uniqueness, for their own strengths, if they put the arguments well and convincingly with data in their hand, more to promote their own strengths and highlight the challenges that they face, the Finance Commission is going to come up with a formulation. Now, in this, and I repeat in this, central government has no role to play except for obeying the Finance Commission. Finance Commission tells me you give this much per month, this much, I have to do it. There's no way in which any finance minister, leave alone me, any finance minister can tweak it in favor of one or the other. Even the wickedest finance minister can't do it because it's all there.
But
so then, if southern states, and I don't want to club them as southern states, each one has its own strength, and it's also now getting into those very, very dangerous threshold of southern states together. We'll have you had a responsible member of parliament, brother of the deputy chief minister of Karnataka, say we'll have a separate southern states. I mean, it cannot go to that extent. I'm sorry, I can't be with that. I'm coming from the southern state. I cannot for a moment stand next to anybody who says, we in the southern states then demand. It cannot be that. So that is what I'm worried about. And it's not the central government. You can always tell me, give a favorable terms of reference. No, I can't give favorable or against any state. What is provided by Constitution, this time particularly, I've kept it to the minimum. So that the Finance Commission takes a call. States, please sit with the Finance Commission, work it out.
But do you accept that there is a grievance which has there's some founding to this grievance?
Yes, but I want you to segregate each state.
Yeah,
Don't, when you ask me that question and I say yes,
it's not
tomorrow's headline will be, Finance Minister agrees with the southern states that all southern states together have no, please.
No, fair. Because it's a structural issue, right, Vaidi? That there's the population drops.
Yeah. So
the replacement
the
number.
Population drops and
wait a minute.
With education, you're actually disincentivizing them to educate in a sense, right, in this structure, because with...
Yes, but at the same time, look at the mobility of labor.
Okay.
The contribution of not so performing states' labor coming here and working here. Are we then got to say, hey, please remain where you are, I'm getting cheap labor? There are very conflicting ways in which you can interpret this data. And then say, migrant laborers, don't please come to my state. Then the cost of production for your work is going to go up also. So let's calibrate this debate. Let's not really club all the southern states together, or let's not put it black and white. More money to us. I've been saying this repeatedly, I'll repeat one line of it. Bengaluru should now then say, I'm not provoking you. Bengaluru should now say, hey, we are the ones contributing to Karnataka. Don't give money to Chitradurga. Don't give money to Kalyana Karnataka. We are the ones, for every rupee that we are giving you as tax, give it back to us. Is that going to work? Is that going to help? Let's have a reasoned debate.
Yeah, that's a very fallacious. Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't make sense. Ma'am, one thing which many states say is about the cesses, which have grown, say, 5 times in absolute terms over the last 10 years, and also as a percentage of gross tax revenues up from 5% to 10%. So that if it becomes part of the total resources which government can share, that is not in the hands of the Finance Commission. Can the government address that, or is there a case to look at it?
Would you then change the Constitution, please? Constitution permits me to levy cess. Constitution permits me to levy surcharge. For everything else, Constitution, but on this, no Constitution, get that surcharge and cess also into the divisible pool. Please, let's go talk about it in the Parliament and change the Constitution. Central government has every right to have levies such as surcharge and cess. One. Second, when I subsidize train travel, when people from Bihar come to Karnataka, or when people from Karnataka go to Kashi, Badrinath, they take ordinary trains and go. They are subsidized, aren't they? Common people want to travel. Who subsidize it? Karnataka to the border of Maharashtra, Karnataka subsidizes. Maharashtra to the border of Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, is that it? No, that's not how it works. Central government puts the money for the railways, puts the money for the highways, puts the money for the roads, puts the money for the ports, builds this beautiful terminal and that wonderful statue of Kempegowdaji. All central government money. Where do I get that money from? 41% given off to states from the divisible pool. With the rest, I should do all this. Also give the centrally sponsored schemes, central sector schemes. I need money. And just go back to the 14th Finance Commission, Y.V. Reddy Ji's commission. Whilst it gave the 41%, meaning from 32 to 41, 42 it was first, after J&K it became 41. It said you may cut down on the central sector schemes, bring the CSS down, you don't have to spend the money on it. Prime Minister Modi did not reduce the central sector schemes. Money still goes in that route also. So those who are talking about, hey, look at what Finance Commission said, should also say, I'm asking you for more, but you may cut down the central sector schemes as said by Finance Commission. Did any one state say that to me? No, 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 no. How can this work?
Let's change gears a bit from central issues to Bangalore issues, because the first. So, just to start with, I mean, from your sort of vantage point in North Block, Delhi business people, Bombay business people, how is Bangalore business community different from these two cities?
They're too decent. They're quiet.
Really? That's taking the time for an applause? I mean,
it's all right if Delhi listens to us, it's fine, but we can't be bothered going to Delhi. But because we are all very tech savvy, we'll go about tweeting, hey, central government, you're not doing this. You don't take care of Bengaluru. We are next California. Once. Second time you don't get a response. We are taxpayers, honest taxpayers. We give so much. Why are you not listening to us? Can't do this. Tag Prime Minister. Right? Very powerful, guys. So Delhi businesses think they're very close to Delhi. They can come from Noida, they can come from Gurgaon. They come meet and go. But Bengaluru doesn't budge from beautiful Bengaluru, cool Bengaluru. Climate-wise, it's brilliant. Who wants to come to Delhi? Cold winters, polluted Delhi, hot summers, sweaty summers. No coming to Delhi. But my God, I have the power of the social media. Thrash the government. Decent guys, but very powerful guys.
But in Bangalore, one thing that, obviously you said tech and all of that, do you feel like they are sort of up to the task of artificial intelligence? I mean, how much are you sort of relying on them?
They're brilliant. And the way in which Bengaluru and its immediate surroundings have given space for all kinds of startups to work. They may be focusing on agriculture, innovation on, fintech, or innovation on medical treatments, innovation on biomix, innovation also on the various kinds of technology which can be used in AI, the tools that you get out of AI, innovation on drones, aerospace. Bangalore has done brilliantly on startups. There's no way you can bring another one to compete with Bangalore. All right, Hyderabad and Noida have seen the virtues of getting the startups. They're also doing well.
And from Maharashtra, I'll add Pune to your list.
Yes, Pune. But still, it's going to take a bit of a while for them to catch up with Bengaluru.
So if you're
But Bengaluru has to be careful now. It's like a race. You reach the top. That is one struggle. But to stay at the top is another struggle. And any small thing, sentimental or other things, can disturb that peace. We need to be extra cautious.
Ma'am, since you said this, like, this Paytm, some issues with Paytm or with, say, Byju's, I'm sure that in a large ecosystem that may not really matter. But do you think, what is in your mind, how do you look at this issue? And do you think that probably compliance or corporate governance, those are issues which need much more attention?
I'll just add to, he said Paytm and Byju's, actually the top four, the poster children of the startup ecosystem, are right now in some bit of a spot. Ola's in a particular spot because of, and all for different reasons. Dream11 is in a different spot for a different reason as well. They're all decacons and, they're all the people that all startups kind of aspire and look up to. So I'm just adding these two more names, it's not just two companies, but have you thought about this trend that,
Yes.
some...
I thought about it. Incidentally, I've also had some representation coming to me. Only a couple of days ago, I've had an interaction with startups, particularly the fintech ones, to understand with what anxiety they wrote that letter to me. it was a fantastic conversation. They were very pointed. They voiced each of their concern. But let me at the upfront say, the concerns were not emanating from Paytm's issues. It was more on regular support that they may need from the regulators, clarifications which are periodically required, because their core business is not governance and compliance related issues. They are fellows who are going about innovating in their respective areas. Yeah. But for keeping the compliance business going, they need to have a team which is looking after it, and that team needs the support. Otherwise, it stresses out those fellows who are doing the innovation. So it really cannot be otherwise. And in that meeting, I was very glad they voiced their concerns. And they may indirectly come out of what is happening to the top four, as you say. But the regulators were all with me, and they have really understood, and they've connected with them. At least I did tell the RBI that once in a month, on a dedicated day, they should do a virtual conference with the startups, fintech, so that they can answer questions, and after that put that as a FAQ, so that others who did not attend it can benefit from it.
You're sounding very empathetic towards their problems, though.
Absolutely, I'm very empathetic, because 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 startups' problems cannot be seen as entire startup world's problems. Yeah. Many of them are doing all right. They may want to have greater levels of comfort from the regulators, which is fine, and we'll provide that. I don't want the sector to have any kind of apprehension that maybe that's going to be my fate as I grow. Gosh, in this country we can't do business. No, no. The government is very much with these startups. We want to be sure that you will be given all assistance, because you intend to carry on with the innovation. The compliances will have to be simplified and will have to be made user-friendly.
One thing that, I mean, particularly in the gaming industry and comes up in other places, one fear, foreign investors also say this, retrospective tax. Now, this sounds like a very Congress era kind of thing, you know, the word retrospective tax. Is that something that's reached you yet? Is it?
No, it's been from the day when we had the first meeting in the GST Council about it, the second day. Strictly speaking, it is not retrospective, Anant. It is very clearly, the notices have gone very clearly on what is extent for that period. So there's no application. I mean, like, leave me. Prime Minister is very clear, we don't want to have any retrospective taxation, and particularly in the gaming and other casinos and other things. How many times the GST Council, to be fair to the Council, yeah, how many times they've had discussions, and to be fair to the Chief Minister of Meghalaya, Conrad Sangma, chair of the group of ministers who handled this matter, twice he went back to start from scratch to discuss this, and then only whatever was accepted was brought in. So it's not for want of work or want of understanding. It's gone through the rigor of so many finance ministers sitting and talking about it to the group of ministers, and then in the entire council. The wisdom of the council cannot be that easily sidetracked and said, have you done something retrospective? Do you think the finance ministers from the states would accept anything that I do, saying, we want it retrospective because we want the money? No.
No, so is there a, I don't think it's a fear only to a particular sector. I think, like, when you talk to foreign investors, this word retrospective, it still hurts them because it happened a long time ago, but the number was so big. So is there anything that you, I mean,
I would want them to please recall as to who removed the retrospective. Who brought in the retrospective and who removed it? Why do you have that fear now?
But going
people who brought in the retrospective have been thrown out by the people of India. And the people who protested retrospective, even being in the opposition, after coming to power, the first thing they did was to remove the retrospective. And through the parliamentary process. So why have that lingering in your mind even now? You don't trust me? I was the first one, I meaning our government was the first one to remove it. And consistently, we've been speaking against this when we were in the opposition as well. So, retrospective and us don't go together at all. If some other party was sitting in power today, you may ask them that question, not us. I think it's a front.
An issue which, which we hear a lot, or, which is reported, of course, on jobs. The government also provided almost 1 million jobs in a year. But still for, say, 1,000 jobs, lakhs of people apply. So, but, PLF's government data itself shows that unemployment has come down, which is quite remarkable. But even unemployment numbers which have come down seem to suggest that casual labor and self-employed numbers are getting better, which are not really in terms of wages, they are not very remunerative, or in real terms, they have actually declined. So what the jobs issue, how do you tackle it? Because government
so you want us to promote paid job?
No, I'm saying
but your interpretation that self-employed people and those who are doing their own, numbers are going up, but in terms of real income is not really as much, it's coming down. Yeah. So are you telling, because that's the status quo, we should now do promotion of job rather than entrepreneurial encouragement?
No, I'm saying that, jobs requires a much higher run rate in terms of growth. That is...
No. Tell me, developed countries, how many of them are dependent on jobs for having reached there? It is a typical understanding in only developing countries. I'm not faulting it. We'll have to pass through stages in development. Unless formal jobs are growing, and growing in proportion with the population growth, because our youth population is something which we talk about as a dividend, and we don't want that to become a drag on the economy if it is not serviced. It is a formulation that you're telling me that you have to just promote more and more formal, employed for salary jobs, rather than promote employed for salary jobs will happen. But I will also want India to have sufficient support given for those who want enterprise to grow, who want to employ others, who want to do their businesses. Otherwise, what is this world of startup then? When it is the world of startup, you feel, hello. Whereas other self-employed is not good enough. No, I think people should have the freedom to choose what they want. And what they want to do, it is the government's business to support them, give them credit, give them ease of doing business, give them regulatory framework which is simple, and give them mobility, so that they can do their own. And if the numbers there are growing, it's not happy news. But somebody's gone to measure that their real income has gone down, and therefore it's bad news. Vaidyanathan, I'm with you. We need real income also to grow. But it cannot be only dependent on paid jobs for employment. It has to be every combination of so many things.
No, absolutely, I completely agree. In terms of, I was saying that, our demography is also such that there is a bulge. Like, there's 15 to 30 is a large number, and, the jobs are mostly required in that youth segment. And that requires a lot of private investment, etc., which was something which I wanted to ask you also about, that, private investment is something which I think the government has done the heavy lifting post-COVID as well. We're still expecting the private sector to kind of jump in and start. You see that we are on the crux of that. We are kind of almost at that stage. Do you have that sense from people you're speaking with?
Yes, particularly when I attend sessions like those which I did yesterday in FICCI, or when I'm sitting with CII members, I can see that today they are coming out. Again, I don't know if it is also because, only time can say, I don't think I can point a finger at anybody or myself and say we are looking at one end of the world but not the other. There is a lot of investment moving and happening in new sectors, whether it's renewable. Look at the kind of investment which has gone for green ammonia. Look at the kind of money which is going for research in battery and storage for power. Look at the way in which people are looking at semiconductors. Do you think semiconductors in India is still just a matter of talk? I don't want to say till the agreement is signed. There will be something happening even in the Northeast for semiconductor manufacturing. It's a huge ladder. You're manufacturing the first step of it or the second step of it. All of them are semiconductors. You may not be at the top ladder, top rung of the ladder, but you're still doing things. Money is getting invested there. Look at the investment in Rajasthan and Gujarat, for instance, on green hydrogen in Tamil Nadu and in Gujarat, particularly in the Kutch area, for solar. These are not small investments, they're huge. And therefore, I would think, when we are looking at private investments which are happening, we should look at the sunrise sector. Also take them on the count. Look at the number of integrated steel plants which are expanding in capacity. Look at the advertisements which are coming from Orissa. You think that's without money investment? We should do a bit more rigorous understanding, work to understand what actually is happening. By the time observers or economy experts come up with the data, we have indications everywhere that things are happening.
Nimraji, one last question. We'll get to some audience questions. One of the fears that the business community talks about is this phrase iced. Have you heard this phrase iced before? Iced. I think it's income tax, CBI, ED. The thought is, have you been iced? Is this kind of this new phrase, or I have been iced?
Why? Is it treated as a badge of honor?
No, it's a fear. It's a fear, I guess, that's coming.
Fear, iced. Oh, it's cool to hear it. So I thought it's a badge of honor.
Is this fear been communicated to you? Do you feel like there is?
Yeah, fear gets communicated by sections which hear it from somebody else, who hear it from somebody else, and from political parties. Because there is a element of wanting to be sounding vicarious. Why only opposition leaders? Yeah, no BJP, is it? You're all not corrupt? Yes, we are not corrupt. I'm not saying it jocularly. Tell me otherwise, the media would have left us 10 years free without any corruption gossip. Front page, particularly Indian Express. Front page, corruption in this department would have been the headlines. Has there been even a bottom line somewhere? Suspicion? No. Prime Minister Modi's government is absolutely clean, and I'm happy about it, proud about it. But equally, if it is only going, iced is happening only in opposition-led leaders' places, tell me one place from where they've come empty-handed. They're just not having enough hands to count the wall stacked cash, locker full of gold and silver, and some lockers which are yet to be opened, manpower not sufficient, counting machines getting heated up. We are getting counting machines sent from other parts to say, rush, rush, there's money to be counted. You don't want this to be caught? Agencies should not work? Oh, hey, please don't go another congressman. No, they'll accuse me of only targeting Congress, so don't please go there. Do you want me to say that to my agencies? No, they will go after every fellow who's got black money. Be iced.
Nimraji, you answered from a political perspective, but my question was more from a business community perspective. The political piece I'm not even getting into, but the business community piece. Do you feel like there is something that people, you said people are getting houses in Dubai and London, and one of the reasons...
No, I don't mind if they're doing it with white money. Let them get it anywhere. South Pole moon. We've gone there also. Shiva Shakti Sthal. Please buy it. Buy it with tax-paid money. But if you go with other kind of money, I'll of course be after you. Because another thing, if we don't, and I'm not doing it for fear of, but if we don't, India will be named as or put in the grey list of FATF. FATF, once you are in the grey list, your investments are not going to happen. Nobody is going to come with money into your country. Yeah? So is it better that I don't catch all these people and say, no, I don't want to earn the band name? Let FATF put me in the grey list. Am I doing it only for FATF? No. The first file that Prime Minister Modi and the cabinet did in 2014 was to appoint an SIT, was to go after black money. We will do it. India has to be cleaner. Do with UPI payments, I have no problem. But in this era, with digital connections being what it is, you still want stacks of gold, dealing in cash, unaccounted cash. And business houses, you want me to give an exception?
No, I'm just, by the way, you know that Panama Papers and all these
yes,
were,
you were the one to
express
bring it out.
publications.
Yes.
And I believe that 20,000 crores have been recovered. We got a lot of
information.
We got a lot of flack for publishing these pages.
No, but that helped. Also, the way in which the sharing of information is happening from these tax havens from 2018. And from that, the question was asked, you're getting so much information, put it all out. No. Our understanding is all this information will come. But on who you want to go to the court, and after going to the court is when the information will come. Because again, there was this section which was waiting for salacious gossip. So much came from Switzerland. Put all the list out. We can have daily something, in television debated. Was it A? Was it B? Was it C? No. Everything goes by a certain standard operating procedure. When I go to the court saying this man has taken away this much cash without paying the tax, the court will choose to say it out.
Yeah. It's got better.
So is the Panama Papers. Yeah, it's getting better, I must say.
Some question from the audience. Can we get the first question, Dr. Saluja? Get a mic here, please. Please keep the question a little short. We go to Mr. Alva after that. Can I get a show of hands how many questions there are in the audience? I can't promise to get to all because
no, I have
a flight.
Ma'am, I'm just here to congratulate you the way IRD is working on the penetration of insurance. It's in last 2 years, and especially last year, it has been absolutely revolutionary. The only thing my suggestion would be, ma'am, the best way forward together is Ayushman with the private insurance companies. That will actually completely take forward the Prime Minister's vision, ma'am.
Thank you.
Jitu? Right here. Jitu.
Ma'am, thank you for being here with us, and thank you for all what you're doing for us. All the grey areas are slowly going away in your tenure. My one question was that a lot of corporates, especially in Bangalore, are spending money with the government on infrastructures, like buying metro stations to help participation of income from the private sector to the government, which helps them to improve the infrastructure. Would it be possible to relook at that, not to charge GST when you're contributing to the government infrastructure?
I'll have it discussed in the council.
Yeah. Because actually we are, so as a company, as Embassy Group, we've recently bought a metro station which to help the government build the whole metro line in a certain area, which is called Outer Ring Road. And there are 7 stations which are sold to private people. So we actually contribute 100 crores to buy the station. But it's a little painful to pay 18% on 100 crores when you're contributing to the infrastructure of the public.
Nirmala ji, how many requests a day do you
No, but
get?
are you a Section 8 company?
No, we are not.
Okay.
But it was just that on that particular road, the metro wanted, there was some issue that they needed money from the private sector to be raised.
No, I
so
understand.
they didn't have enough contribution from the government.
I understand, but it's a matter which the council will have to take a call on.
Yeah.
I
So if you
assure
can
you
just
I'll
please
take
look
it up.
into it, yeah.
I'll take it up in the council.
Yeah, thank you.
Nirmala ji, every day how many requests do you get for GST exemptions from different sectors? Are you keeping count?
But can I share something like?
Please.
I was, I hesitate to say it, but I have to say it. There was this government servant, so he said of himself. He said, I work for the government. I said, yes. And I have a witness, sir. I'm not making a fabricated story. He said, I'm a government servant, but why do I have to pay GST when I go to the hotels? I said, sorry. Then he said, yes, I'm serving the government, so when I go there, why should I pay service tax when I go to the hotels? Then I asked, is it that you're paying this only after the GST came in? Didn't you have to pay a tax when you went to the hotels even before? And by the time I could get the answer, I was off the bus and climbing the ramp to get into the aircraft. So I get such questions as well. So I don't know many a times if people are asking me just to provoke me. I work for the government, so should I pay service tax when I go and have a family gathering and join in a restaurant?
Amazing.
So I don't know. Is it a genuine question, or is it a question to mock at me, or is it a question wanting a genuine answer? So yes, there are types and types and types of questions on GST.
Ms. Alva, yeah. Is there a mic here?
I'm Alva from Candid Technologies. We have seen significant reduction in corruption. Having chaired FICCI, National Committee for MedTech, I think it's chalk and cheese. That's the difference we have seen. What we have, when we talk to the government, if it is within the ministry, things get sorted out. If it has to do with 2 to 3 ministries, it takes very, very long time. And one specific example I can give is when all the ministries have agreed on the PNDT Act for the MedTech, it has taken 8 years and things have not been fixed. The second is on the regulatory. There are multiple regulatory bodies, and which is good for tax collection and other compliance matters. But the tribunals that give justice for these take very long time. I think some of the tribunals don't even start in 6 years. The legal system is also taking a long time. So if the regulatories are empowered and the tribunals and the legal system does not catch up, it's going to be a huge impact, like what Mr. Goenka said on the industry bodies being victims of this ice. The third thing is on PLI. PLI linked to R&D will bring Atmanirbhar, but PLI linked to just production has got a detrimental effect. Since the question is long, I would like to close it.
On the PLI, leave the PLI. You've got 1 lakh crore given as seed money for R&D in private sector in this budget. We are forming a SPV, and the SPV, and we are giving them 50-year interest-free money, 1 lakh crore, which they can in turn give it to private R&D at whatever cost they choose. So when we are giving it interest-free for 50 years, they naturally will probably be giving you the minimum charge that they can to promote R&D. So we have come up, not just the same PLI route, we have come up with something else new.
We're running short of time. Nirmala ji, a quick rapid fire, short answers. This is going to be a short reel on Instagram, so we're trying to catch the younger audience who doesn't necessarily hear your budget, the full budget at least. And just have fun with it. Jobs, monopolies, privatization, rural consumption, private investment. Which of these domestic issues are you most concerned about?
Private investments.
Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Palestine, or China, Taiwan? Which of these 3 global issues are you most concerned about?
All 3.
Pranab Mukherjee, Chidambaram, Manmohan Singh, Yashwant Sinha. The one opposition FM's budget that you have studied closely.
I've read all of them closely.
Okay. Your one line of advice to the startup entrepreneur in Bangalore today who wants to be a unicorn. One line.
They're doing fine, and they will reach the level of unicorn. They don't need my advice.
Okay. The one lesson you've learned from China's faltering economy in the last 10 years?
Be India. Be Indian.
Okay. Finance or defense, from which ministry is engaging with Beijing more challenging?
Well, after COVID, I have not had any opportunity to engage with China, so I can't compare.
Okay. Nirmala ji, your sort of yet to be born grandchild comes up to you with her first, or his or her first paycheck and asks you for your advice, what they should do with that paycheck. What would you say?
Save it.
Super. Nirmala ji, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for being so candid, for giving us so many headlines. Always wonderful to have you. Special guest, Ruchir Sharma. Can I give a quick show of hands before we start? How many of you have like read something that he's written in the last? Okay. So the pressure is on us, Shamal, now to talk about things that he hasn't already spoken about, because we all have a room full of people who are following his work. Ruchir, thank you for making time. Thank you for being here at the Adda. It's not your first time with us at the Adda, but we're still very excited to have you, because it is the right time to talk to you. There's so much that's changing. There's changes in the world order, there's changes economically in India, China, India, US relationship with China, Russia, the war. There's so much that's kind of changing. I think the one thing that sort of interests me the most, and I think we can maybe start with, is China. I find it obviously it's a very opaque place. We don't really know what happens there, and you have been talking and commentating about China for many years. So if I can get you to start with China, can you just paint a picture for us? How much really at odds is India with the Chinese grand plan? Is there a scenario in the world where India and China can coexist in harmony, growing peacefully? Or will there always be some kind of tension between us?
Yeah, I think that as far as China is concerned at this stage, given the fact that its economic miracle is over, it is generally sort of, I'd say that their focus is likely to be much more on geopolitics, nationalism. So I think that naturally makes for a much more tense relationship. So I think that the key thing, as far as I'm concerned, I think geopolitics is something which is very speculative. On the economic front, I think now there's widespread recognition, something we spoke about in the previous Addas as well, and at that point in time it wasn't that clear. But I think that the economic miracle in China is over. And that, I think, has major consequences in terms of its behavior, which is that you should expect, therefore, a China which is much more assertive, China which is much more focused on geopolitics, and a China that may even need more foreign distractions than the fact that, with the domestic economy not in such a great position anymore.
So the waning popularity of Xi Jinping is a clear correlation to the fact that the economic sort of miracle of China, as you say, is over?
There's no way for me to tell you that his popularity is waning. I think that the biggest mistake that all of us tend to make is that we think in terms of the westernized way, which is that there's a very clear link between economics and politics. That the economy is not doing well, so it means the leader will be unpopular. That's not necessarily true, because of the fact that in some of these places you're able to whip up national sentiment, you have a different ideological stuff. He is sort of trying to come up with a very different vision of what he thinks the world should look like. And for him, some of the Western values of too much materialism, too much consumerism, is something which he seems antithetical to. So that's not what is his priority. So this idea that his popularity is waning is something we just don't know.
You aren't saying is a fact. You don't know, but you're not saying it's not true. You just don't know. But
I just don't know in terms of what is his popularity on the ground in China. It is very hard to know.
And how do you think we have been responding to the changes in China? I mean, if you were to rate Indian government's response to the changes in China, how would you?
I'm not sure the Indian government's really sort of taken a big sort of position on this, but what's very clear is the stock market community is very elated by it, right? Because in India, you can make out there's so much sort of feeling that because of China's fading away, there's no doubt that the foreign interest in India this year in particular, at least 50% of the increased foreign interest in India this year, I would say, is because of the fading economic miracle in China and the fact that China is being increasingly cut off from the Western world. I think that is a really big factor today as far as the Indian market's concerned. That's played a very big role, I think.
And you see this being a sort of a short-lived thing because China relationship is like this, that's why there's a focus on India? Or is it sort of an independent trend that the focus on the Indian market, whether even if tomorrow, let's say, America and China become best friends, will that not sustain the foreign?
No, but I think there's no doubt that it's been inflated just now, right? So as far as, let's say, there was an interest in India, it's been inflated. I was glad to meet a lot of people today who I've known for nearly 3 decades in the business, and I think that they will agree with me that this is really the 4th wave we have seen of great foreign interest in India, the 4th wave. The first wave was in the 91 to 94 phase, right? When we first opened up to the rest of the world, that's when you saw the first massive wave of foreign interest. The second wave happened in 99-2000 when you had the tech boom, which took place in the Nasdaq tech. India's tech prowess got very widely recognized in that boom. The third wave happened in the mid-2000s. You know, that was the true India rising when all emerging markets were booming. That was a giddy boom that we saw in the 2000s, which came with all its other sort of issues. This, I think, is the 4th real wave we are seeing of great foreign interest in India, where we are. And my only cautionary tale, because I was speaking to the team about, is that the 4th wave has been such today that India today is the most expensive market in the world. It's the most expensive stock market in the world, singular. There is no, so it just tells you about what expectations also are out of India, because when you're the most expensive market in the world, it means valuations are very high. When valuations are very high, it means expectations are very high. So even I can't find it too much wrong with the Indian economy today. I think it's in very good shape. The macro numbers look great. Demand's doing very well. Profitability of companies is doing very well. But as an investor, you're always trained a bit to think of, okay, how much is priced in? What can possibly go wrong? So I was just mapping it in my head. 4th big wave, the most expensive market in the world. The last time we had this honor was December 2007. So we just have to be a bit sort of mindful of where we are today.
In spite of that, in spite of the fact that we're so expensive, our combined market cap is still less than Apple's.
Yeah, well, it depends how you measure, but yeah, I think that's true of all. That's true that the US as a financial superpower has never been this dominant in history. So anything compared to the US looks super in terms of market cap. Yeah, because if you look at the top 10 companies in the world today, I think with the exception of Aramco, all the top 10 companies today are all American. So it's a decade where America has totally dominated. Now, there are 2 ways of looking at it. As you said, on one hand, you compare to Apple. On the other hand, India's market cap today is now possibly, I think it's the 4th largest in the world, combined, after obviously US, China, Hong Kong, like possibly Japan, somewhere there, but that's where you are. So it depends who you look. Every market in the world today looks cheap or not cheap, at least into the market cap compared to the US. But India on its own today, I mean, in terms of the thing, is great. So yeah, long-term bullishness on India, I feel very good about. But going back to your original question, there's no doubt that we have been, this year, got a real push because of the fact that there's a lot of disenchantment with China among global investors.
And that's the main difference between this wave of bullishness to the previous wave of bullishness.
Yeah, so there's always some different catalyst. This wave of bullishness has been catalyzed a lot by the fact there's so much disenchantment with China, and then there is no other country, large emerging market, that people can dream of except India.
I want to get into some details about the differences between this wave of bullishness and the previous one, but Shamal, you want to go ahead first?
Yeah, just a question on the dollar. We have been talking, dollar has been trending lower, and it's happening for some time. Now, a lot of countries, they are now readying themselves for a post-dollar world, when they're getting off the dollar standard. And you see bilateral deals being worked out. China is investing in bonds of other countries, et cetera, et cetera. So that has given rise to the narrative that we are growing slowly into a post-dollar world. But the question is, how much of it is hype and how much of it is real? Because there is no alternative currency in sight. China obviously cannot be the solution. So how do you make sense of this grand plan of a new, brave, post-dollar world?
Yeah, so you're right. So far, it is all talk, because if you look at the dollar itself, it is still very strong. in terms of that, right? The dollar is extremely strong today. In its 50-year history, the dollar today is at the top end of its range compared to most currencies. So I think that the post-dollar world is because I think America made one very key strategic mistake, if I can say so, which is the way they imposed sanctions on Russia last year. Because, when you impose sanctions that way, you may be completely morally correct in doing it, but when you are weaponizing the currency to do something like that, I think it led to a lot of governments around the world thinking that if US can throw Russia off the dollar standard, we better protect ourselves from being thrown off the dollar standard. So that I feel is a very key strategic mistake that America has made. And I think that its consequences will be played out over time. So it won't happen immediately. And this entire idea that there is no alternative, it's a TINA phrase we use in Indian politics today. It's a TINA phrase we use like even there. I'm very skeptical of this because nature always finds a way of coming up with an alternative. Like even today, for example, like the dollar in terms of people are shedding the dollar holdings. They're buying more of the central banks. They're buying more of Swiss francs, Australian dollar, Canadian dollar, even gold they've been buying a lot more of. So people figure out ways of finding alternatives. But yes, the dollar being displaced as the world's reserve currency is a multi-decade process. It's not going to happen in...
But has it started?
I think that the seeds of it have been sown and
by America's own doing.
By America's own doing because of... There's always this hubris. It's there in America today also that we are the world's only economic power today. We can do what we feel like. So America today, like one thing which really I also said about, today America is running a budget deficit of 6% of GDP a year and is projected to run 6% budget deficits for the rest of this decade or close to that. America's debt today, if you look at its total debt in terms of that, is the third highest in the developed world after only, I think, Japan and maybe Italy or something. So, they're pushing on a string, but they think they can get away with anything because they have the world's reserve currency. Where else are people going to go? The tech boom is again unfolding with artificial intelligence. America's at the forefront of it. So there is this real confidence that where else will the money go except come to America. But I do feel that the seeds are being sown, therefore, because people are looking for alternatives around the world.
Just coming back to India, yesterday Jaishankar gave a speech and he talked about re-globalization. We had globalization, we had deglobalization, now he's talking about re-globalization, where India is at the center of it all and no country can afford to ignore India. How much do you think this is political grandstanding, or has India done enough to actually earn its place there?
If you look at the data, you will see that there is a very clear shift which is going on of supply chains around the world. But India is not the only beneficiary. India is one of the beneficiaries. Vietnam, Indonesia, Mexico, in terms of very close to what's happening to the US and stuff. There in Eastern Europe, countries like Poland. So you see that there is a general that any corporate, think about an American CEO sitting home, right? Which is that for the last 2 decades, they set up lots of factories and all in China, and some in other countries, some smaller ones in Russia. Last year, what happens to them? That in Russia, their investments got written down to 0 in 1 day, right? Because you got sanctions on Russia, they're thrown off the dollar standard. So let's say, like you're a multinational, US multinational, any multinational operating in Russia, all of a sudden your investment, your entire enterprise value in Russia got literally written down to 0. I've never seen something like this happen because of sanctions have gone off. That happened. You could go back to your board and justify to your board, hey, that this is a real black swan event, it happened now. Now, even the 10-20% risk is that China does something with Taiwan. And the Western world again takes a measure like that. The probability, I agree, is very small, but it's not 0. Can you imagine a CEO then having to go back to their board and justify that I have so much in China and I'm going to do that here? So therefore, every CEO is thinking about how to have at least a China plus one strategy, and India is definitely a beneficiary of that. Goes back to my original theme, that this is what's causing. But again, we have to be careful in India of a couple of things, which is that we're not the only country. There are options people have. There are markets like Indonesia, Mexico, Vietnam and all which people have. And secondly, that, the policy on the ground, right, that the macro numbers look good. On the ground, what's really happening? For example, you look at the FDI numbers into India. Those have really fallen off quite significantly. Why is that happening? We need more of that sort of FDI to come. Private capex. Why is private capex in India not picking up more in the way it should be? So these are some of the answers that I hope our policymakers also think about, rather than take it for granted that, I wrote my Breakout Nations book in 2012, and in the opening chapter, I had captured the sentiment, because even then the bullishness on India when I wrote the book in 2011 was a lot. And I'd said that I'd captured this comment that at some farmhouse that some young kid made to me, that where else will the money go but come to India. This was in 2011 in terms of that. So we just have to be careful of not being caught in the same trap, which is that this thinking that where else will the money go? It's got to come to India. Yes, India is great, the prospects look fantastic, but we just can't take it for granted that this is the only thing. And the data on the ground today shows, yes, India is benefiting from the China plus one strategy, but it's not just India, there are other countries too, which are trying to pick up the pieces and do this. Some doing it more quietly, some with more fanfare.
Just to borrow from your article in FT, recently you wrote about many states in Asia first gained economic freedom and then political freedom as they grew richer.
Yeah.
But in India, a poor nation got political freedom, but got wedded into a socialist kind of an economy with no real conviction in economic freedom. Now, given that context, which you have written, do you think that, since our political DNA is basically fundamentally, statist,
socialist, yeah.
Socialist, do you think this, in order to break out, people are talking about an 8% plus growth rate for a sustained period of time. Do you think this is just a dream, or, as you have written, said that 5.5 to 6% growth itself is in doubt, and given the prevailing economic uncertainties, it will take a lot more. Incremental reforms won't do. Do you see now that the present government is finishing its second term and getting into a third term, hopefully? I don't know what will happen. But do you think that this incremental reform mindset, will it change? No,
it's very difficult in India, because even if you look at the state elections which are taking place now, the big risk is that we get into competitive populism, right? Because every state is announcing more and more sort of measures about what to do. And this is not just a budget deficit impact, it's a culture impact. That if you put up a welfare state too prematurely, you prevent people moving from the rural areas to urban areas. That slows down the transition. In terms of, like, the work culture gets a bit sort of distorted. These sound like very heartless comments to make. But if you look at China as an example, China had no welfare state. They were like, China in its public sector enterprises in the 1990s fired 70 to 80 million people. Fired. Can you imagine in India we firing even 2,000 people at a public sector enterprise? It's like, how difficult that is. Yeah. Similarly, a lot of people in China were made to move forcibly, almost, to the eastern coast, where the ports, to be from the inland to that, go east was the policy in terms of that. It was almost done forcibly. So these kind of policies you can't do in India. So it's not. So you have to be mindful of what is the DNA of a country, what's a societal stuff in a country, and even now there is a lot of statism, right? Because in India, it's impossible to privatize anything. In fact, in India, if we find anything, it's all privatization by what I've said, malign neglect almost, right? Which is that you don't, like telecom, airlines, there's no privatization. It just is that the banking sector, over time, their share just goes down and the shares of the others goes up. Like, I was speaking to some friends of mine that, And like the hospital business today in India, it's like the private sector is again having a free march almost, because you're competing against government hospitals where the salaries and wages and unionization is so high, and you don't have the proper thing. So the private sector guys are just like on a free tier. So that's the way India functions, which is that there is very little deliberate policy action. Things happen almost by neglect. And that's how the private sector grows. In that scenario, for us to do what East Asia did, where it was command, okay, we are privatizing, we have no welfare state. Let's first build the bridges and the infrastructure. We'll do welfare state later. We can't do that in this country.
So, why is it then that, we keep hearing this refrain after all that you said? We keep hearing this kind of thought that, we need a very stable government. If Modi doesn't come back, markets will crash. Now, is this something which is being painted by a political side of an argument, or is it true? I feel like I've heard this from people with money, like people who want to invest in India. I feel like I've heard them say things like, listen, if there's no strong government in India, it's going to impact how we think about investing here. So is that true, by the way? Does foreign capital want?
Yeah, I think I think that foreign capital gets any capital gets very comfortable with the incumbent, right? I remember, again, I think that this will be the problem of. There's a very old Russian proverb which goes that ignore history and you lose an eye, focus on it too much and you lose both. So, you have to have the right balance between how much history to know and not know. But again, my mind goes back in 2004, when the Vajpayee government lost unexpectedly. No one expected it. The market fell 20% in a flash. It was limit down almost, right? It was like limit down, flash, etc. All these Communist Party guys were running around saying lots of irresponsible stuff about economically. And yet, what happened after that was that you got the biggest stock market boom that India has seen. In that, and foreign capital rushed in. So I think that, and I've always said this, that a country's growth is dependent on many factors, not one. So I'd say that generally having a business-friendly, stable government, you can argue is helpful. But there are 9 other factors that you need to take care of. So you had the worst in terms of today people only have bad memories of the UPA and stuff like that. But there were other factors which came into play. You had a massive global emerging market boom. India, just took off on the back of that. And the government was spending a lot then on welfare. But the revenues kept on pouring in because the boom went on until the tide ran out by 2010-11. And then the government was caught, in terms of with lots of bills to pay. So I think that it's very important for us to not be ideological when you think about investing. And to keep in mind, as I've tried to write, there are 10 rules of successful nations, not one. So let's not get focused on just one. When we evaluate countries, we look at 10 rules and not just one.
But do we give too much? Good. No, do we give too much importance to foreign capital now? Because I feel like that, we keep saying foreigners, paise lekar. We keep talking about this foreign bags of cash, and we do everything we can. State governments are competing for it. Central keeps, rolling out red carpet after red carpet. Have they actually been as responsible as we would have wanted them to be? I mean, you look at some of the big PE guys, how they've invested in startups. They've been extremely irresponsible in Indian startups. So why does India worship foreign capital like this? I mean, does it happen? I know we need, of course, we need capital, we need money. It can't all come from India. But are we giving them too much importance?
Yeah, I think there are 2 factors that put the first, in general, India's structurally got a current account deficit. So there's one, a math. That, if you have a current account deficit, whatever, you need to fund $100 billion a year or something, right? So there's a basic math. But the second point, I know where you're coming at, and I agree with you, because I've always said this, if you look at the history of development, the single best indicator, if you want to look at it in terms of capital flows, is what are the domestic businessmen doing? Very rarely have countries been successful if the domestic businessmen are bearish and the foreign people are putting money in. Usually it works the other way around, which is I would rather invest in a country where the domestic people are more optimistic than the foreign guys are. Often the foreign capital is the last one to come and catch the tail end of the boom.
And the first to leave also.
And the first to leave, no, opposite. The first to leave happens to be domestic guys. In fact, the best predictor of crises I figured out is when the domestic businessmen start taking their money out. That was my first experience in East Asia in '97. That before foreign capital could leave, domestic business people started taking their money out. on the quiet, right? There are balance of payments numbers, we know where you look at it and you see that. So I think that, and I've made this point earlier, that it's the domestic businesses that I want to see remain more in India today. It's a great story which is going on, but if I were to look at one of the fault lines, it is that why are so many people,
moving to Dubai and Singapore.
Moving to Dubai, Singapore, you go there, etc., they're floating around. And I think that a lot of it is because, and I've said this openly, that if, that of all the good that's happening, one of the things which I think the government needs to be careful about is that, like how confident are you feeling about the domestic environment, domestic businesses? Have the investigative agencies been weaponized too much, where people, don't know at any point in time what can happen?
Being iced.
Sorry?
You're hearing this term iced.
Yeah, iced, exactly. I mean, in terms of that, like as an acronym for the 4 investigative agencies. Yes. So I think that fear is there, undoubtedly. And I'd say that both economically and politically, if there's one thing I'd say which is concerning, which should be concerning for the Modi government, it should be the weaponization of the investigative agencies. Economically, because what I've said, that you have domestic businesses who are there, and it's a question you have to ask that why are they not staying more at home, and you need more private sector, confidence to come back, and I'm all for domestic businesses. And politically also, because, in terms of the fact that I was in Delhi briefly, and you speak to people there, all the opposition parties, there's no common ideology, there's no common figure. The only reason that they are trying to unite is because they feel an existential threat about the fact that if these guys are coming after us, in terms of it, everyone's feeling like an existential threat, that what will happen to us 5 years. So they're uniting I'd say subconsciously based on that. Overtly, they may say everything about, ideological, this and the other. This is the real factor if you really go to the bottom of it. So I'd say that if I were to say this is the single biggest issue in terms of that, if I was the Modi government, that I'd be watching out for. Yeah.
Just going back to Anand's earlier question, do you think the importance of elections is way too exaggerated in India on investment and markets? Because if you see the trend, state elections, Karnataka being the latest, I mean, their growth rate has been much above the national average. Do elections really matter for investment, markets, and even politics? Politics and economics connection that we often tend to make. Are we exaggerating it?
Yeah, absolutely. Like we have traveled a lot. I have some of my fellow members here for my election trip group and stuff that, that we go on every time there's a major election. And even Karnataka too. And we came back, I have to say, I know a lot of people say, oh, do you get your assessment correct? This time, I think at least we can say we did. We came back completely dazzled by Karnataka's economic progress. We traveled a lot. And yet, we were able to figure out that they will not win the election despite the economic progress. You're completely correct. In my previous book, Democracy on the Road, I did a piece of research which really stayed with me, which is that if you look at India, since we have data going back the last 40 years or so, there have been about 30 instances when a state's GDP, has grown at a rate of more than 8%, right? Over a 5-year time horizon. 8% economic growth rate. Half of those governments lost election. This is unthinkable, and like when I say this to a Western observer, it's unthinkable for them. As you know, the word anti-incumbency was coined in India. So it's not a word that even in the West they are familiar with. I mean, when I would write some pieces and I would use anti-incumbency, the editor would come back to me and say, what is this in terms of that? So I think that this is a term which is coined in India. And the whole idea is that the connection between economics and politics in India, as you rightly point out, is very tenuous. There are, I think as someone put it, one of the local candidates put us, that like in India, an election is like doing a 6 set of exams. There are 6 sets of exams you have to pass. Economics may be just one of them. The only economic factor which matters in India is that high inflation. Never has a government won when inflation is high. But economic growth, it's so sort of, amorphous as to who's benefiting, who does that. But the connection between economic growth and politics in India is very weak.
But I mean, in my view, is that there may not be that much of a connection, and it's weak, I agree with you, but there is a certain connection if you're seen as too close to big business. That across all political parties, there is a sort of, you don't want to be seen as being too close to the corporates and being too close. Is that still the case, you think?
Yeah, I think that's there. Although I'd say that, I mean, I don't think that the Modi government gets accused of the opposite, in fact. In terms of being close and stuff like that. And I think
you think they get accused of being too close?
Yeah,
I mean, that's the only allegation.
I'm not saying this. I mean, that's the opposition saying this.
Yeah.
So like in terms of that. So I think that I'm not sure about this being too close to big business stuff. I think that generally in India, in terms of that, there is a socialist DNA amongst the political class. I think that's true. But on big business, in fact, I still remember this conversation I had with Mulayam Singh Yadav, like, on one of the election trips years ago, that why are you so, that you're so close to Amar Singh? Aren't you concerned that Amar Singh is so close to so many industrialists? Yeah. And he rattled off on spot the history of how Mahatma Gandhi was so close to Birla, and the whole history of Indian politicians being close to big business. So I'd say that I'm not sure that, that's as negative as we think it is.
You have said that Indian billionaires are not the cleanest billionaires in the world, and they've always, many of them have gotten here because of grace and favor with government. So,
that's changed. So I have to say that when I look at my billionaire rule, I first created this rule back in 2011 based on India. But on the positive side, if you look at the billionaire wealth creation in India in the last 5 years or so, it's very, to me, it's much more impressive. The problem I have with Indian billionaires in general, and there's nothing wrong with it, but it's the ratio, because my thing is that, okay, this is India, how's the rest of the world? India, so in terms of if you look at the number of billionaires India's create, so I've said that typically there's nothing wrong with billionaire wealth. But there are three sort of things you have to look out for when billionaire wealth begins to rankle and possibly lead to a societal reaction. There are three things you have to look out for. One, if billionaire wealth as a share of the economy gets too large. Two, if a lot of the billionaire wealth is being created in industries which are benefiting from government patronage, like which industry, some real estate or etc. If there's too much of that happening, some is fine, too much. And third, if a lot of the billionaires are just inheriting the wealth rather than creating it, right? Those are the three things you should look out for. Nothing wrong in any of the three. It's when the three are out of balance. In India's case today, billionaire share of the overall economy today is relatively high. Inherited wealth is relatively high, but that's been India's DNA in terms of how it's been, the inherited part. Where it's improved is that a lot of the new wealth has come in sectors such as, manufacturing. I was shocked when I did the latest analysis that if you look at India's billionaires today, like over 100 or so, the biggest chunk of billionaires in India today are from the manufacturing sector. That's a huge change in terms of what was the case, let's say 5-10 years ago. Manufacturing, then healthcare, these have come out. Whereas 10-15 years ago, a lot of them were things like real estate and those kind of stuff. So that change which has happened, I think, is something which is good for India.
I know it's a very old question and almost a cliche to ask this question, but I want to ask it anyway. Was there any impact in foreign markets and in foreign investors after the Hindenburg thing came out?
Briefly. I'd say briefly there was all the cliches that it showed up, the India accounting and the other, but it was very quickly absorbed and they moved on. I think the good thing about India is the fact that it's an incredibly diverse market, which is not true of many emerging markets, which is that in many emerging markets are dominated by one or two sectors and possibly by a couple of industrial houses, I think in India's case, it's a very diversified stuff. So there was a brief impact, but got very quickly digested. And now, in terms of the fact that I don't think it has an impact. You keep hearing speculation, something else will come, this will happen. I don't think the market cares about it anymore. So that's the good thing about India, that it's very diverse and the ability to move on that way is much more remarkable than other markets.
As an investor, do you think the number of quality companies that one can invest in has shrunk over the years?
Not in India. I'd say in India, in terms of, compared to the other emerging markets, India's comparative advantage has always been the number of good quality companies you can invest in here. And the size, right? In terms of that, the size is also meaningful. The number of companies with more than $1 billion market cap, and if you just look at the last 10 years also, the number of companies with $1 billion market cap, which have gone up 4 to 5x, is quite incredible. In fact, as a share of the overall market, I'd say India is possibly the highest in the world, where the number of companies in India have generated returns of 400-500%, even with the starting base of $1 billion. That's incredible. There's no other country as a share. In larger markets, the US, you have a lot of such things, but as a share of the overall market, India possibly is the best in the world. So quality-wise, that's why I'm trying to say that quality-wise, this market, yes, there's a lot of junk, but relatively, foreign investors, if you look at it, if you get 40 to 50 great companies, that pool to invest in with some size, that's a pretty meaningful number.
So is this due to what is called the Modi phenomena, or is it because the foreign investors are looking at India with new fresh eyes?
In terms of what are you talking about? The
stock market.
No, the stock, as I said, that it's a multi-factor phenomenon. This idea of India having good quality companies has been there for for a long period of time. A stock market culture in India has been there for a long period of time. The fact that I think that this has been accelerated in the last few years, if you ask me, that one of the good things that the Modi government has done has been the way it has embraced digitization. This, so a lot of people tell me, oh, this was actually an idea which came up by Nandan during the Congress regime. But even Nandan will tell you that the way they have embraced it, like Modi, the way they have embraced digitization, and that's led to a digital economy coming up in India, has been, quite exceptional. So I'd say that these are always very complicated narratives. We want to come up with straight correlations, but I can come up with three things which shouldn't have been done. But I'd say that digitization and the way that they have embraced it is definitely something which has propelled India and the market ahead, and also possibly helping them electorally. Because one thing that we do when we travel India now is that, like that whole Rajiv Gandhi statement earlier that only 15 paisa reaches the final, etc. I think that's been smashed, is my feeling. Which is that when you go to the ground today, the number of people who are actually receiving they
believe in the government's scheme.
Because they're receiving it. Yeah. You see, because even if that number has come down from 15 to 50%, there's no scientific way for us to know what the actual number is.
Yeah.
Even that number has come down from, let's say, 15% to 50. That's a huge delta, even if 50% is getting pilfered. But I think some people will tell you it's much less than that. That is possibly one of the biggest changes, that the digitization, the way it's been adopted, and the impact it's having. And that's possibly one reason why a lot of the state governments and even Modi have increased their re-election chances. That's possibly the single most important factor. Let's say that the re-election rate in India, before, let's say 5 years ago, the re-election rate in India used to be about 1 in 3, which is that between 1977 and let's say 50, nearly till about 2017. In that 50-year phase, about 2 out of 3 governments used to lose elections. Last 5 years, that number has become more like 50-50. And I can argue, and this is not just Modi, right? Because at the state level, in fact, the BJP is not doing that well.
Yes.
At the state level, it's the other parties which are doing well. I would say that the digitization and the fact that people are getting the direct benefits much more is making them less angry with governments, taking some of the edge away in terms of the anger.
So we've been pushing you and to sort of just, I guess, validate for ourselves, are we in the right place in the right time? And it sounds like we are. I mean, we're just, the bullishness that you've got to India and that you're seeing the world has is real, and we're sort of at the right place at the right time. That's what I'm kind of getting.
Yeah, I think that in terms of geography and demography is really in India's favor today. There's no doubt. I only say that as an investor or as someone who looks out, that I always think about, we are trained maybe this way to look at what can go wrong when something is too priced for perfection. Yeah. That's the term we use. The fact that the market is today trading at, its most expensive valuation multiple in its history, in terms of that, close to it compared to the rest of the world at least. Yeah. There have been instances where India has been even more expensive like in the mid-90s boom and stuff like that. But generally, this is the thing you have. You have to think about, okay, where are expectations and what can go wrong or even be exceeded in terms of where we are. So I'd say that, and what I've tried to do, I think, is to point out to you that, yeah, the story today is great. A lot of it is in the price. Where are we today? What can go wrong? And in terms of what should we be looking out for as the potential fault lines?
So I'm going to ask a very economically uneducated question, and because I'm not an economist, and I can ask that. You know, what happens 50 years later, right? Like, we're talking about the demographic dividend of India and this, how the world's growth is kind of slowing down because of demography. In India, our demographics are all for us. But what happens 50 years later when our replacement rate drops, when all this young population becomes old, we become spoiled with good housing, good healthcare, 8, 10, 12% increments every year. And we stop getting the foreign aid because by that time we would have had become. So what happens 50 years later?
I don't know if any of you will remember this or not, but when I wrote my first book, I'd come up with a line there, because similar projections were being made there about BRICS and stuff, that the old rule of forecasting used to be that you make as many forecasts as possible and you keep reminding people when you're right. The new rule of forecasting is that you forecast so far out in the future that neither you nor I'll be here to know whether I'm right or wrong. So, as a rule, in my office, anywhere, in my writings, I have a very clear rule that no forecast will be made for more than maximum a decade. Anything more than that is useless. And the good news is, there was a book which subsequently came out called Super Forecasters. And they tried to analyze what makes for great forecasting. And there were two things that they came up with. One, never have, that if you talk to the good forecasters, they will never have full conviction. They'll always be like, as that old line goes, that the certitude is a sure sign of mediocrity. So never be totally certain about it. The second rule which they came up with, saying that any forecast beyond 5 years is literally like throwing darts. So my short answer to that is, I have no idea, and I don't want to be intellectually dishonest. It's so easy for me to tell you, 50 years from this will happen, who cares, right? So, but I'd say that as far as India is concerned, even in India's case, the demographics today are great compared to the rest of the world, but not as good as East Asia had, because in many southern states and other parts of India, the replacement rates, the birth rates have already come down a lot.
Yes.
So that was my original question as to why I say that it will be difficult for India to grow more than 5-6%. Partly it's because of demographics as well, that if you look at all the countries which grew which grew very rapidly, 8-9% growth, all of them had their working age population increasing by more than 2 or 3% a year. All of them almost. There's no country which has grown at 8 to 9% without its working age population increasing substantially. In India's case, given the fact that where the population growth rate is, it's very difficult for the working age population to grow that much more, unless you do something radical like pull in more women into the labor force because their participation rates are relatively low. And that goes back to my original sort of point we discussed on China, that in China's case, the population is now shrinking, actually shrinking, not just working age population, actually shrinking. In the history of economic development, there's never been a country that's grown at a rate of more than 2% when your population is like shrinking or going down. Because you can't generate so much productivity. Economic growth is the function of labor force and how productive they are. If your population is shrinking, how do you do that? So I think that the answer is that even for India, it's very hard to do 8-9%. Forget what the government does even. That's maybe partly because the demographics are very good compared to the rest of the world. But even compared to India's past or other East Asian countries, the demographic profile has significantly changed now.
And this is one thing that the finance minister has said a few times publicly, and in one-on-one conversations you mentioned this to me, is the one thing that bothers her the most is productivity. Yeah. Whether it is of a plant and a machine or an industry, or whether it's of just human productivity. What can India do to improve productivity?
No, I'd say that in terms of over time, what improves productivity is the fact that you have to, is tech, R&D investments. That's the kind of stuff which improves productivity over time. In India's case, I'd say the productivity will keep improving as long as the state keeps getting out of the way. Because the more the state is in the way, the more unproductive it is. I mean, just look at that. Like in India's case, I mean, the public sector banks, the telecom, I mean, like across the board, the productivity of the state in India is just so low, and you go and see it.
But conversely, the digital payments infrastructure was done by the state. It was not done by private sector.
Yeah, but I'm saying that was boosted by the state. There's no doubt in terms of it, because we were lucky there. But there are 9 out of 10 instances.
Yeah, and of course.
I mean, there's no rule where I can show you that they'll work 10 out of 10. Yeah.
Even ISRO, for what we're doing, I just find India very funny, because the fact that the state can be so efficient and do things that no private sector could have done. Like, I don't think any private company would have landed in the moon the cost that it took for India to get there. But still,
no, there is something the state has to do. Yeah. Right. In India's case, in fact, I would argue that it's a allocation of resources. There are issues where the state is deeply underfunded. If you look at India, the number of judges we have, the number of police personnel we have, compared to our, population, or even at this per capita income level, we are terribly understaffed. Yeah. So it's not as if the state has no role, but what has the government done in terms of removing the state from businesses? I think that is the key thing, right? Which is that in many businesses, why does India have the highest share of public sector banks in the world as a share of its overall
savings,
its overall banking sector, right? There's no reason. So now should the public sector banks not be there? No, they should be there. But other countries, the share is 1/3. In India's case, it used to be 2/3. It's now coming down to 50%, not because of any privatization, but because the private sector banks have been sort of milking it away.
I want to talk some politics. I want to get to America before we open up to the audience. So just really quickly, just paint us a picture about how do you see American elections happening, shaping up? What will the impact of that be on India? Just broad strokes about where you think America is. I'll get to some very specific questions with regards to America in the rapid fire, but now just for
have a rapid fire.
Have a rapid
I didn't know
fire.
that. Okay. So I'd say that as far as I'd say that the US is concerned, is that every time you want to feel good about our politics, let's talk US politics, right? Because you feel very good about what's happening here in terms of that. Because look at the betting market today, right? The betting market has a virtual tie between Biden and Trump election again. I mean, what a state of affairs it is that if you have a Biden versus Trump repeat in the election there, and there's no way for me to predict something else will happen but that. So I'd say that in America's case, the only thing is that their institutions are so strong that politics has become like almost a spectacle, which doesn't seem to impact anything else there. And it's a very federal society. So the state and the state governors do a lot out there compared to what the center does. So it's fascinating to watch. Its actual impact, you can argue, is quite marginal in terms of the world, because like the dysfunction which is there, because they're so divided, the government there, they're so polarized out there. But it's fascinating to watch. In fact, for next year, I was going to say this point, that I'd made the point at the beginning of the year that this is a very dull year for elections around the world. If you look at the top countries in the world, hardly any countries are having elections. Next year is the opposite. That I don't think there's going to be a year where so many elections in so many key countries is happening next year, with obviously India and US being the two most meaningful ones. But then everyone from Mexico to Indonesia to possibly the most significant election that nobody talks about, at least here, is that in January there's an election in Taiwan. And if the anti-China party there, if they come back to power, that could really begin to rattle the China and may even precipitate them into doing something quicker, or like on their time scale they have. So lots of great elections. US election is a great spectacle to watch, but it'll be impossible to call it. And I think that very hard to know between these two as to who's going to win at this stage.
Is the Taiwan thing real? Like, you think, irrespective of who gets elected in America, do you ever think the Chinese-Taiwan tension, how real is it? How much?
No, it's very real, but it's one of those, unpredictable things, which is that it's in forecasting. You don't know what to do with something which is a 20% probability, but that 20% probability is such a catastrophic probability that how do you plan for it?
You have to factor it in somewhere in your mind.
Somewhere in your mind, but it's so difficult, right? Because it's 20% that something goes there. But the 20% of something happening there is, the consequences are...
And during this uncertainty, who would you bet on for the chip wars to win? I mean, would you bet America winning the chip wars? India has a stake in it?
No, like America's already won that war.
Yeah.
I'd say that as far as the tech dominance, AI, etc., America's just winning that war. And
semiconductor supply, all of that, you think America?
I'm saying that in generally, the reason why the American market has done so well and the reason the American economy is being so resilient is mainly because of its tech sector. Now, I do feel there's a problem in America that the tech sector is so concentrated among 6, 7 players. But let there be no doubt that the biggest comparative advantage America has and why so much investment keeps flowing into America even now is because of its tech sector. So that debate, I think America had, I mean, that's the difference. Like in Europe, we did this sort of very interesting work that if you look at America's top companies, they're all tech companies. In Europe, all the top companies are luxury companies,
Luxury brands,
yeah. So they have, like in terms of all the luxury brands are top in Europe, the Hermes, the LVMHs, they are the ones. No tech, virtually. I think only one company in the top 10. In America, of the top 10 companies, 6, 7 are tech.
We keep hearing this term tech colonialism. Unicorns in India, though they have succeeded hugely, but essentially, you get the Chinese investors, Japanese investors, and US, of course, US investors, of course. So no real substantial wealth creation is happening within the country. That's one. And the other part of tech colonialism, which is coming up, the big tech, is at the forefront of this AI.
Yeah.
They are the ones who are investing because the entry barrier has become so high. So you don't get those disruptors. Do you think that is a valid argument?
Absolutely, but I think that's valid globally and the US. In fact, I'm in the process of just wrapping up my, I'm just writing my new book, which will come out next year. Hopefully by the time we chat next year, it should be out. But my main argument is this, that something has gone really wrong with the fact that the domination is taking, that generally when you get a new wave of innovation, you get a new wave of companies who also come at the forefront. This time the difference is that the AI wave is largely being ridden by companies which are already very established. So I think this is a global problem, not an Indian problem, but a global problem primarily led by America in terms of that. So I think this is a problem with America and what the regulations have done, which have backfired. In many ways, the regulations that they have tried to create
for tech?
For tech. The regulatory environment has ended up helping the incumbents because it made the cost and the barriers to entry so high for new people to come in. That's very difficult. Like in America, I see it personally, that setting up a new fund or anything in America today, the regulatory cost is so high that it's become very difficult to set up new things. Again, there will be new businesses, but I'm saying the rate, if this is data, that the rate of startups in America is declining.
That's one piece that you said, which I was a little surprised by, because I thought that for an investor like you, the fact that Apple is stable and is able, or Google is stable in the advent of a disruptive technology like artificial intelligence, the fact that these companies are able to, rise above and take it in part of their stride and kind of benefit from them is a good thing, because I felt that, look at the size of these companies. If they get disrupted by a mom and pop who starts up, like Microsoft did when it started off, I thought that would be structurally a very sort of tough thing.
No, I think that's the opposite. I think capitalism should be always supportive of creative destruction. You want new companies to come, you want the established. If you look at the top 10 companies in the world in the last 50 years, every decade, if you look at the top 10 companies, 8 out of 9 change. The last tech boom which happened in 99, 2000, like those companies like Cisco and all, they've gone. Intel, Cisco, where are they today, right? So that's what should be the nature of capitalism, that you can have new companies which come, disrupt. So the fact that Apple is still so dominant is, to me, a damning statement on capitalism more than anything else today.
I think that's a good headline for this Adda. Before we go to the audience questions, a quick one on just this idea of Atmanirbharta and what Jaishankar said yesterday, re-globalization. I see us doing it also in tech in India now. Also, specifically in tech, which we kind of for a long time Indian government has kind of kept a huge distance from. Now I see, we had an Adda here with Rajiv Chandrasekhar about a month ago. They're like waiting to regulate, India's waiting to regulate tech in India. are we taking Atmanirbharta too far if we do that, or is it good? Should we be protective about?
No, I think that I'm not sure what they are doing. I don't have the details, but in general, they seem to be pretty inviting of foreign capital. They want foreign capital to come, and a lot of foreign capital has come. So I'm not sure the talk matches the reality. If this goes back to one of our points, that I'm more concerned about domestic businesses and the fact that if you think that most domestic businesses are corrupt, and you keep on having, like you keep launching all these investigative stuff. I'm more concerned about that. Yeah. On foreign capital, I think generally they've been inviting. Now, of course, there are lots of issues, that even foreign capital will complain to you about, that, this is not done and that's not done, and there's too much regulatory and tax stuff. But I'd say that that I, even as a so-called foreign investor, but as an Indian above that, would want the government to focus more on engaging with domestic business, that how to keep domestic business at home. Why are you leaving out? Rather than just saying that, oh, these are corrupt people leaving the country. No. Often corruption is because the regulatory system is such where people are escaping it, not because of anything else.
Right, perfect. Sharma, should we go to audience or anything more?
Just one. I don't know whether you have seen the data privacy bill which came out and was passed by Parliament. Do you think that every other sector has been included except the government? Government has exclusion all around. Do you think that's the way to go? I mean, compared to EU also has done something like that. It's not that only India has done. Is regulation of AI is a must, or because a free AI cannot help anybody? Do you think that's some kind of a regulation?
I haven't seen this so closely as to what our approach here is in terms of it, but generally I think that the problem is that, as I've said, in both Europe and America, and Europe in particular, the regulation has backfired in many ways. That it's ending up helping the incumbents and preventing more startups from coming. So I'm really concerned about the regulatory state and how that's backfiring in terms of the dynamism of capitalism. So that is my bigger concern with the regulatory architecture in general.
Okay, can I get a show of hands, just to please I get a sense? Your mic to Mr. Nanda here, please. Yes. I mean, there's some incredible fund managers who I met while walking onto the stage, so I do want their comments and questions also. So if you don't put your hand up, I'm going to call on you.
If it's only markets, I'll withdraw.
No, please.
Mr. Sharma, I share your optimism. I'm a born optimist. But three things keep worrying me. At 75, you worry more. So one is that India will see a more K-type growth than, and we've seen that in the past, the gap between the rich and poor, if you take, and with a population of ours and with, vulgar display of wealth, it's something which causes me a little concern. The second thing is that you talked about opportunities and you talked about fourth opportunity. I was personally very optimistic post the Asian crisis. Now, what happened? We could not capitalize it. And in fact, in the 90s or late 80s, I'd put up a water plant of all places in Tirupur, the first private water supply company in the country, because we were the textile kings. Today, Bangladesh sells 4 times more exports of textile than we do. You look at our export figures, you talked of FDI coming down, but you look at our export figures. We have been saved thanks to, you talked about US sanctions. The US sanctions saved us because we could get oil at the prices that we got. And my other question off the record, everything today, as I see it, is filtered through, इससे वोट को फायदा होएगा कि नहीं होएगा?
Yeah, but I'd say that that's how India's always been. Okay, maybe, but I think that's how India's always been, and your other two, and I said that what you're saying is something which I agree with, that this is, I said, so this is the fourth wave of great foreign interest. This time it's possibly even larger. But, I mean, we can all be cautionary about it in terms of, where things are. But as I said, on a relative basis, it's hard to not be too optimistic on India today. It's just because, Yeah, no, but again, like it happens on a global context. This K factor is a very global phenomenon. Wealth inequality today is at a record high in the US as well, in terms of that. So this is the issue. But having said that, in India, because of things like digitization, you see that a lot of the poor people are getting much more benefits today, reaching them, than was the case 5, 10, 15 years ago. That has changed for sure. And we can see that on the ground. So, you know, this is India for you. I mean, there are so many lines about India on this. I've always used a line which you know about, which is that this is a country that's consistently disappointed the optimists and the pessimists. There are other people who say that whatever you say about India, the exact opposite is true. So it's a complicated, complex nation. And I can go on about the positives and the minuses. On balance, as I said, that it's hard to be, like, it's hard, you know, as long as you're measured about what your expectations are, I think that the path today does look relatively optimistic, economically at least.
Just, you know, I just take a question. Bangladesh and Vietnam, there are two countries that keep coming up in every conversation that I've had about economy and India's position. So is there a short, like, kind of a lesson to us about how we, as in not government, but we as in private, can learn from Bangladesh and Vietnam?
What Vietnam is doing is, basically it's the mini China today. Whatever China did 20, 30 years ago, Vietnam's replicating that. But Vietnam can do that. Whether we can do it, I'm not sure, right? Because of the fact that, as I said, that the political society is very different than Vietnam.
So you're saying that our democracy, our noisiness is a cost? Is that the difference between?
No, but the noisiness also leads to positives also, right? Because you know, on this I've done research, by the way, that is democracy or an authoritarian regime better for economic growth? The exact result is it's exactly equal outcomes. But here's the difference, which I think people forget, that under democracy, the outcomes tend to be narrower in terms of the range.
Right.
Under authoritarian governments, the range is massive. So if you end up getting a good government, you can end up getting 8-9% growth, or in Africa or even Latin America, you end up getting some crappy government, and you can disappear from the scene, like Argentina. And, I mean, although now it's a democracy, but in the past, some of these countries in Africa and all under dictatorships, right? They just completely got wiped out. So it's a much more volatile trajectory. So I think that's the key distinction to make in terms of democracy versus authoritarian.
Interesting. Sure. Yes, please. Rashmiji, then we'll go. Go ahead.
I have two questions. First is that India is a socialist country, basically. A lot of things are being given free by the government, whether the state government or the central government. What is the long-term impact of it on the economy? Secondly, this new world economy order is coming up. Russia, China, Iraq on the one side. On the other side is US and the other countries. Where the India stands?
Okay, like on the first question, as I said, that the impact is already there, which is that there are only limited amount of money. The more you end up spending on welfare, the less you will have to spend on infrastructure. So even though the infrastructure is going on, and it's quite impressive, the infrastructure rollout, the more you have on infrastructure, on welfare, the less you have on infrastructure. So that automatically reduces your long-term growth potential and productivity, but that's the reality you have to live with. On the second part, I think India has managed it quite well so far, which is that there are these, I mean, you're right, that the world is getting much more fragmented. But India has done a pretty good balancing act between these two different spheres which are there around the world. That way, I think that India has done a relatively decent balancing act, and we need to do more of that. In fact, I'd say the best countries today are the ones which can exploit the differences between the two camps. You know, Indonesia is like a classic example. It's a government that I sort of talk to a bit at times. They're doing the same thing. So I think it's a great time. You know, that old line used to be when two elephants fight in the jungle, a lot of grass gets trampled. But here, if the two elephants are fighting the jungle, I think a lot of the smaller ones, the so-called middling powers, this is an ideal time for them. You play off both of them.
Please. Then we'll go Mr. Jivrajka. And if I can get some hands from the back, I would like, get them. Yes, please. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Richard. Thank you for I think, great analysis. The question I have is, maybe I'm too close to the mic. The question I have is more to do with the fact that MNC companies in India end up trading at a premium to their domestic peers. And it brings me back to, I think, in our fund, where we actually look out for stocks or companies where the promoter's selling out, especially mid-cap companies. In fact, a big theme that we've noticed in the past about 6-7 years is global private equity funds buying out promoter stakes in listed mid-cap companies and keeping the companies listed. There's an instant re-rating of the stock in 12 months. In fact, the 4 stocks that we bought in our first fund gave an average return of about 85% in the first 2 years itself. When will this stop, and at what point will, and are you seeing this in other emerging markets where MNCs come in and there's an instant re-rating, assuming that almost telling you that the previous promoter wasn't very good, and now the PE funds or the strategic investor will turn this company around, better corporate governance and so forth?
Yeah, I think that, firstly, this is much more amplified in India. I don't see this happening in too many other countries. Because this is there. And I'd say that in terms of, it depends, then like these companies that you mentioned, who ends up running those companies though? It's still Indians though. So I think that's the key thing, which is that it's about who's actually running those companies. So what you're saying is that by this foreign capital is bringing better corporate governance. But the running is there. Because I'd say that for foreign businesses, if I were to tell foreign businesses to set up greenfield in India, that's much tougher. I'd rather give the capital to some smart local business people to create the businesses. So I'd say that this is a very important distinction again, which is that who's running those companies. But this is very much a Indian, I'd say, quite unique to India. I don't see this happening in too many other countries.
Can we get the mic to Aisha back there, the lady in the white shirt? Sushil, please go ahead. Sushilji, please go ahead. Let him go first.
During the last 1 year, I think 3 things have got accentuated. One is the climate change, which is being now felt at the people level rather than only being discussed in certain conferences. The second is the debate about fuel and energy between the fossil fuels. Is it going to vanish, or the clean energies, or both will coexist? And the third is the supply chain disruptions. Now, all these 3 are bringing about some losers and some winners as far as countries are concerned. Who do you think with these changes are going to emerge as the new winners, and where will India stand on these issues?
I'd say that, again, it's a theme I've spoken about in the past, that we'll be a bit careful about this whole energy transition bit, because despite this, the price of oil is still nearly $80 a barrel, because hardly any new supply is being allowed to come up around the world, on the commodity side, including on oil. So I think this is a much more long-term transition, which is that this will happen, but we have to be careful that there's a interim phase where a lot of capacity is not coming up. It is very hard to set up a new copper mine in Latin America, in Chile, in Peru. These countries, you could virtually go in and do what you felt like. Today, because there's so much of activism against this, it's become a lot slower. So I'd say that this idea of, it's happening in parallel, but one of the greatest growth stories in the last few years has been where? The Middle East. There's, Saudi Arabia, it's booming. You go to Dubai, it's like booming. UAE, it's booming. These are oil economies. The reason they're doing that and they've got a longer lease of life is because in the Western world and other places, you've completely choked supply. There's no supply. So demand may be being cannibalized with EVs and other things, but supply is being totally cut off. I think so we have to think much more strategically about this, that eventually we all want a cleaner world. I'm all for that. But if you're going to cut off supply, you're allowing these things to go on for much longer. So that for me is the big debate today, that why is the price of oil still at $80 a barrel in a slow growth world, and the fact that so much, because supply is being constrained everywhere. So I think that we all want a better environment. We all want that to happen. But how to get from point A to point B is something which I think we still haven't quite grasped, that what the consequences could be.
Because you touched on it, and get to the question, because you touched on it, one of the things that we learned after the war is that a lot of the Russian money was welcomed by the Middle East, specifically by Dubai. And this idea that UK kind of just was the financial sort of capital for the world is now kind of shifting to Dubai because they were just more open and I guess less strict about whose money was parked and how the money kind of gets traded. Is that also, like, how big of that is a factor to Dubai and the Middle East?
No, I'd say, but even Saudi Arabia is doing very well. So it's not just Dubai, but so there are two different factors going on here. That, I mean, I again wrote a piece about this. There are 3 cities around the world which have been the big beneficiaries of the post-pandemic world for different reasons. Dubai, Singapore, and Miami, the 3 biggest. And if you look at the common factor in all these places, that they're all very private sector, business friendly kind of places. So I think that is the more important factor that in general you have, because you have many cities around the world which are turning the opposite. Like in New York, the top tax rate in New York is 55%. How long can you keep on squeezing that?
What is it in Miami?
In Miami, it's less than 40%. That's a huge difference, right? I mean, just you change your residence from New York to Miami, and like a person making $1 million a year, which in America is
not that uncommon.
Is not that uncommon. Your tax bill drops by $150,000. Yep. I mean, that's substantial. So I think that this idea that if you have too many places which are anti-capital, anti-business, like in New York, I remember having this conversation. I was called, I wear 2 hats as an investor and as a writer. The good thing is sometimes you can just show up wherever you want with whatever hat. There was a writers' roundtable somewhere happening about like New York City and stuff where they called me to just be part of it. And all these very left of the center people were there on that table. And then they were all capitals moving out of New York, really, and they were all feeling very happy that, almost as if they can get cheaper tickets to see Hamilton and, and they can sort of, get their cheaper apartments there. And then I said the same thing that, listen, this may be good, but 45% of the entire tax revenue in New York comes from the top 1%. How much are you going to kill them before you kill your own tax revenues and they keep moving to Miami? And the response from a very otherwise cerebral left-wing professor was, let all these douchebags move to Miami. So if you have that kind of attitude where you repel people, then you're likely to get consequences.
Okay, super. Aisha.
Hi. On a very global macro level, if we were to take a board and put all the countries on it and look at their current account deficits and fiscal deficit, we see countries that are net borrowers and lenders. With respect to, say, the US, China, South America, and India, and maybe Saudi Arabia. Does this concern you at all? Because there's been countries that have been borrowing and borrowing and borrowing for years. So how is this cookie going to crumble?
No, I think that as far as I think the big one there is the US, right? Because if you look at the rest of the world, the borrowing deficits are coming down now a bit. At least they are not as wide as they had become. The only country where the borrowing binge is carrying on is the US. I think that at some point in time that concerns me. So far, the issue with the US is because of the tech boom, because of AI, because as the comments you also made at the opening, that there is no alternative. Capital keeps on flowing there. So the entire game is, when does the US, as the world's economic power, run out of this? The fact that, it's unthinkable that the US used to run a budget deficit of 3% of GDP for the last 20 years on average, let's say. Now it's 6% of GDP, and yet everyone is still sort of buying dollar assets, in terms of that. So I'd say that the issue is, when does the US run into trouble on this? I think that is the key nation. Elsewhere, I think that things have come off a bit. Things have improved a bit. Like places like Greece and all have come out of the crisis with some improvement, I'd say, of this. But the US is the big question. When does it come to do that? But because they are the world's reserve currency and they have so much economic power and the tech boom carries on, it's very hard to know as to when that ends there.
There's another question in the back. Yeah.
Ruchir, this is Prashant. Great conversation. Thank you for that. My question is that last 2 decades, India has grown around 6% a year, while working age population definitely will grow slower by about 1% or so. But we are likely to face a simultaneous increase in exports of both services, non-software, driven by remote working and manufacturing. Don't you think that could actually accelerate the growth rates to maybe 7-8% instead of the 5-6% that you mentioned?
No, that's possible. But as I said that in terms of the fact is that we have to also have a look at how fast the global economy is growing, Prashant, right? Because if you look at the global economy historically, and you look at India, India has never been able to grow at a rate of more than, let's say, 3% faster than the global economic average on a sustained basis. In the boom which took place in the 2000s, right? When, I mean, if you recall in the 2000s, our export growth was 30% a year in those boom years, 03 to 07, 30% a year. The global economy was growing at 4.5%, 4-5%. Emerging markets were growing at 7%. We managed to grow at 7-8% in that era. Today, if the global economy's underlying growth rate is 2.5% because of demographics and debt and stuff, if for India to grow much above 5-6%, even with export growth of which is quite strong, would take a lot. So it's entirely possible, but my point is the fact that it is historically would be unprecedented. But I guess that's what the market is pricing in, right? That's why we are the most expensive market in the world, that we are pricing in some of that optimism. So historically, we have never grown at a rate of more than 3 points faster than the global average or so. And I'm basing my forecast on that. Now, there are both, I can draw both upside and downside scenarios to that. Your scenario may lead to an upside surprise. There can also be a downside scenario, that we have too much competitive populism, which sort of gives away a lot of it. We spend too much on that. At a time when the cost of capital around the world has gone up so much, the amount of capital we can draw may come down. Right, FDI is already down. I don't know why that's happening, but that. So I'd say that you have to have a base case, and then you can have a really bullish or a really bearish case. But my base case is based on the fact that the historical norm for India in the post-opening world of the 91 era has been that you've typically grown at a point about 3 percentage points faster than the global average.
Mr. Mehta, please go ahead.
Thank you so much for your super presentation. Just one question. There's this famous saying, do not fight the Fed. Do you agree with it or you don't?
No, in terms of the fact is that the cost of capital has gone up, and I think that's slowed things down. So I think that's a fair assumption, which is that the cost of capital around the world today is a lot higher, and the returns have slowed down in general. The US market is being propped up by 5-7 big cap stocks, but beneath the surface, I think that if you look at the funding environment in general for private equity or everywhere, things are slowed down. So you're absolutely correct that if the cost of capital has gone up, it makes for a more challenging environment. The Fed is the primary determinant of that cost of capital, so that's changed. So yes, that's true for now.
Sir, there's a question there, please. Go ahead, please.
Hi. We've really seen the end of zero interest rate policies, but not really the end of QE. Are you surprised that we've come out of a period of low interest rates with no real consequences?
It's too early to say because of the fact that even in 2000s, people remind me that even in 2006-07, the Fed kept tightening till 2006. The crisis did not hit till end 2007. So I'd say that, it takes a while for these things to play itself out. But you're right. Am I surprised by the resilience of the US economy so far? Absolutely. Somebody was giving me this estimate today, and I can't even believe it, that the Atlanta Fed in the US looks at these indicators, that the US economy in this quarter is currently tracking a growth rate of 5 to 6%. That's insane, right, in terms of it. But a lot of it is also because of the fiscal spending I was talking to you about. That the amount of government spending happening in the US today under the name of a new industrial policy, the CHIPS Act, or whatever is incredible. So I'd say let's wait. It's too early to say what the cost of capital will be and how that will play itself out.
Yes, is there a question there? Yeah, please go ahead. We'll just spend a little bit more time on questions than usual because I want to, and where is Bharat Bhai still here? I'm going to call him, I'm going to put him on the spot, but ask for a comment also from him. Please go ahead.
Thanks. My name is Naval. Why hasn't the Fed increased the pace of QT? They've been increasing rates, but why aren't they pulling liquidity out? One question. Second is, why hasn't India been able to produce a global MNC?
Right. So two answers there. The first one, I think, is the fact that the Fed has been doing some QT, but it backed off a bit when this whole SVB crisis happened. So in a way, this is the culture of the US today, which I have a problem with. I'm talking about, a new book I'm working on, which is that there is a total bailout culture. At the slightest hint of trouble, the Fed, the government rushes to the rescue. And I think that that has again happened with the SVB crisis, in a way. Now, the question people ask me is, but would you let SVB go bust? Would you have, etc.? I'd say that maybe not, but that is what undermines capitalism and productivity if you keep bailing out companies, keep doing this kind of stuff. So that is my one point as far as the thing that why has not more happened? Because they had an SVB crisis, possibly because of that. Yeah. Yes, it is. Well, in terms of, I don't know, the Fed has to answer that. But I'd say the fact is that the general problem, the malice, I feel, is that there is a bailout culture which is deeply there, which is that there's a lot of fear about not letting anyone go bust, right? So that's the one. The second question, sorry if I can...
Global MNC.
Yeah. In terms of the factors that very few countries do at this per capita income level. It's very difficult. Even China and stuff like that, they created the Tencents and others. But it's very difficult to create these companies out of here at this per capita income level. So I'm not that stressed. As I said, the number of good quality companies in India is phenomenal. So I'm quite happy taking that. In terms of now, Korea created Samsung, but it has the worst corporate governance culture of any country I know. The total returns of the Korean stock market compared to India are minuscule. When I first joined this business, I used to joke that the Kospi index in Korea used to trade at 2,000. Today, it's still at close to 2,000, right? So I think that this obsession with having a global MNC, yeah, it's good for vanity. I'm not sure it's necessarily the most productive thing for an economy. Samsung and Korea as being a case in point.
How many more questions, comments are there? Can I just get a quick sense? Okay. Rashmi ji, Mr. Shah, we'll go back to 3 more questions. Please, Mr. Saluja first. Sorry. Can I ask you for a comment? Anything through the day? Please.
So, little longish comment. When we talk about valuation, there is tendency to be very mathematical about it. And cheapness or expensiveness typically is measured like a price earning multiple, which is a very fickle way to describe valuation. Valuation is really an outcome of 2 important factors. One is the growth and the strength of that growth over a period of time. The second factor, which is very vital, is the quality of growth. And the quality of growth comes from 3-4 sub-factors within that, which is longevity, other things being equal, a growth rate which will be for a longer factor creates greater value. Second, predictability, something which looks more certain has a greater value. Thirdly, the capital efficiency or the return on capital employed, return on equity. Therefore, mathematical nuance is very easy for everyone to compare across markets, across sectors, across businesses, but it is usually false. It is the quality of growth which is really determinant of predictability of the returns that you make. I'll give one comparison. Take last 30 years. And take the 3 most important markets of the world, America, India, and China. GDP of America grew 3.8% in 30 years, but the markets produced 9.2% return. India grew at the rate of 8.5% in that period. Market returns were about 8.3%, almost 1 for 1. America 3.8 and 9.2, so 1 for 1 unit of growth, about 2.3 units of an outcome. China, an incredible growth rate, 13.5% of GDP, with the market returns of 1.9% compounded, 1 unit of growth had to work so hard to get only 0.15 unit of outcome. The mathematical part of the growth rate is easily understood as if it is 1 for 1. But the addition or the subtraction comes from the quality. In America's case, 1 unit of growth, 2.3 unit of an outcome, 1.3 came from quality, governance, predictability, solidity, etc. In case of China, huge deduction, 1 unit minus 0.85 to arrive at 0.15. And in case of India, 1 for 1. In my opinion, I think China's growth rate, I agree with Ruchir, is smashed. And forget about 13.5, forget about double digit or high single digit. They'll struggle to get even a small number. India, on the other end, in my opinion, will raise the game, both on the quality as well as the growth rate. America, I think, is both the hands where there is some amount of skepticism, rate of growth as well as the quality of growth. Therefore, in my opinion, I think in 30 years, the two best performing markets were America, followed by India. But if I have to make a prediction for a period ahead, in my opinion, it will be India which will come up trumps.
I'm assuming you agree largely with what...
Yeah, I mean, I broadly agree with him, which is the fact that I don't look at, when we look at countries, we look at 10 factors. A lot of those are quantitative and not just India. But I think that, so I agree with you broadly on this. And the fact of the matter is, but I'll just make a couple of qualifications here, that all that valuations tell you is what the expectations are. That's all. Yeah. They're not a basis for investing in anything. They're just telling you what the expectations are, and you just have to be mindful of that. But I totally agree that when we do cross-country work, we don't look at valuations, we look at fundamental factors, and the quality of growth is important. It's very popular today to bash China. I've been a China bear, as you well know. I'll just make a couple of points that the China numbers are a bit misleading because many of the companies were not included in the index. The Tencent, the Alibabas and all, which became these global behemoths, they were not included in the index.
I did not know that.
Yes.
I didn't know Alibaba and Tencent were not part of the China.
Exactly. So, they're not, a lot of these companies are listed in Hong Kong, don't have a China listing. Chinese or some of them just have a US ADR listing. So the entire tech sector, many companies in China were not included in this index. So in India's case, we tend to flatter ourselves a bit by looking at this one index of China. But a lot of these Tencent Alibabas, which became behemoths until Xi Jinping had other plans, these companies were not included in the Chinese index.
Rashmiji?
Just a simple observation. In fact, predicting Indian economy is not so easy because every time there's a change of government and then there is not a continuity of policy. So how exactly we feel so strong and strengthened up feeling that, okay, this is how next year is going to be, next year's election, waiting for it all. How does it happen, one? Second is in the MSME space in India, now that the big daddies of the industry are getting into it. So it really is how we actually look at the MSME space. I was reading Indian Express and a very higher up RSS functionary. He actually said that it's the whole concept of promoting and stabilizing MSMEs actually going haywire.
Yeah, so on the first point, as I thought we sort of said, that in India's case, the growth has been one of the most predictable growth rates in the world, simply because the formula which I've always used is if you have a global economy grows at X, add 3 points to it, India grows at Y, right? And India's volatility of growth rate has been one of the lowest in the world, if you look at it. You have countries like Turkey or countries like, like Brazil, etc., where the growth can swing wildly. In India's case, the growth, if you look at it, has been relatively, so firstly, forecasting anything is very difficult, right? But yet we all do it. As a wise journalist once said that only fools predict the weather, yes, yet most people do, right? So if you're forecasting anything, it's very difficult. That's a given. Having said that, on a relative basis, predicting India's growth path, regardless of politics, compared to other countries, has been relatively easier because of this simple formula that I've given. Now, if this formula goes broke, then we'll have to have a separate conversation. Although I think there are enough people in this audience where the optimism is such where people think the formula may go broke on the upside rather than the downside. So I think that's the other thing.
We'll take two last questions. Naman and then Mr. Shah, please.
Ruchir, I think a lot of the optimism that we've been talking about hinges on the fact that we'd be able to produce both enough jobs and high quality jobs. So some thoughts or prescriptions on how might we actually go about job creation at scale and of a certain caliber?
Yeah, so you're completely correct that India's growth model is such, we were just talking about it among the team discussion today, that this is well documented. India's growth model is such where a lot of the growth is happening in the service sector, in that kind of stuff, which typically don't tend to be as labor intensive as manufacturing. Like Korea, Taiwan, China, the manufacturing sector is what really drove them higher. And in India's case, the manufacturing growth has been much slower. It's been there, but much slower. So that is, again, if you want to be bearish about India, and as I said, you have a central case of 5-6%. What is the downside? It is the youth unemployment rate being very high. In China's case, the youth unemployment is 20% today, and it's got a lot of attention. In India's case, we don't know what numbers to trust in terms of what the youth unemployment rates are, but by some estimates, it's also well in the double digits in terms of the youth. So that is undoubtedly a fault line as far as India is concerned. The high growth has to come because of manufacturing. Service sector can never be that labor intensive. So the prescription is not mine, but it's there for the East Asian experience. It all has to come from the manufacturing sector growing much quicker than what we have out here.
Yes, please. Keep it a little short, we're a little short of time.
Thank you for being the voice of reason and objective in a world where everyone has rah-rah views about everything. And so many people here follow your books. I've had the privilege of hearing you on both sides of the Atlantic, being a Silicon Valley entrepreneur myself. And there's one thing that stands out is I look to you, to Ray Dalio, a few others, for objective, numbers-based views without getting politically biased or ideologically biased. The panel and the audience has asked some great questions, so mine is going to be relatively straightforward. It's an Occam's razor question. You already put some guardrails around, said that you're not going to answer anything with a 10-year window or beyond. So if Ruchir today speaks to a younger Ruchir 30 years ago, and we're giving him advice about what to do, what would he be saying? And I'll give you 3 options, but you can make up a 4th, right? Here's $500,000 as the going-in position and 30 years of a career ahead of you. So go into AI and become a tech entrepreneur. Do what Ruchir did and become a writer and an investment banker and whatnot. Get a golden visa and get the hell out of here, wherever you want to. Or something else. So this is my question to you. Because we talk about demographics, India's young dividend, and really the future belongs to them. So that's why this question.
Well, I don't know, as I said, that I look back and I just got, in terms of very lucky in one way, if I can sort of say so, which is that 30 years ago, I was graduating from undergrad. I was still in, I was writing and stuff. I got lucky in one simple way. There were people in my class and my college who were obviously more intelligent than I was. I got lucky in one way. At a very early age, I knew exactly what I wanted to do, which is that I wanted to write and I wanted to invest based on macro analysis. So I started doing that at a very young age. I started writing for the Economic Times when I was 17, 18 or something. And so I just got lucky. But given the advice, I keep telling people that I write for the show, I invest for the dough. So let's be clear, as a writer, there is no money to be made. So if that $500,000 you want to spend, writing is a passion, but investing is obviously where you make the money. And I'd say that, I feel optimistic. The fact that in India, if you know the Indian economy well, putting $500,000 to work out here, I think is where you can get some great returns. Of course, today I do feel that lots of emerging markets which are very interesting today, Eastern Europe, Indonesia, some of these other countries. So I would say have a diversified portfolio. Do not get, and my thing was always, maybe for good or bad, that try and diversify, don't get too hooked to one thing, which is that one country, and try and, spread it out a bit, because who knows what happens to one country. So that's my thing, that diversify to the extent that you can.
Mr. Shah, keep it. We all didn't hear that bit. Go ahead, Mr. Shah.
You know, you talked about China, and you sort of seemed to say that the growth story is over of China. Bharat Bhai used a very strong word, it's smashed. Now, in this Q2 of this year itself, China grew at 6.5% on a $19 trillion economy. We know that it's the country that has the largest number of patents. So in terms of their productivity improvement, in terms of robots, in terms of all the other sort of things, China is right there.
Yes.
It's the world leader, for example, in EVs today. Everyone imports a technology, including Tesla, from China. So are we really writing off, and also China has this great, we're seeing how it's playing a role on the global stage, whether it was with Iraq and with Iran and with Saudi Arabia, bringing them together. Now what's happened with BRICS also. So are we really writing off China too early, and what are the consequences of doing that?
Yeah, so I mean, to make it very clear, all I'm trying to say is that the Chinese economic miracle is over. Right, which is the fact that the growth rates that you had in China of 5, 6, 8, 9%, that era is over because of the demographics and the debt. But China will always remain a very serious economy because its economic size is $19 trillion. And this 6.5% growth rate the China government puts out, I mean, I wrote about it, I don't trust it in terms of, there's no evidence on the ground that the economy is in great shape today. So I would say that that you're correct. One of the investments we have, if I can say so specifically, is that I think that BYD is a great company in China for producing EVs. I was surprised that even in India, some of my friends exactly, like in India, also there are lots of BYDs. So there's a lot you can do with China. It is going to be an economy which will not disappear. It's an $18-19 trillion economy. All I'm trying to say is that the miracle days are over, just like with Japan. The miracle days, of high growth rates are over because of demographics and other factors. So I'd say the view in China is not that just, in fact, I'm saying the opposite to people today. When people tell me, oh, you're running a fund, can we keep China out of it? Right? And I say, no, that's not right. That you can't keep China out of it because it's too large an economy. If you're running a global emerging market fund, you have to at least look at some companies in China. So, but the near-term prognosis is the fact that they have a property sector crisis going on. That is problematic for them. The economic miracle is over. But on a 5-10 year basis, will the Chinese economy be a place that which will be around and you invest in at a size of $19 trillion when we are still 3.5? Of course it will be.
Super. Okay, we're going to get to the rapid fire. Ruchir, you're familiar with the format. They're going to be, I hope, tough questions. And I hope I'm going to get you to take a position. The idea of rapid...
Lots of positions today.
Yeah, you have. But this is like shorter positions, but stronger positions. Okay. If you have to pick one in India, edtech, fintech, or biotech, what would you pick?
Fintech.
One advice you'd give the Prime Minister. You have 10 minutes with him in a room alone.
I don't want that because I've learned the hard way. Giving advice doesn't work. Nobody wants to listen to you. So
with this Prime Minister or any Prime Minister?
Any Prime Minister. I've had experiences that I've also documented in the past, starting with Putin and stuff, where I've never gone back to Russia after that. So I'm not advice, but my sort of only observation is the fact that I hope that today when I see what's happening in the ecosystem in India, that he's getting frank, objective advice. Because there's a tendency sometimes when I notice for everyone to go and just be a sycophant, suck up, say all these things, that everything is good. Every line that you have to say is that about how things are good, how things are great. So I just hope there's always some objectivity on the ground also which he's getting from an ecosystem. That is my only thing, rather than this.
That's your concern.
That's my concern, that everyone just goes and says how things are just great and how you are doing this and doing that. And then you don't know what's happening on the ground.
There will always be some data point to show that it is going.
No, there are enough. I think we have had like a long discussion today. There are enough fault lines, in terms of that. Okay, fine. You want to use the investigative agencies to go after the political, fine. But how are they misusing their power then to basically run rampant with lots of people and undermining business confidence? Who's saying that in terms of that? Is somebody giving the feedback? That's my big concern today.
Is sectarian tensions considered in by global investors for India?
I've not heard much of it, and I have to say that when I get, it's very disturbing when you read the headlines about what's going on, but when we travel across India, I do. I think the further you go from Delhi, the more optimistic you feel. I've always felt it.
Fantastic.
So that's the issue.
Tata, Birla, Adani, Ambani. Who's the next in this list?
By India's definition, it should be somebody else.
So
right?
who will be the fifth name?
I don't know it because it's very hard to predict, who, in terms of, but I'm saying that, in terms of, I think in India's case, if I can say so as specifically, the big boom, if India is to make it to the next level in the next 5 years, is on the investment side. Because consumption is doing fine. It's really investment which needs to pick up. So I would be backing people who are playing the investment story in India.
Of all the emerging markets you've tracked, which will be the first breakout nation?
No, in terms of, I've already, made forecasts about this and stuff like that. I think that, as I've said, let's, make it more specific. That in the world today, there are 200 countries that are there, tracked by the IMF and World Bank. Only 40 are classified as developed countries. The balance, 160, are emerging. Many of them, from Brazil to Mexico to South Africa, have been emerging forever. Right, 100, 200 years, they keep going round and round, and their per capita income compared to the US never increases. I made a forecast that the next country to join the developed market that's another way of putting a question, would be from Eastern Europe. So like a Poland or something like that. So I think that the most overlooked region in the world with the best talent pool, among the best talent pools and great strength of entrepreneurship and other things, is Eastern Europe. So that's, and Poland is the largest economy there.
I don't even answer this, but how many years before the US dollar loses its position as a global trade currency?
It'll take forever because it's very hard to do that. But I think that, as we discussed, that the seeds of that it's peaked, that the seeds have been sown, and we are probably, last year was probably peak dollar.
If you were the author of a book on the future of the Indian economy, what would you title the book?
My favorite line, which I've always said, that this is the country that always disappoints the optimists and pessimists, right? So I'd say that we have surprised the optimists in the last, we have disappointed the pessimists in the last few years because how well India has done. I just hope we don't disappoint the optimists now.
If you were to author a book on the future of Indian society, what would the title of the book be?
I haven't thought about society that much as far as...
You've traveled so much of India, you've seen it more than most people here.
Yeah. No, I'd say that as far as India is concerned, it's the, what really strikes me about India is that we are truly like a United States of Europe, which is that this is not, that the amount of, that the subnationalism, the federalism, that is what I find remarkable about India. So, the United States of Europe is how I look at India from all the travels.
If you were the author of a book on the American economy, what would its title be?
Okay, that's the title of my next book. I can give it away. What went wrong with capitalism?
Wonderful. That's so great. We got a Bharat Jodo Yatra, hit, miss, or makes no difference?
Again, the objective fact shows that his popularity ratings have improved after. But I fundamentally believe that the next election, if I can say so, will be like the 2024 election will be Modi versus Modi. Because there is no one who's going to be able to stand up against him. And the best hope the opposition has is that by not putting anyone up, the biggest, what he will want and what the BJP will want is for them to prop up a face. Because the moment you do that, Modi looks so much better. So the best hope for them is it's Modi versus Modi, where it's a referendum on him and his policies, and there's nobody else who's up there.
2019, when we did the Adda before elections, you said that it may be close, if you remember. But now the third term you're saying is not going to be close. That's interesting.
I have no idea. As it's, the headline that you use for my Adda is also very interesting, because I remember these things. My memory is not bad, which is that I said anybody forecasting that election is a charlatan.
Yes.
That was the headline. Yes. And I say the same thing today. It's too early, but remember what happened then. I think people forget some very interesting details of that election, if I can say so, because we traveled.
Yeah.
In 2018, the Congress party did very well in the state elections in November. There was a big momentum build that the BJP is gone. a lot of opinion polls, if you look back in January of 2019, were showing that the BJP would get 220 or so. This is facts, but this is not my thing. Then you have the incident which happens in February, the Balakot, and then a surge starts, which takes them up to 300. So it's so, just look at how dramatically things shifted from November, when they lost the elections in December. The betting market and everybody thought that this is going to be a very close election. Opinion polls show you in 2019 that they get 220. Then you get February stuff, and you have a surge to 300, which, to be honest, we traveled in UP, we missed it.
What's better for India? An IKEA in 100 cities or an IIT IIM in 100 cities?
No debate on this one. That IIT, in terms of that, obviously, yeah.
What's better for India? A strong majority Modi third term or a Modi-led coalition?
I'd say that in India's case, given the fact that, in terms of that, between these two, I would say that a Modi-led coalition is, something, everyone privately will say that to you. No one will publicly say that to you.
And what's better for India? A Modi-led coalition or an opposition-led coalition?
Again, it depends who's going to be on the other side. I don't know that. I'd say that what we all want in terms of that here, in terms of in this room, it's very different from the others. As I said, is a system where there are sufficient checks and balances in place. I think secretly that is the desire of at least a lot of the stuff. But having said that, I think that we keep overrating national elections because in India, the state elections are so important as well. The fact is that India is also very, just like in the United States, we are all obsessed with Trump, Biden. And the market doesn't seem to care even in America what the hell's going on clearly. Similarly, I think that the state governments in India and the counterbalance that they provide is something which I think is truly underappreciated.
Okay. If the opposition coalition were to come to power, just to come back to your question, which leader do you think will be
all
good?
Political questions you're ramping me with.
So many economy questions we went through. So rapid fire, we go to politics.
Yeah, sorry.
If the opposition comes to power, which is the one opposition leader you think will make good for Indian economy?
In terms of, I don't know if there's one leader in terms of the fact, because they're also aging and, that's the whole point. I think a lot of people in this room I've spoken to, again, I don't know enough. Like, for example, they all tell me that the best prime minister, the question I've asked people, who's the best prime minister India never had? A lot of people do answer, and I don't know him at all, but although we have met him on our political trips, is someone like a Sharad Pawar. But he's too old now, it seems, to be able to run a coalition government effectively. But I'd say that, that's, if something like that, I think that in terms of the fact that in this room, I think there'll be enough people who'll say, okay.
Okay. Biden second term or Trump another term? What's better for India?
I think it doesn't matter. You know why? Because I think that India is now, in terms of, as far as the US is concerned, they're obsessed with China. They really want India on their side.
Makes no difference.
So it makes no difference.
Okay, so we're going to play a small game now. What's better for India? Good. So in terms of what's better for India, good, makes no difference, or bad? So I'll give you a phenomena, I'll give you an event or a scenario. You tell me whether that's good for India, it makes no difference to India, whether it's bad for India, okay? So Fitch's downgrade for America, is that good for India, makes no difference, or bad for India?
Makes no difference, because there's countervailing things. Because that, on one hand, in terms of the fact that, you know why it makes no difference? Because it's made no difference to America. So why should it make a difference to India?
Ramaswamy's rise in America. Good for India, bad for India, makes no difference.
Makes no difference again, because it's too early, it's too fringe, it's too early.
Xi Jinping's waning popularity in China. I'm saying it's waning, you're not sure, but Xi Jinping's dynamic popularity in China.
You see, again, in terms of I don't know what to do with that number, because does he ramp up nationalism? What does he do? Like in these countries, and this is my feeling, even with Putin in Russia, we put too much emphasis on the leader, not enough on the society.
Right.
Like in Russia, for example, the war, like everyone tells me, has been pretty popular on the ground. And we keep thinking it's only Putin. Wow. So I just don't know, the reality that we know and we projected on one leader could be very different on the ground.
Okay. The advent of artificial intelligence.
Generally, it's good, but I do feel the hype has gotten a bit carried away. I think
For India, it's good for India?
yeah, I think it's generally like it's a productivity enhancing thing in the long term. But I think the hype currently is a bit overdone.
Okay. An unsolvable Russia-American relationship. Is that good for India or bad for India?
I think as long as in the world these big powers are fighting amongst each other, it's good for India.
Okay. Political instability in Pakistan.
I think that's not good, but you know what? It's become irrelevant in terms of it. Pakistan, I mean, like in terms of, you know, it's like uninvestable, irrelevant.
It makes no difference to India.
Makes no difference anymore to India.
Okay, Modi in the center and the states being controlled by opposition, more and more by opposition. Is that good for India? Bad?
Generally, I'd say that balance has worked out okay for India because of the fact that, you know, because in India's case, you need, I think, checks and balances.
Super. Ruchir, thank you so much for playing, for taking positions, for answering, not fast, but answering definitively.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Just one.
Thank you.
Go. Challenge, last question.
Just one question. You said Modi-led coalition is better. Can it ever work, Modi being such a dominant personality and everything?